thank you. We're looking forward to a really productive 2 days, and I appreciate the leadership team being here today to assist with the presentations and answering questions and as necessary. We've Heidi, or Ms. Emberly, and Ms. Coffey and I have had the opportunity to work with our facilitator, and she related to Johanna and Mullen. And Johanna, we really appreciate your thorough preparation. The materials you put together for the packet and the outreach to the board members. I think it's going to help us be especially productive today. We're really looking forward to substantive discussions. And while this morning will be more show and tell and presentations, this afternoon there will be ample time, I believe, for lots of discussion and interaction. And then, of course, tomorrow we have my evaluation section, or the info section. Looking forward to that as well. So with that, Joanna, I'm just going to turn it over to you. And
all right, thanks.
Start out with some board business.
I just wanted to start briefly by talking about what the agenda is, and you all have it in front of you. And I'm going to remind you, oh shoot. It always happens, right? Without going over the agenda, what we hope to do today is have governance discussion, administrative procedures, but more importantly, or as important, to give you some data updates on what's happening in the district. A lot of you are involved in that, and I'm so glad to be able to work with you. And then we're going to, this afternoon, talk about where are we going next year? What's it look like? What are our goals? Where do we want to go? And start that discussion between all the important people in this room, the people that run the show and the people that make the decisions about where we're going. So it should be a really good day. One thing we need to keep in mind, and I'm going to kind of be the timekeeper today and keep my whip out and keep you in order as far as time, because at 10 o'clock we have a presentation that's going to be an online presentation. It's 10 o'clock, right, Derek? Mm-hmm. Derek and I used to work together. I have to always supply that because I hired him years ago. It was great. So there might be times when I come up and say, okay, we need to kind of watch the time, but we're ready to go from there. And Max, we're ready to take off.
Good. Okay. Well, thanks, Derek. Good. So we probably start just, we're trying to obviously get more efficient at our production of agendas and the turnaround of the minutes, about how even the staff members contribute to their materials to the agendas. This has been an arduous process for a long time, and as a result, we get behind on minutes. Our able assistants here work well into the evening and oftentimes early morning, especially when we have multiple meetings stacked up. And they're just we're using technology and methods that were a decade old, and some things have changed. So we thought we would bring in some ideas to share with you on the agendas, but also on the policies. You know, some of the problems we've had with policies, we pass these policies, pass revisions, and where are they? Why aren't they posted? How do we keep track of what the policies used to be and where they are now? And this is a challenge for all of us. So Mr. Moore and has worked with a group to do this, to put this together. Are we going to start with the policies then?
We're going to start with the policies.
Okay, and then move into the agenda. So this is a little show and tell, but we're eager to hear your feedback, board member feedback. If there's features you would like to see that are included, and ideas you may have. So go ahead.
All right. So first of all, thank you. I'm definitely excited that this is, I recognize that the board policies and moving it in more an online format was probably one of the impetuses to start the entire website project many years ago. So I'm happy that we're finally getting to a place where it's going to happen. So, you know, at this point, we've incorporated it into our site. It's still a little bit of a work in progress as we go forward. All the content is there, but all the manual linking, we're in the middle of the 5,000 series. So there's a few more to go after that to get there. So I just wanted to show where we're at and kind of and talk about that a little bit. So within our site, it's kind of it has the same look and feel, so it's incorporated into our organization. I'm not really going to read what we wrote wrote because I just wanted to show it because it's a little bit better to click through it. So they expand by series. All the series are listed. And when you click on a policy, it loads in the right-hand window. You see there's Ed Code links that go to the different sections of Ed Code. The ones that go to the different policies, our own policies, those are linked as well. Down at the bottom with all the Ed Code pieces, it actually goes to the state of California legal references of where it directly is. So the logic here is that over time, as that changes, we're not having to go back and update what we're doing. It's going to the actual authoritative source for the state of California. So we were really excited about this because the state recently changed the way that it looked on their side, which made it a lot nicer when we linked to it, that it wasn't just a text file as it used to look like. So kind of all the things are coming together at once. Yes, Melissa?
I'm just wondering, does it open in a separate window? I did play with this yesterday, but I didn't go to the Ed Code.
It does not. We can make that happen. We were on the fence, and we debated a lot, and we decided not to open in a separate window. We can if that's the preference.
I would vote for that, and the reason I would is because probably I'm in the middle of our own policy and I just want to check something.
Yeah.
But it is very nice. It looks like the text is fully searchable in our own things. Is that true?
That is true. So this middle tab over here is search, and this search is specific to the board policies. So let's try technology. And it loads the different policies where technology is actual a term in the policy. So
anywhere in the text, or is it in the heading of the policy? Or
so
is it to a total
It's like
search?
anywhere in it.
it's anywhere in the text.
Okay.
However, the one thing that we are working on, I'll just say right now, is if you type in the policy number in this, it doesn't necessarily put the right policy on top. We're working on that so that if you put in policy number, that's going to pop to the top.
Oh, I did run into that last night. I just thought you hadn't put that particular policy in. So,
Okay.
Okay.
So the other thing that I wanted to show a little bit is this is definitely a work in progress. And there's this current previous toggle up here. So the current version shows what the policy is at this moment in time. What we're going is with the previous version to show the last version that existed with the strike-throughs and the cross-outs and the new pieces and what that looks like. So this definitely is a work in progress. I recognize there's a lot of formatting that needs to happen here, but this is where we're going to answer that question of what was the last policy. And we do spend a lot of time wordsmithing our policies and getting them exactly what we want them to, and we wanted to be able to show that in some way. That yes, we have spent time, and that these are the differences, and this is our new policy. Yes.
So this is our own built-in house thing?
Yes.
We're not using someone else's?
Correct.
So how long is it going to take from the time that a policy is approved to putting it up? I mean, you must have somebody that has to do this, right?
So I'm looking over at Monica. So that was one of the reasons why we preferred to keep it in-house opposed to Cameron Online, because of that time factor. That if it's ours, we have the ability to control that. In the experience with a third-party service where we don't have access to do that ourselves, it can take more time, and all we can do is call and nag. So it really, that will lead into our next conversation about workflow around agendas. So we're creating space and time that we can get everything that we need to do done in an efficient manner.
Question.
Yes.
Do you have access, or are you even aware that there was, prior to us going online for any of our policies, there was a policy manual, and it's a lot of our history, and things didn't necessarily get all transferred over properly. If you were, my request would be to find that policy manual and make it part of our history, because I had to search it down, and it's invaluable when you get a sense of where we were, where we came, and so maybe we can track that down for you and make it part of our history.
Okay, that'd be great. Actually, I had no idea that existed. So yeah, we can, we'll hunt that down.
There was a big file box that had 800 policies in it.
No, no,
That's
it's
a
not that
binder
big.
that's in my office.
Oh, so that's prior to the file box,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay. So if it's paper, obviously it's gonna take some time for somebody to input that. Yeah, scan or do the optical recognition so there's actual text, so, yeah, but that's good.
Thank you so much, this is wonderful.
Are there any clarification questions?
I had a couple questions.
Yeah.
So, when you say it's in-house, do you mean it was built by our staff, or we've contracted out for this to be built?
A little bit of both. The data entry is, was taken care of, well, actually, most of it was contracted services at this point. It is in our website platform, which does live in-house. The intent with our website project from the beginning was, let's contract for the initial setup, but then we're owning it. That we do have staff in-house that are maintaining it over time.
And so you evaluated what's the alternative that we looked at, the CSBA?
Correct, the
CSBA.
Gamut Online. Yep, CSBA Gamut
And the
Online.
issue there was about the time required for updates. Was that the major differentiator?
So there's a couple major differentiators. One is the time. So we, as a district, have no access to change our own policy. How it works is we get the file, Monica emails it to them, and we wait for them to put it up, post it at some point in time.
Right now, the wait time is roughly 1 month turnaround.
On Gamma Online?
And I will say that in my past experience, that one month is generous or optimistic to get policies updated with no ability for us to do anything about that. And the other big issue too was formatting. That Gamut Online is all plain text. That's it. We don't have any control over headers or bold or italic or anything like that.
I see. Are these, will this be indexable by external search engines?
Yes.
I assume it is. Okay.
Yes.
So how is this gonna play in the process of the BPRC meetings? Are we gonna go online and look at things? Just asking if we're gonna.
So we're not quite there yet.
Yeah.
So the display was first, but that was definitely a thought that, what does the overall workflow look like? We were looking at the workflow for the agenda creation pieces first, and we're not quite there yet with the board policies. We were very interested in getting the display right and getting the links and everything up and publicly displayed first, and then we were going to tackle the workflow with the board policies. So we're not quite there yet.
So if a community, you haven't done this yet, obviously, but if a community member comes onto our website and they search for, I don't know, kindergarten dates or, I don't know, that wouldn't be board policy, but they go and search for something. Would they also be searching in board policy or just the other stuff that's in the website?
So that's completely controllable, and I'm more than open to the discussion to do either way. That, I think looking at our site, it probably makes sense to search for everything, but if we don't want it that way, we can control how that works.
Yeah, and the reason I'm asking this is most people aren't sophisticated enough to realize that we actually have a special area where we keep our board policies. And so if there's a way to make it as easy as possible for people to come on our site to look, that would be great. If it gives you too much stuff
Yeah.
and then makes the search function not that helpful, then maybe we need something in addition that would narrow the search to just board policies if you ask for that. I don't know if that's something you thought through.
Yes, I think that's, let's address that later, because I think that's getting into some more parts around their website and what we're looking to do, and some of the changes that are coming to better address how do people access information.
And the
how
reason
do
I
they
bring
get
this
it.
up is people are constantly calling me that information. And
Yeah.
I'm constantly not able to find stuff, and it would be great if
Yeah,
we weren't a step in that process.
absolutely.
Thank you. So anyways.
Okay, ready for the,
Can I ask a question? Do you have any plan on making sure that the links stay alive over time? Because this is even more important for board agendas and such.
yes, that's a very good question. We haven't thought a lot about it yet, but one of the reasons why we went straight to the, like for instance with the Ed Code, we went straight to the state's website, is because we're hoping that that's going to be a very stable site, and a very stable place for the policies. The internal linking is all done to our own internal policies. Other than that, there's not too many links that go to other websites that have the potential to get outdated.
Sure.
Quicker.
That will change with the board agendas, if they do have links. I mean, the items.
I'm sorry?
The items that we talk later about the board
Mhm.
agendas and the item the descriptions, they often have embedded links that are not internal to the district, or they are internal to the district, but much more varied.
Yeah. So, yes, but as far as the policies go, that's where, I mean, we do plan to maintain it over time, and that's one of the reasons why we're looking to keep it as part of our site, so that it can be rolled into kind of the overall bigger picture of how do we keep content fresh.
I have one question. When the CSBA sends us the updates, where do those go?
Good question. So right now, there's no place in the site, but I think we'll get to that point when we talk about moving the BPRC process online. So at that point, it's still a word reconciliation between the two. That's not here yet. So it's a future.
And then are we going to put the CSBA samples? so
I
people can-
don't think we would publicly display the CSBA samples. I mean, I think that would, some of the workflow, how that worked is it'll probably be available to BPRC, and then, we'll not publish the CSBA samples
Right.
as part of our policy.
So just something to think through, and this is bringing up to me, is we need to be careful that we not put stuff up on the website that isn't what we're doing.
Right.
Because there might be things that other
Yep.
people are doing, that's fine, but if it's
Yep.
not what we're doing, it's very confusing.
Yeah.
Right.
So are you
I-
gonna have sort of a section that's like stuff we're working on that is accessible by the people that are working on it and not necessarily
Yes.
their own?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
That'll be part of the workflow when we get there, but that's, we still have work to do here.
Right, right, well, it might be beyond just BPRC, there may be some other.
Yeah. So that's a good segue. Let's move on to board docs. There is,
We need to keep things rolling.
there's definitely that section. So I want to get into the board docs piece, and this is something that I'm very excited about because this tackles a lot of the workflow, and I think it gets to the root of the problem of a lot of our issues with producing information quickly and in a timely manner. So Monica and I spent a good chunk of time kind of evaluating the current situation and what does it look like, and how can we make it better. So one of the things, or one of the realizations that we've kind of come to is that we are still very much doing this, that our first production is this. So everything is produced for print, and online is a second step. So it's not, it makes it very difficult because we're doing double work as an organization. That we're producing content twice. And with formatting and the different pieces and getting it distributed. So that's one thing we're trying to address. The other one was our ability to produce that content, and how do we do that a little more efficiently. So we've looked at a couple products. One was Agenda Online from CSBA, and the other one was Board Docs. Both are very, very widely used across the state, and this is kind of what we're interested in. So the print version was in the packet. I wanted to take this time to walk through an online version. So this obviously is not ours. This is a demo site, but some of the features I wanted to walk through. So when you come to the landing page, we have some kind of blurb here, which would probably be the first part of the agenda or whatever we chose to put there. The featured meetings would show up over here. There's documents. Our policies would go back to our link where it exists. Events and goals. So I'm going to get to goals in a minute because goals are really exciting. But let's open a meeting first. So if I open a meeting, what I'm looking at is I see featured meetings, and these would be the next one that's coming up. And then there's the entire archive by year of older meetings of how they exist. So if I want to open a meeting and view the agenda, I have the meeting selected, and then I can, actually before I even open the agenda, there's a minute section here that as soon as the minutes are available, they'll pop right up and are attached to the front of the agenda. And there's also this watch video section. And this watched video is the YouTube video indexed by time. So if you want to jump to a particular portion of this, you just click on it and it jumps to the appropriate spot in the video.
Do
So.
you have to manually do that?
So we have to manually enter the time. However, the media center already does that.
Yes, and we use it, it does it already.
Yeah. So that would be very trivial for us to add that piece in, because that work is already happening.
Yeah.
So it jumps to the exact place in the video where that exists. Okay, so there's a print view as well. So this is the print view that was in the packet. There's the simple agenda that kind of doesn't have any descriptions, just the announcements, and then the detailed one contains all of the information. That is the detailed piece, that's the content that exists. So let's do the agenda. Let's jump into the agenda. So the agendas would look something like this: that the order or the table of contents is over on the left-hand side, and the item contents are on the right-hand side. When I'm looking at a content, let me pick one that I know has a link here. So as we're looking at this, the top is fairly explanatory: meeting, categories, action, type is action, subject is what shows up over here for the title. Recommended action is its own field over here. And then there's the thing called board goals. There's a link back to the board goals. And I'll click on that in a minute. The files are attached as they exist here. And at the bottom, as soon as the meeting happens, there's the motion and voting section. That this is going to be very big for Monica, because as soon as the vote happens during the meeting, this is shown up here. That she's clicking the vote, clicking submit, and it's automatically attached to this item. So one, it helps with minute production. Two, it helps with publicly displaying that before the minutes are there right away. So that's kind of
great.
the meeting manager side of that is really neat.
Can you search on this?
Absolutely.
So I missed the meeting, but,
Yeah.
or I missed 10 meetings, and I heard they were going to talk about something.
Yes,
Just search.
absolutely.
And it searches on, what does it search on?
So this, I believe so this searches the agenda, and I believe this search up here does everything.
So does that include, I mean, it says there's attached files, does it also search within the attached files?
Assuming the attached files has something indexed with it. So if it's a scanned image, no, it's obviously not going to search that.
If it's a PDF, can it search it?
So if it's a PDF, the text is in there, and it's not an image PDF, yes.
Because that would be really, really helpful. I just think that we spend a lot of time trying to go back in history to find decisions that were made, or at least the discussion around decisions.
So that's true. I think another part, a second conversation, is how far back do we go to put it in, or do we start going forward? But that's a later on discussion. Okay, so I want to go back to. Actually, let me get back in here. I'm really excited about the goals. So, because in our agendas we tag it with the strategic plan initiative and where it exists. So that's what I see this as. That this board goal number 4 is board goal number 4 finance. And this is telling me navigate to this goal. So now all of a sudden, I'm inside of this goal, and if I scroll down, I can see the different agenda items that were tagged to that goal. So if we're looking at progress over time, maybe we pick this one. And I scroll down, you get a list of all the agenda items, report action, whatever, as they were reported and tagged to the specific goal. So I don't know, I think that's really neat. We talk about like kind of the dashboard of what it looks like, and what are we doing for each goal, and I think this would be a very visual way to show that.
So there isn't general tagging, is there?
General
Is there,
tagging?
like just random tags like we do on
No.
most CMSs?
No.
Yeah,
No.
that's good, sir.
Okay,
So that's that. That's what I have.
Thank you.
Good.
thank you so
Could you
much.
just do how this translates into getting the minutes done quickly then? Or just,
Sure.
I have one question.
Uh-huh.
I still have a hard time reading online. Will I get a printout still?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
So I want to touch on that really briefly.
Yeah.
So yes, you will get it for now. Now, one thing that I can't show because we haven't bought it yet, we haven't licensed with it, is there's annotation for board members. So that you can take your notes within this platform, that if you have this open at the meeting, you can see your annotation directly on the agenda as it looks. And it's only for you, and it's only there that exists. So yes, print was a very important function, and the detailed view, that was definitely something that both Monica and I were very interested in, that if we're starting electronic, we recognize that the print still has to exist and be much more efficient, that it's almost at the click of a button, and then the whole PDF is generated. So it's a time saver on that side of that too.
Will you keep the option to keep the whole packet print on demand, or you have to do it item by item?
No, so the print of the entire agenda is, the detailed agenda is the whole thing.
It's a whole packet.
Yes.
Does it include the attachments or does it not include the attachments?
This does not include the attachments. This will, when we talk about the printing, this will. Yeah.
Derek, is all this content publicly searchable, or do you have to use this proprietary use?
That's a good question. I'm not sure if how publicly searchable this platform is. I'll have to get back to that. Yeah.
But at a minimum, it's searchable on our site.
Right.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then just on the minutes, and to show how we can turn minutes around more quickly then.
Yeah, so to turn minutes around more quickly, so one, we talked about the voting, so the voting's gonna happen automatically. Well, not automatically, so it's Monica's tracking the meeting automatically.
Is this one the one where the board can also put in their vote?
Yes, maybe we'll get there. So there is the option for online voting, but we weren't talking about that yet. So what we're very interested in though is that, a lot of these things that we're talking about, that this platform can expand with us. So as we decide as an organization and as a board that you want to go there, we can go there. So we're not looking for different things, it can grow with us over time. So the production of the minutes, as we're looking at the minutes, let me see if there's some notes here. So for instance, in this one, all we're really talking about is, so formatting's done for us, because that's kind of taken care of with the platform. The voting will be taken care of at the time of the meeting. So what we're talking about is the work that Monica's doing is taking the notes for the individual item and having the notes and just reviewing them to make sure they're accurate in what we want them to be and clicking submit. And that's about it. That's, it's much less manual work for Monica in the production of these pieces. Part of my cue to exit. All right.
I asked you to keep your phones on mute.
Okay,
Okay.
Thank you so much.
thanks, Derek. This is wonderful.
That's great work. Monica, Derek, thank you. That was a good team. We spent a lot of time comparing the two different pieces with Gamma Online and our own, and with Agenda Online and Board Docs, and we were very thorough and well worked on that, so thank you.
Yeah, gosh, I mean, I retired as superintendent 5 years ago, and this makes me almost want to go back to the job. One of the biggest hassles, and I think the board would probably agree with me, is the constant update of the policies and keeping them going. And Gamut, I've never had them back in a month, so this is fabulous. So I really applaud you for doing this, and I work with a lot of districts, and this is very unique, so still way out there, Derek. So I think we're going to move on to board coverage of community events.
Yeah, so this was, Ms. Hemberlin, Ms. Godfrey, and I talked about this, and the problem that we're trying to solve is how to make sure that important events are covered by at least someone, but not necessarily by everyone, when the need to show up. So, I don't know if this is a scheduling issue. We try at the end of our weeklies put in what's going on. So we're open for suggestions. We don't have a solution for this. So I see 2 hands up already.
Yeah, just to give a little background,
Yeah.
Terry and I met and we were just talking about, let's put together a list of all the community events that a board member might want to attend or is invited to attend throughout the year, so that we don't miss things, and also so that we don't say, oh, tomorrow, by the way, there's an event, so who can go?
Right.
Or today at 2, or whatever.
Yeah.
It's a little hard to schedule that late in advance, so. Karen, did you want to
So
say?
I'm gonna fess up now. We sat down and wrote this out, and I went home and typed it up, and then I left it at home. Yeah, so that's not ideal. But we can email that out later. I think more important is kind of the process of figuring out how we get ahead of this, so that we don't have either last minute things where we don't show up, or things where we all show up for time.
Right, so we can send, Perry will send out the list of what we came up with. If you guys know of any other events historically that we should attend or be at, we can add to that list. It's mostly just a question of process, or are we forgetting anything when thinking about this? Just to make sure. So we'll just go down.
Okay. Well, first of all, I very much appreciate Jorge being here, because part of the key is just having a calendar of events. We can prioritize them, or for me, I just want to know everything that's going on in the month, because sometimes if there's something that you would like to be out of school, and hopefully, as everybody's here longer, principals and others will be sending all that information to Jorge, who will keep up the calendar at a glance that we can look at, and I appreciate that so much. So part of it is what you are doing, and thank you both for doing that. But for me, I actually like the bigger calendar of everything from coffee, principal coffees to PTA meetings and the like, because that's where I get a flavor of what's going on in the schools. And while it may be more formal things like graduations and the like, for me, oftentimes it's events going on in the schools that I like to hop into. So I guess it's all part of the conversation, but I want to embrace keeping that calendar as up to date as we can on all the schools. And I think it's great. Thank you. You're doing a great job on it already, and I think it'll even grow as more people understand that we're keeping that calendar.
Thank you.
So I've been thinking a lot about this, because I feel like I'm finding out things after they happen, or at the 11th hour. And so, I think we don't realize what a big deal it is when a school has an event and none of us come. Even though we're like, well, we weren't invited, but they think we were. So I think there are two things. One is the calendar that you have at the end of your weekly meeting. That's not readily accessible for me, because when I meet, which is, like Monday, trying to figure out what the week looks like, I have to go back and find your weekly in order to pull it up. And so I'm really glad that Derek's here, because I do think that this could just be on an online calendar, and we could click in and just look at what the week looks like. And I think then we would be less likely to lose things. Because, for example, right now we're relying on Monica really to have the steps. And I think she's getting it from Jorge, and maybe other people are feeding it to her. But I think if there was a calendar and everyone knew this calendar existed, then they would notice if the Walter Hayes coffee wasn't on it, or whatever it is, or the middle college graduation. It also would be a really good idea if we could spend a few minutes. I would suggest at the end of every board meeting or during board operations, just say what's coming up in the next 2 weeks that are big events, and make sure we raise your hand if someone's going to go, because if we know there's a gap, then we can do something about it. But if we point out the day of, it's usually panic. So that would be my suggestion, to use the board president for making sure that people get in. Is it a problem to keep a calendar that we can click into?
So it's not a problem, but I think as Camille touched on, we're very excited to have Jorge on board, because it comes down to curation of how does it get in there and who maintains that list of events.
Exactly.
So.
I think actually the idea that you guys were trying to create a list of things that we seem to want to go to every year, I feel like it's the same. Like, I'm constantly trying to figure out when the ropes thing is at JLS, and there's ones that I'm forgetting every year. But I think it's more than that. It's more than just having the
It's
list.
like the JLS exit interviews. We always want to know when that is. We want to know when the special ed picnic is. We want to know when Chinese New Year's. We want to know when the retirement party is. And they all come at roughly the same time each year. And so they shouldn't really be a surprise.
Yes.
But they end up like new teacher breakfast, things like that, right?
Yeah. So if we checked in and just made sure they were covered as well, not just knowing when they are would be good.
So who would take ownership of
Oh, sorry. We don't have an owner yet. Let me go down to Mr. Donnelly.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I think it's shared calendar links, we should do that.
Okay.
I think there's an easy solution, I think it's a process question that
Yeah.
somebody on the staff just has to close it and make sure that.
Yeah, and I'm wondering how the board feels about the individual school events for our liaison schools versus the bigger district-wide events. Because for my liaison schools, I tend to just go to their website and they have their own internal calendars with all of their events for the year, which I can choose to attend a few whenever I'm ready to visit the school, which is what I've done this year. But the big events that we want board presence, like the retirement and the new teacher breakfast, I'm just wondering if those would be more of a focus for the larger.
I would have in the past just agreed with you, except now I feel like there's a lot of stuff going on and I'm missing even my liaison schools events because I don't know when they are. Some of the liaison schools are great and they put it up on the calendar and some do not.
Yeah.
Or they say it's today, but they don't tell you what time it is.
That's true.
Yeah, I think that Melissa's right. I mean, comprehensiveness means that no one has to decide whether this event belongs on the big calendar or not. Just put everything that is
Put it on.
Then we know, and I think the board president can identify those items that we really want to have somebody on the board there, and we can discuss it with operations.
Yeah, I would support that. I don't think you have to go through the whole list of every school.
Yeah.
No.
No, because there are hundreds of
Right.
them.
Yeah, no, we don't, but I think the things that we would feel like really need to have a board presence, we should, we want to make sure there's coverage.
Yes, the ocean spray, haze,
Board
or
operations.
celebration, improvement.
Yeah, and I think, board operations at 11:30 at night is not when I want to be discussing
No.
this. So for me, I like to have a comprehensive calendar, I like to choose, I think everything's really important. So it's good to know if people are going places or not, but I do want the comprehensive, because sometimes it's not just the honorarium kinds of things, it's things in the schools that we need to get to. So for me,
Yeah, we can include that in the packet of board operations. We can just put a calendar in there as part of the standing slip sheet on that.
Yeah, but we can
But
also
there's
just-
some randomness to the way we do it now, right?
Yes,
It's
there
like,
is.
we know, we don't know, we show up or we don't show up. I guess what I'm looking for is a little more intentionality around, it is baccalaureate. Are people gonna go to baccalaureate? Is at least somebody gonna go to baccalaureate? Or it's middle college graduation? Somebody gonna go to that? Do we need all of us? It's Chinese New Year, do we need 5 of us? Probably not necessarily, but we wanna make sure we're there. And if we 5 go, that's great, but if not, we just wanna make sure somebody's there. So I feel like that's the ownership we need.
but you have that, right? You created it and it can go in, you guys
Yes.
have
We
created
figured
it.
that out.
Great.
I think the check-in though, if we know there's something important like baccalaureate, at board operations, you can do a check-in. I haven't heard that anyone signed up for baccalaureate, is anyone going, just a hand up, because I do think there are things that are uncovered. And, actually, Cal SSD and SF squared are fairly important for us to send somebody to as well, and we seem kind of random on
My
who goes
missing
to those.
list has, the Santa Clara County School Boards Association, like the awards dinners that we give, those kinds of things. I'll bring my list tomorrow, I promise. But those kinds of things as well, that are outside the district that we need a presence at, and we've traditionally had presence at.
No, that's great. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you. Okay, so we have our marching orders on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
But Joanne, let's move on to the board staff work, please.
It seems like there's no board that I've ever worked with that this question hasn't come up. Now, what is our work and what is staff's work? And when do I get in the weeds and when do I not get in the weeds? Oh, Gary, thank you. And so I'd like to ask the board to let me show you a quote. This is a quote by Edgar Stotz. Edgar Stotz is, he was the board president for Habitat for Humanity and did a lot of work in that area. He's written a book about boardsmanship that's very well respected, and he's really an expert in this area. And this is one of his quotes. As the board knows, your backup materials has some of his articles in there. But if you could react to this, the board's role is to govern. This is distinct from management, whose role is to implement decisions and plans approved by the board. Whereas the board decides ends or outcomes, management is responsible for the means by which ends are achieved. What does that mean to this board? And how do you feel about that?
It depends.
I agree.
So-
Who said I could depend?
I think I'm gonna ask you independently, and you can see for it on your own, and then we'll see if we can get a little consensus about this. And we're not gonna spend a lot of time on this. But how are you doing with this, and do you agree with this? Let's start with that.
Okay. Did you want to start? Since you said you
Go ahead.
It depends. Generically, that makes sense. However, ultimately, I believe as an elected body, the body ultimately decides how far to go into decisions. And ultimately, the responsibility sits with the electeds. And I think on particular issues where there's additional scrutiny or heightened concern about things, the board has a duty to be more involved or less involved. So I think it's a sliding scale.
Does your board have a tendency to start managing in the weeds, so to speak, or to hand that off to Max?
So is the right answer yes for you? I'm not sure that question may be a little conclusory. No, I think that the board monitors itself. And I think amongst the board through the years has, looks to each other and says, well, I think that's a little too in the weeds or not too in the weeds. And it's a self-monitoring group as well, so.
Okay.
I would say, for me, the key words in that sentence are decisions and plans approved. And the decisions and plans approved, there's just so much behind that, right? Like, to get to a decision, you need the right data, you need the right analysis, you need to understand the history, the context, the current practice. I mean, decision's such an easy word until you have to go do it, right? And then when we go do it, in my mind, what happens is the data I need to make a decision can sometimes feel very overwhelming because there's a lot of data available. We have spent a lot of time chewing on it. And so that's where we, in my mind, frequently cross the line, is that we go off and do our own analysis because what we're asking for is beyond what the staff has bandwidth to do. And for us, a lot of us just mucking around with the data, we're like pigs in slop. It's just so much fun.
Yeah.
We can't bring ourselves back out. So, yes, if all the data was perfectly available to me, I would not do anything but just make decisions.
And the data that you then find on your own mucking around, what do you do with that? I generally bring it to the meeting and discuss it in the meeting, right? Because we don't have a way to share it with each other beforehand. Which ends up making our meetings very long because we all have stuff we brought and we want to discuss it, but we don't have a great way to discuss it that we can include the community with. So I would love to have some advice around how to deal with that because we frequently show up with data, but there's no good way to get it into the conversation.
So, maybe because I've been on the board longer than you, Terry, one of the things that was shared with me from several other board members who are no longer board members is how important it is to do your homework. And that, we keep a slim staff and they can't see everything. And so it's our responsibility to try to go into the community and find out those things. what I try to do is I try to give that information back to the superintendent. Now, if I'm lucky enough to start this research in advance, I can give it in advance. Sometimes it's Monday afternoon when suddenly I'm like, oh, I was talking to someone in Saratoga and Cupertino and Los Altos, and this is what they're doing. And my hope then is that that information then could be verified. Of course, Monday is hard for them to verify it. But at least then they're not coming in surprised when I bring up this information at the board meeting, because I feel like it's very hard for staff to be surprised by things at board meetings.
It is, and
So that's what I try to do, but because we get our packets on Friday, I might not actually be able to talk to anybody till Monday. It is challenging. I'm just going to go back to your paragraph there for a second, because I've been a multi-level manager in other organizations, and I feel like you hire professionals, then you need to give them goals, and you need to believe that they can get to the goals. However, you do need to check and verify along the way. I believe that's where we get stuck.
And the check and verify comes from the person that manages or supervisors. So that would be Max and his staff, but it's critical that he provide information back to you.
So let me,
This big loop.
yeah, so let me just frame that a little bit. We do have a tendency, and I think people in general have a tendency not wanting to show their work until it's perfect, or until they're done, or until they have a 50-pound report.
Right.
And the problem with that is then usually someone's surprised along the way. And so I think it's the board, and the relationship here is a responsibility to keep the board updated on how you're doing against the outcomes, so that we don't start to micromanage. Because it's when it doesn't happen, when we're surprised at the end, that we then micromanage the next
Yeah,
time.
great point. And with all fairness, to have a team of 6, meaning the board and the superintendent working well together, you don't want, I imagine, you don't want to put staff in a gotcha situation at a board meeting. You know, they're part of the larger team. So digging into the data and bringing it up, although very important, what's the process that would make that work where the staff feels like they're included and instead of overpowered in a sense?
Well,
I think that's the issue.
That's what I'm trying to kind of get to, is that if we're surprised by the report,
Yeah,
then we start doing
then you
something
get in
that
the
looks
weeds, yeah.
dysfunctional. But we're just trying to get the information.
Yeah, this is not unique to this district by any means, and I've actually personally had it. And it's ongoing communication, it's ongoing team building, and it's actually ongoing trust for the bigger team, and that takes time too. You know, to trust the data, to trust you've gotten enough. And what is enough today is a big question.
So when I think about this school board, I mean, the school board is an anomalous institution, right? Because we are amateurs governing an organization of professionals. And so that, I think, creates some tensions, because if I were in the position that most of the staff is in, I would wonder sometimes why the board has the authority that it does, given that it's amateurs rather than professionals. So I think it's helpful for me to think about the board is governing on behalf of the community that is providing $230 million and 12,000 students to the organization, and we are the mechanism for accountability for the community and for the community to be able to be assured that its priorities are reflected in the work of the organization. So to me, the question is, how can the board play that role in a way that is effective? When we say management is responsible for the means, it means responsible in the sense of implementation, but it also means responsible in the sense of accountable to the board, and ultimately the board is accountable to the community. And I think where we have some gaps right now is in our ability to demonstrate to the community that the outcomes that we care about and the board cares about are actually being achieved, and that the resources that we are bringing to bear are being used in the most effective way. So, do we have clearly established metrics for outcomes that matter? Can we say that the teaching methods that we're using are evidence-based and are producing the results that we expect, and that compared to other districts, we're doing as well or better? Are we using funds in the most effective way? So those are those are the kinds of questions that I think we're not yet able to answer.
And then, if I can add to that, and you can push back on me but your goals, are they aspirational, long-term, and in a sense not measurable moment by moment, or are they truly measurable? And you probably have, actually I know that you have both. And that gets into what you're saying. How do you report out to the community on an aspirational goal? So it's looking at the goals in a different light. Max, how about you? No,
I'll go last.
I'm watching the clock.
Let me be more concrete to respond. I don't think aspirational goals that can't be measured are all that useful, and I think that we should, the board should be pressed too.
Yeah.
But I remember that Ms. Godfrey has said several times over the past couple of years that she would like to have a dashboard that shows how we are doing in a concrete way against goals that we've set and that the community can understand. I think that's concretely what we would like to get to. It's not like we don't have anything that meets that description at all, but I think that we're not yet there. And that's how I would say is if we had that.
Okay, that's
farther
a step.
away.
Good place to go this afternoon, too.
Yeah.
Heidi.
Yeah, just the only thing I would add to my colleagues' comments is just that there's always an inherent tension that exists, right, between the board role and the staff role. And I think we feel that sometimes in our meetings. It's not unhealthy, it's a healthy tension. We're, again, that representation of the community that we are accountable to, and then the representation in terms of meeting our student needs and our goals that the staff is accountable to. And I think depending on how strongly the community feels about a particular issue, we're going to be weighing in more or less depending on the feedback we're getting from the community, right? So it's not only just a question of trust. We're responsible for hiring and the superintendent, and then the superintendent is responsible for everyone else.
Right.
And we have to make sure that the organization is healthy and that we're all working from the same goal, toward the same goals. I think that the trust issues come when the community might feel differently than the teachers or staff. And that's where we hash it out at the board meetings, right? We want to say, we're amateurs and not the ones to best make all the decisions in the classroom, but then sometimes we have teachers come and argue, well, you're not making the best decision for teachers, or you're not making the best decision for students, but maybe you're making the decision for the community. We just have big conversations about kindergarten that way, and there's a lot of teachers right here.
Well, and you're fortunate, honestly. I know something of your district because I've worked in the same area. You've got great staff. For the most part, you're very, very fortunate that you can hire the best and the brightest. And so you've got that going for you also. Essentially the board, according to CSBA, should be a 30,000-foot level. You've heard this, and watching down. And these are the issues that always come up. But these are issues that can be discussed and solvable. Max, I'm going to ask you to respond to them.
Sure. Well, first of all, let me say this year it's gotten much better than where we were a year ago. Their administrative retreat, the board staff dynamics and board staff work was a major topic of discussion. This year it was much more about the goals. So we've made a lot of progress. Two things. One, I wanted to just share another quote from the same article where he writes, young or small organizations do not often make the governance management distinction well. I'm paraphrasing a bit. Everybody works until the work is done or until they fall over from exhaustion. And sometimes I feel that's us. We are tired. I mean, everybody, the board works so hard, the staff works so hard. And so that's why I think this conversation is important. Failure to make this distinction consistently results in overburdening the board, while management is demoralized and uncertain about its role.
Excellent.
So that's and we're going to turn in a minute to the mathematics piece, because I think this speaks to some issues that have come up before. One revolve around data. And as we know with data, a lot of it's contradictory. We had that in our landing discussion. We've seen it come up in the math. And we have some expert researchers in the community, not all of whom are eager to communicate with staff. Some communicate just with board, some with staff. And so part of it, we get into this competing research piece. And another is, we'll talk about this later in the agenda, with our, not just the boards, our communities' insatiable thirst for data. And so when we want to do surveys, for example, just this May, we had the strategic plan survey, the student input survey, the special education survey, and the project safety net survey. And when we have, trying to get so much in such a short time frame, we don't get good data. Right, not as good as we could get. So we'll talk later today about how to space that out. So I think we've made great progress, but the more we can make in this, the more I think the board will feel less overburdened, the more the staff will feel certain, and the less exhausted and more efficient, effective people will be.
It's important to keep the conversation going.
Yeah.
Oh,
It was very funny. Years ago when I first ran for office, I was offended by a community member who, well, no, I had already been on the board for a few years, and she was rather dismissive of everybody other than saying, well, of course we have good schools because we have great parents. And it was like, the rest of us are not. So I have to laugh because, you know, ultimately what my point about it is democracy. We represent the people, and her vision, it was all about the parents in the first place. And if things got off course, they would certainly make sure that things got back on course again. And the one other thing I wanted to add to this conversation that even, I mean, has come up repeatedly through the years, is that when there is a presentation by staff, it's important that prior to any presentation, you ask the board, what is it that you really want? Why are you doing this presentation? Is it meeting a need actually that the board has asked for, or is it something else? So I think we have to be very careful about wasting staff time making presentations that may not be answering questions that the board collectively has. So I think as we move on through today's stuff, we have to think about what are the questions that the board has actually asked before we go through some of the reports being made.
And I think we've done a better job of doing interim steps along the way where we do a study session on the topic, and it gives us a chance to elevate some of the issues that we think are going to come up, and the staff has the chance to go back and do a little more digging on those. And so by the time we get to a place where we're making a decision, we're not so surprised by what we're seeing, and we have a chance to sort of front load some of those questions.
I would agree that probably is why staff hasn't complained as much about micromanaging this year, is because there have been more steps along the way. One thing that we have a tendency to do in this town is believe that we can invent everything better than anyone else can. And it's, you know, we have really smart people and we have Stanford across the street, but on the other hand, a lot of the problems we deal with have been worked through by other people in other parts of the country, of the state, of the world. And it might help us to realize that and not have to invent everything ourselves.
And one of the things to consider with the overwhelmingness that Matt talked about, and that for all of us with staff, is if the board wants something researched as a board, that's very different than each individual board member going to staff and saying, I want this research. Because that's when staff winds up working for the board instead of for your kids. And it's a delicate balance, but those sort of things should be discussed with Max and kind of get a uniform, this is what we want as a board. Now, I'm gonna stop there. When Max asked me to talk about this, I said, oh my gosh, this is like a whole day presentation and discussion. But I'll stop there, and it sounds like you guys are having this ongoing discussion, and it's very critical that you keep talking it through.
And, well, thank you, Joanne. I think this next topic is a good place to continue this conversation. You want to cause me about at least if not a hard stop, at least a temporary halt at 10, because we do have a video conference. So if we don't get through all the mathematics piece by 10, we can come back to it. We can come back to it in the afternoon, whenever at the board's desire. But we do have our consultant, and some of our community members are here to hear him as well at 10 o'clock. So with that said, I wanted to put this, the mathematics survey results on the board, because I fear that the survey results may not be consistent with the Board of Education direction regarding elementary mathematics adoption. At least I'm certain that's true with maybe some members. I don't know if that's the whole board direction or not. So I thought we could start with the survey results, and I'll ask Chris to talk a little about those, Barbara to talk a little about our exploratory process. And just want to, excuse me just a moment, remind the board that we have two mathematics adoptions going on. We have both an elementary and a middle school mathematics adoption going on. The elementary seems to have gotten the far more attention. So we'll start with that if that's what the chair, the board president desires. If there's something else, please let us know. So we can do a quick look at the survey. I think I sent you a note yesterday about the exploratory piece. You know, this is new. We usually jump right into pilots. And Barbara sent out, and I shared the different, how we changed our exploratory plan, our pilot plan. The reason we want to have this conversation now is because we need to order pilot materials for next year. If we don't order them in June, the pilots, you know, we have to wait a year. So, if that's the board's desire, we'll wait a year. Yeah, that's fine. But I also want to know from the board, if you don't want us to, I'm going to be very clear, if you don't want us to consider everyday math further, we won't. If you don't want us to consider any of those exploratory materials further, we won't. But we need to be clear on that rather than going through a process and coming back at the end and saying, well, thank you, but we really didn't want this. So we are all, you know, you are the governors, you will make the decisions. We can share data we have, we can share the process we have, and go forward. We want to do this together and not at odds. And we do have a lot of data from the parents. So Chris, can you just do a 3 or very quick summary? They've all read the survey results.
Okay.
Anything you want to call out, or Barbara?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just pulling this up real quick.
1 second, sorry. I know we normally do board questions after, but Camille has something she wants to
Yeah, I
ask
think-
before this time.
And I appreciate that Max began this conversation with what is it that the board wants?
Right.
And I know I asked, since the committee has met with parents on, I think twice, there's been concerns that have come back to me about the process itself. So I know I wanted to have a public meeting agendized that was publicized, that because we know people are so passionate about elementary math and some concerns, that I wanted to get back to that process and procedure before we jumped even further. It's hard to, of course, we want to see all the data and all the information, but there are concerns that that the board in January asked parents to be very, very involved right after that meeting as, do you want parents on the team now? And the answer was absolutely. And parents weren't involved until later, despite there being we have some information now on survey results. Parents weren't part of the committee to even create that process. Now, given that we went through a very contentious process maybe some years ago, and that we really promised transparency in this early commitment, I would like the board to have this discussion before staff presents, because it seems a little given there's concerns, I want the board to have this conversation. But here we are in a retreat, which doesn't lend itself really well to this public conversation. And I'm wondering if this is more appropriately taken up. And I understand here we are at the end of the year, and I understand some of the important staff will be gone at the end of our next board meeting. So I'm wondering if some of this needs to be delayed until we can assure transparency in the public meeting, and on TV, and that the agenda itself says math instead of just board retreat. So I'm going to throw this out to my colleagues, because I think this is very important to our community, and I think we have to be very transparent about what we do.
Okay, colleagues, so Ms. Townsend is wondering if we should delay this conversation until the next board meeting. Is there a majority that would like to?
Can I wait for a moment?
Yeah, and just to discuss this.
Good.
You wanna wait
Just one
first?
minute. Just, you know, Ms. Harris would be glad to talk about process today. She and our toasters are otherwise occupied. I mean, they're previously scheduled. We have other people, I mean, Mary Pat O'Connell, I can say, but we have plenty of people talk about the process if we want later. I would like to give Ms. Harris time today. Do both and, I don't think it needs to be either or. And so whether it's now or whether it's later in the day, because it has been a really thorough and really open process, and have her talk about that while she's here with us. I feel like I'm talking about you in the third person. Today, so if we, whatever the board decides, we can do the 21st, but I think it would be really important to hear from her today, because she is the expert on this.
Mr. Domer.
If you're interested.
You want
Yeah.
to weigh in?
So I hear two questions. Ms. Townsend is raising a process question, which I'd like to hear about what the process has been. And then I've heard Dr. McGee mention the question of the pilot and whether we want to, if our equipment's already to scale, then make it visible now as opposed to later, because
Yeah.
why waste everyone's time?
Yeah.
So I don't myself have a commitment to any of these math programs. So I don't want to foreclose an option from being piloted. I think the pilot is part of the process of deciding whether or not we want to adopt the program. I don't want to make that decision prematurely. So my answer to that one would be, no, I don't have an agenda of this. But I would like to hear about the process and see if the concerns that Ms. Townsend is raising, how this corresponds with what we've got.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Baker.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've gotten community input that feels like people are in line with whatever process we've been holding to. And this may be a communications breakdown. I kind of feel like it is a communications breakdown. I look around the table here, and there are very few people that were here during the last elementary math adoption. You were here. I mean, there were some people, but most of the people that have been involved in this were not part of that. And there were a lot of problematic things around the process. And to me, the most problematic was an expectation that was set in a lot of places that the math program that we chose wouldn't be chosen, and then it was. So expectations didn't match reality, and I think that was really hard for the community, and probably hard for some of the teachers. So I feel like we have people here from the community who came just to talk about math. And I feel like Ms. Harris, you're here, and Dr. Harris is here. Ms. Harris is here, and it would be good to hear her perspective on this today. But I think this is a big enough community interest that we should have a public discussion in a way that's very publicly and transparently titled what it is. So I do think we should have. I think the question that you asked at the beginning is one we've never been asked.
Mm-hmm.
What was the question?
If you don't want one of these math programs, tell me now.
Yeah.
I think that is something that probably should have happen way earlier and get it on the table and pound it out whenever the decision is, But that being said, I think we could use this time for process discussion rather than
Right.
content. I would be completely fine with that because it's an and, not an or, right?
Right, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, and I agree, I want to say, I agree with the schedule, that having this, and Ms. Tufton, having this on a public agenda on the 21st makes good sense to me. Yeah, but I think we can have, I'm interested in the process question then.
And so you would defer the decision about whether to go ahead and order the materials till after that?
And I just want to say, I'm not sure why we're running so fast. I'm not sure we're in an emergency situation.
I agree with my colleagues, and I assume that you'll tell us if the change in date or decision, or like what decision dates are important to you. And also, if you have any insight into why middle school math and textbook adoption isn't nearly as interesting.
Okay. And I've already talked to Ms. Harris, Dr. McGee, when we were talking about the retreat, so I know she has a lot to say about the process, and I would be happy to hear that today as well. And we have also discussed putting this on the June 21st agenda as well.
Both in, right.
Yes, we
Good.
talked
That's
about
what
that
we're
as
looking
well.
for. Okay.
So, the only question that I would like Ms. Harris to address today is the question of ordering the pilot materials. And if we wait till the 21st, does that mean we wait a year to pilot, because then they won't come until October, November? And so the board is comfortable with that. So that's just the question I want to get back to at the end before, so that you know. Okay, so, or
Go ahead, why don't you start that with the process?
So everything that you said, we're in total agreement with. Absolutely in agreement. And we honor the fact that you know what happened in the past, and we want the process, and we have tried really hard to make it's an authentic process. The rumblings that we're hearing are important to hear, because we do not want to repeat. Coming into this position, I was warned. I was told that good luck, because you have to do something that I do not want to do. It is extremely difficult, and it has been a nightmare over the last 14 years, not just 7. So with that in mind, in December, we began our exploration process, which was totally new. There was no guidelines. It came about as a result of us realizing that the teachers still needed time to acclimate to the interim materials that they had received that were beginning to be aligned to Common Core. Vendors had not done a thorough process yet. They had not completed their products. And we had spent a whole year discussing this every Monday afternoon at a math committee meeting, trying to prepare to make sure that we did it thorough. Exploration allowed us to get all of the list of materials from the county, to take a look at every single one of them that are aligned to Common Core, and to allow the teachers some time to just explore, look at them, to understand if they met the needs of the 8 mathematical practices as well as the Common Core state standards. So it was our time of buying time rather than jumping in. We had heard from various districts that they wish they had waited, because they jumped in and made decisions that they didn't want to, that they felt didn't serve them well at the end. So your question about the 21st, we had hoped we would actually be able to present the 7th, but with such a lofty agenda, we weren't in time for that, because we started out the process, and secondary took our agendas and our ideas, and then they began theirs. So I don't really know why theirs is very different than ours, because we've aligned it almost exactly. When they finished their vote, they went right into ordering. So I presented that we had done, put it in the weekly, and we did the same thing. The fact that there's questions, that's fine, and I think we do need to address them. And I think we need to come to a point where we're together on this, because we don't want to in any way dishonor the work of the teachers, because it was a year of them looking at these materials and asking questions. But at the end, we have to all live with this. This is for the best interest of the kids. And if you in fact cannot stand behind something, we will adjust because we want to do what's right for the kids. But we had 8 different curricula that we were led by our county to say that these are viable options for you to begin looking at. We had no reason to believe, based on the documentation, and I have tons of it, that it wasn't Common Core aligned. So everything that we looked at is Common Core aligned. Is it as rigorous as we would have liked? Not in all cases. So moving forward, yes, I have prepared people to speak at the 21st. I think that's just fine. I think open forum, is great. There are issues and elements that have come up that we're actually in agreement with you on. We think that every curricula should have automaticity and fluency. Those are things that are important. We understand the elements of them. But what we also need to understand is the shift in Common Core created a shift in language. So as you may not see memorizing math facts, you are certainly going to see fluency and math fact fluency. You're going to see that in these materials because it is just as important as building problem solving. But kids do have to have that fluency piece. So I don't want to belabor it, but the process itself has been modified 3 times in direct correlation to the information we received from you. I think we didn't move as fast as you wanted us to in terms of involving parents because we weren't ready to know how to involve them when the teachers were still exploring and doing a good job of coming each month to a meeting to explain what they had done, what they had seen, how they had aligned it. And so in December, I reached out to a board member and we met. We met for 2 or 3 hours just talking about this, getting that historical perspective. It was so important to our team because most of us weren't in that process. We walked away feeling like, oh my gosh, there's so much we need to do to involve that community and there's so much history we didn't know. So we took that first very short exploration document, and then we modified it. We went to the board, I believe, in January, on January 25th, and we heard from you. Include the community, include the community, include the parents. That very next week, we met with Chris Kolar. We came up with a survey to get the parents, at least to get their interest involved. He had to look at that survey, vet the survey, refine the survey, and implement the survey. And we did all of that very quickly. But parents still didn't come to the table yet. So once we got the survey, we reported that out. We finished with the teachers, trying to make sure they were well aware of how to implement those math practices with whatever curricula they had, looking at rubrics. It just took time, I have to tell you. It wasn't that we were not being transparent, but our TOSAs were in classrooms 4 days a week, then we get them back, then we go back out. It just didn't seem like we were trying to rush through it, we were trying to be thorough. When we finally did get the survey data out, we then created the application for parents to be involved. We did that, we met, we selected, we had so many great candidates, and then we involved the parents in April and in May. Was it fast enough in an exploration that had never been launched before? Obviously it wasn't, but we did the best that we could to try and create a sense of well-being with the teachers and the parents and to give it our best. So if it wasn't fast enough, I certainly apologize for that, but I think we were trying to do it step by step. We vetted the same math exploration document again in February and then again in April. So what started out with a basic maybe 6 or 8 items ended up being 12 different items of what our guidelines would look like. The teachers had voice, they had choice, they had access and opportunity to look at any of the exploration materials with the lens of all students. That just took time. It really did take time. Some were selected and more interesting than others, and some we just absolutely knew they would not want to investigate. We had 147 teachers actually touch materials, which I think is great in the sense that they're still teaching other things, but they took that interest. We had monthly meetings, and I think the most interesting thing that came out of the January meeting was when Mr. Dauber said, so what if we get to the point where we're not ready? You know, we hadn't thought about that, but honestly, if we're not ready, we're not ready. We think we have 3 curricula that the teachers feel okay with, but if it's not something that we all agree, then maybe we're not ready. So I pose that question, and I appreciate the opportunity to even consider that. We've done the best we can in our exploration. We've come up with 3, and we just will await to see what your interest is with this.
And Barbara, thank you. Just to point out, this is going on while we're doing the reading and literacy workshops, the full-day kindergarten piece. So this was part of and taking care of our goals. So this is part of a larger mix as well. So thank you for your leadership and explanation.
Okay. Jennifer, yeah.
We don't need it, just
Oh, where?
where's 11?
You're right.
Oh, okay, we have speaker cards that are right outside. If anybody would like to speak to this topic, does anybody?
Yes.
We have about 5 minutes to right now, and then we can come back before our video conference starts.
Or
For special ed, I said that at the beginning of the meeting, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll fill the card after.
Yeah, 1 second.
I was interested in Ms. Harris's answer to your question about the timing of the
Oh, yeah, let's do that first.
We purchased up front, we purchased everything in terms of our exploration. And so if we continue with the 3, it would be very few that we'd have to order. So we'd be okay. I still have staff that could do it by July 1st.
Great. Thank you. So is it okay to take the video comment?
Well, since he offered to do it after the video conference, I would like to ask a question. It seems like.
Sure. Do you want to do a board question then until the video conference? So just hold until.
Thanks.
So I appreciate you giving us the history and the steps as you saw it, and clearly you're trying to make sure that we didn't have an issue with this. Is there a time when you closed the doors on what other options were available? You said there were 3 options that were chosen, and was that before or after parents became involved in the conversation?
So at our last meeting, we were able to take all of the summaries of what the curriculum that were actually reviewed, and based on that data, the top 3 emerged. I don't think we have a closed door because we haven't started piloting yet. It would just be there were some that rated much lower than others. For instance, we know that certain community members like Singapore Math, which is Math in Focus, which is Singapore-like. It is not truly the traditional Singapore. But we had one of our math coaches, Anna Kearney, who actually sat on the state adoption committee and clearly felt that it wasn't rigorous enough. And then Mary Cavacano can speak to that because 4 of her grade levels actually vetted that material and also felt that it just didn't provide the rigor. So there are 8 curricula that were available, and actually I think the top 3 were the ones that we wanted to move forward to pilot.
First of all, Ms. Harris, thank you. You are doing very well in a very messy, unclear process, and that's why we're taking the time to do it better this time, because there was no path that's clear, and I think that we need to still get this right, and we're not there yet. And no apology is necessary by anybody, because it's really good so far. I think we as a board too maybe aren't as clear, and we don't realize how clear we have to be. Ms. Baden-Caswell's question, well, can we take books off the table? Yeah, we can, but have we discussed that? No, we haven't yet. In our January 26th meeting, we didn't take a board motion vote on this, but we said with regard to parent participation in the exploration, we said, how do we make sure parents are in early enough to get the benefit of their knowledge? How do we bring more parents into the exploration phase? You need more parents on your team now. Echo early parent involvement, certainly in the exploration. I would say tomorrow is fine. So I think we didn't have a motion, but the essence of bringing those parents in right now when we're early in the exploration phase, I think I felt frustration from the community saying, well, the board said that, didn't staff hear that? Well, you know, you're doing 10 million things. Was it a motion per se? I think we need to be very clear and say, in that initial committee exploration, that's when parents need to be involved, because that's when you hear the information that you need, including exploring different math options in the textbook. Because the board can't do this all. We don't choose to do it all, but we do want parents who are interested, very interested, to be involved very early. So for me, I would like to take that step back and allow parents to be involved in that, because not only are parents good information and they learn, but they also disseminate information to the rest of the community. They are in a position that staff is not in a position. So for me, stepping back a little bit here and getting the process right this time would be helpful. Even, in my opinion, to delay adoption would be better than the tension I feel now. We lived through a very brutal time in the community, and I don't want it. And Ms. Harris, you and I, we all agree on this. So trying to take the time to get this right, and our apologies for not laying out, and perhaps you can help us as we actually more formally create an adoption process that brings in parents very, very quickly.
How many applicants do we have for the parent? About 25 to 30. Is it that many? 25?
Yes.
And how many parents on?
We only needed 3, but we actually invited 7 to be on it, and 6 actually participated.
We had some board participation in selecting those committee members too.
Yeah, but again, that wasn't until after. We're talking about where in the process you involve parents.
Right.
And I'm saying the board said very early. So we're not being critical of many things, but we have got to make sure that this process is a little more reflective of what I believe the board is.
We're at 10 o'clock, just FYI.
Are we
If we want to
on
take
here
a
or is
pause.
it on?
He's ready, so.
He's ready.
He's ready.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. So we're gonna turn the air down just a little bit.
Probably. Let's do that. Yeah, Monica knows that.
It's just a little chilly.
And then you want to, after this, come back to this, or move
Yes.
back to the
Yes.
afternoon? How do you want
No,
to?
we'll come back.
Okay.
Finish
Yeah,
this.
Yeah, they're not here, yeah, they're.
I think these community members might not stay here.
Yeah,
I could be wrong.
No, I'd rather, no, I prefer actually to come back. That's Dr. Barrett. Oh, yeah, there's
Hi, Tom.
Hey, Clarice. Hey, folks, hello. Tom, give us one moment. I wanted to, you've met, I don't know if you've met all the board members, we introduced you quickly at a meeting, but Clarice is our program evaluation specialist. Is that the correct title?
Coordinator, yeah.
Oh, coordinator, okay. Thank you, thanks for joining us today. So she will be glad to weigh in and answer questions as well.
thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Dr. Vera.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tom Hare from Harvard University.
Good. Can you all hear him okay, or Derek, can we crank up the
That's
sound?
all I
Very
got.
well.
That's all I got.
That's all you got? Okay. We'll move closer if we need to.
So, please speak loudly.
Good. So, Holly, did you want to introduce this portion of this meeting?
Thank you, Tom and Monica, for joining us this morning. Hello, we're excited to hear your initial findings and recommendations, and we so appreciate the partnership and this process. So you're on.
Okay.
Wait, can I
looking forward here.
please full screen?
We have we're pretty much finished with most of our data collection and data analysis. And we have done some on-site visits as well as looked at available public
okay, we'll look at slides.
public data. We have also done a survey of staff and parents in the district. And that's what this evaluation is based on. There are a number of things that we felt were areas of strength within the district. One is the strong emphasis on inclusive placements for kids with disabilities in general education, really higher than in both the country as well as California. The students perform quite well on statewide tests. Those two things may be related in that usually kids who are included do better on these types of measures. And administrators and teachers and staff and parents throughout the district are committed to even doing better for kids with disabilities in the district. One of the things that our report kind of was quite complimentary of the Minority Achievement Talent Development Advisory Committee report. We feel that there's a lot of synergy between these reports. We were also quite impressed with practices with young children with autism. This, of course, is a challenge that everybody faces in education, as well as an opportunity. And we visited early childhood programs as well as elementary schools that were doing a terrific job with these kids, and it bodes very well for their future. So you can see here the district has a relatively high identification rate of kids with disabilities, and kids do pretty well in areas in state tests. One of the things that, from a statistical perspective, disability is not just a statistical perspective, but also in terms of the responses we receive from teachers and administrators, is that disability is often associated with academic failure. Often the process of identifying kids as needing special education or needing accommodations under Section 504 often happens after kids have struggled in school. We have gotten that, we have responses from parents that reinforce that, as well as some educators. And we feel very strongly that the process of identifying kids having disabilities needs to be proactive and, where possible, preventative. In other words, providing kids who may be struggling with supports before they fail. One of the things that we found in when we visited Palo Alto, particularly in many of our conversations with parents in the district, and we also see this reflected in our survey, is that there is a lack of information about policies and practices and procedures that at times creates mistrust in the district as it relates to parents. And as it relates to the identification process and the placement process in special education or under Section 504. And the district lacks data that's instructionally useful in improving educational practices for students with disabilities, which we feel needs to be put in place. As you can see in this graph, I think what we previously said is reflected in this graph. There are many parents in the district who are very positive about their children's education, and there are a significant number who are negative or somewhat negative. This is something that we feel needs to be addressed.
Yeah.
We had a pretty good response rate to our survey. Over a third of parents responded, which is pretty high for this type of a survey.
Good. Hey, Tom, this is Max. I'm going to jump in.
Not commenting with the recommendation.
Yeah, and let's go through these quickly, because the board has questions. We've all read this thoroughly, so if you could just wrap up here, and then we'll get questions. We're putting in a speaker system here too, so we can hear a little better your responses to our questions.
Okay.
So yeah, if you could just zip through the recommendations, that'd be great. We've all read them.
So,
Oh, hi, go ahead, Ms.
so Dr. Harris?
Sure.
Hi, sorry. So since we've read the recommendations, and since it's such a gift to have you here in person, I'd like to give the board an opportunity to ask any clarification questions or things that have come up around reading the report, if that's all right. Because I think that's probably the most valuable use here, since we've read the report.
Pause for 1 second to get the speaker.
Oh, yeah, we're going to pause for 1 second.
Yeah.
Hello?
Can you still hear us?
Can you still hear us?
I can hear you.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
So, colleagues, you've read the report in the book, and we have Dr. Hare here. Are there clarification questions that you would like to ask about this report while we have them present? And I'll start with Mr. Docker, if that's all right?
Oh, sure, thanks.
I can't hear the question, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, that's right.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. So, in terms of areas of, first of all, thank you for this report. I think it's really useful to us, and I think it's really, I also want to appreciate staff members who engaged in this process, and, this is a really positive process that I think will serve us well.
We have 10 minutes.
I'm going to say, yes, I'm going to say one, I have one question, which is, so when you, the areas for improvement, particularly the first two around the fact that having a disability is associated with academic failure and that the identification process is a barrier. So what would a more successful process look like? Would it look like earlier identification? What should this look like that it doesn't look like now?
You're breaking up, but I think I got the gist of your question, which was what should the identification process look like?
Yeah, if we were being more successful,
Yeah.
what would it look like?
Yes. Number one, I think that when you look at disability broadly, there are critical times in which disability becomes apparent. For some kids, it's apparent at birth. For some kids, it's apparent during the first year of their life. About 40% of kids who are typically in special education systems are identified before they come to kindergarten or in early childhood programs. So the other 60%, and usually those kids with more significant disabilities, like Down syndrome, autism, deafness, blindness, things that become apparent early on. The trickier issue is kids who have disabilities like dyslexia, disabilities that are less obvious early in life, and those kids, so often we find with those kids that parents or very perceptive kindergarten, first grade teachers pick up these things earlier than often these kids are identified. And so in a good system, number one, we always need really good communication with parents. Because often parents are the first people to notice that their child may have a disability. Because what we want to do is we want to get to kids early. But many kids who struggle in kindergarten, in the first 3 grades, particularly as it relates to reading. Any kid who struggles as it relates to reading should get a reading intervention. That doesn't have to be special ed, but should get a reading intervention, given that dyslexia is the most common disabling condition in children. And so that's often when we first find out that kids need something more. When it's obvious that that intervention is not working effectively, that's when people need to be considered for a special education referral. And that should be thought about very seriously by the end of first grade, beginning of second grade. Because what you want to avoid is kids failing and kids internalizing that. Because one of the things that I think is really important, particularly with kids with dyslexia, which is a common disability, and it was an area where we get a lot of feedback on both the parent and teacher surveys, is that people need to know a lot more about dyslexia, and they need to know the types of interventions that can be successful with these kids. I mean, I have students, as I mentioned there before, here at Harvard who have very significant levels of dyslexia, but fortunately, they got what they needed when they were little. And so what you want to do is you want to avoid children struggling and failing in first and second grade because they have a disability. The same is true for behavioral disabilities, attention deficit, hyperactivity disorders. Those sorts of things should be, people need to be very conscious of what the signs are of those types of disabling conditions and provide interventions as soon as possible. But in addition to providing interventions, we also have to, I think people do a lot of this in the district anyway, so I'm not being critical here. We certainly saw in the classrooms we visited. People have to provide accommodations for kids so that they have access to the curriculum. So it's like a combination of interventions and accommodations. But the worst thing to do is to wait too long.
Okay, Ms. Baker.
I don't think anything that I'm reading here is a surprise to me. Not just from what I heard from parents, but also my own experience with my own children. And what I'd like to see is a plan of professional development to help teachers understand what to do. I've been in many, many meetings where I've been told, what are the accommodations your kid needs? How do I know? I'm not an expert in this. And if I sound upset, I am upset because this is a step, and this isn't. I would like to see a really focused plan on how we're going to address this. And our culture right now is let your kid fail. And I can't tell you how many kids have failed. And I hate to look at it just as the HUD kids, because it's not. It's across the board here. And I would like to see us go to the next step. And I don't know if you are helping us go to the next step, Dr. Wade. How are we going to get to the next step?
So we expect a full report, Dr. Hare, with specific recommendations that will inform a plan moving forward.
Yeah, there's two things that I think are big things that, and they're included in these recommendations, but I know you all can read, so I'm not going to read it to you. There are two things that I think broadly need to take place. One is the district being really clear about its expectations of teachers and principals as it relates to the identification process, as well as how children with disabilities are to be served. So that needs to happen. The district needs its own policy and procedural manual that talks about, broadly speaking, what the expectations are of the district and of and what parents can expect. That's transparent. But the bigger thing, that's a relatively easy thing to do. That's what people refer to as low-hanging fruit, but it's important. But the second thing, which is much more immediate, is providing teachers with the kind of embedded staff development that enable them to be able to provide for kids, hopefully in mainstream environments. And we recommend for board, the focus of that be primarily around principles of universal design for learning, which are very powerful tools, by and large teachers embrace, which enable them to be able to have multiple ways of presenting material to kids, multiple ways of engaging kids, and multiple ways of children being able to demonstrate what they need, what they know and are able to do. And so our recommendation is to move in that direction. We can help in various ways with that. But, you know, we think there's, I think there's a couple of points I want to make here. We saw some very impressive classrooms in the district. So it's not like you're starting at ground zero here. But we need to hear from teachers, and I think in a very sincere voice, that there needs to be more, and that they want more. That's a positive, not a negative. So building on that, I think that having a robust staff development plan, but also that it dovetails on your, broadly speaking, on your equity in the district, I think is needed to do.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Doctor. I smile inwardly because I appreciate your comment that our parents have a great deal of information and that we must listen to them. And in this district, there's oftentimes a target on parents calling them all helicopter parents. So I appreciate that there is some balance and that you indicate, of course, our parents are an important part of the equation in seeing success in our students. So thank you for pointing that out in your first comments. I am interested, the notion of universal design for learning, tell me, my question is this new? In my understanding, this has been a goal for education in general. Do you see yourself as providing a new emphasis on this, or if you could comment on that?
Yes, universal design for learning is a relatively new concept, but it embraces some old practices, which is essentially good teaching. And so the principle of universal design for learning basically comes out of, broadly speaking, the disability movement that started with technology, designing technology to be universally accessible for people with disabilities, architecture, etc. Been applied to education more recently, I would say more robustly over the last 15 years. The good news around universal design for learning is that it is technology, digitization, have provided some new and very powerful tools that teachers can use to help reach kids that they could not have been able to reach, and help foster independence with kids. So often with kids with disabilities, people seek to provide them with assistance through adults, as opposed to developing in them the independent skills that they will need to access the curriculum. Let me just give you one example. One of the things that has developed because of digitization is the ability to embed supports in text. So you can, if you have a digitized text and a kid has access to a computer and virtually every class or device, I should say, a teacher can, before they're teaching the text, embed comprehension questions in the text. The teacher can embed links in the text that might explain something to a kid who doesn't quite get it. The text can be read to the child in different languages. Say the child is an immigrant from Lithuania, the text can be read to them in Lithuanian if it's downloaded into the appropriate software program. And I personally use this type of technology in my own teaching because I have large classes of many as 100 students, and because I teach about disability, I get quite a few students with disabilities in my classes. And what these tools enable me to do as a teacher is to be able to provide accommodations in my teaching that students can use independently. And I think this is a huge, I think when I look at these tools that are available today, and many of them are free, they're not even, they don't cost money, but they take time to teach teachers how to use them. When I look at these tools, thinking back when I was teaching kids, and I taught high school age kids with dyslexia, kids who had pretty significant reading and writing problems. And I look at these tools and I think, boy, would I have used these. Because they enable students with different types of needs to be able to access the same text. And so most teachers, when they're exposed to these tools, embrace them because, the most job I've ever done in my life is teaching kids. And I think everybody has to appreciate how difficult that is.
Yeah.
And wonderful it is. To be able to, and any tool that a teacher has that enables that teacher to reach a broader array of kids, the vast majority of teachers will embrace.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was great to see all this discussion about early intervention. There was a time in our district when it felt like you had to move mountains to get services for your kids, and the kid had to demonstrate failure beforehand. So this moving towards this attitude where we're all in this together, and you bring us your kid, we'll bring you what we know about kids, we'll get it done, and then that kid will move through our system and come out of it. This is awesome. One of the things that I didn't see in here and I was a little surprised by was specific to our high schools, because our teachers are so independent in the high schools and have their way of teaching, sometimes we get feedback that kids come to class with accommodations and we expect them to be self-advocates and understand their own accommodations and work with a teacher to get that done. That sometimes feels like there's some friction there with teachers who maybe can't get those accommodations to work seamlessly in their classroom, and for kids who maybe ask once and don't really want to ask again, and so they're not maybe the best self-advocates. So I think what I'm hearing you say is that the universal design sort of process or system is meant to be an environment where there's lots of different ways that kids can access, so that it's less important for the kid to be a self-advocate and less important for the kid to have been identified, have their issues identified in a way that would be a 504 and IEP. But that seems like a really tough place to get to from where we are now. So like in your experience, how long does it take to kind of move a staff to that place?
Yeah, that's a really, it's a great question. It's an important issue. One of the things that I think is important with kids with disability is even considerably before high school, when I've looked at highly successful young people with disabilities in my research, one of the things that comes across very strongly about them is by the time they were in, say, 3rd or 4th or 5th grade, they had a deep understanding of their own disabilities and what they needed to be successful. And that was something that was developed in them, because 4th and 5th graders can't do that naturally. Adults have to help them do that. Have to help them, both parents and teachers, to understand how their disability impacts their learning and what's the most efficient way for them to learn. So that needs to be explicit. It should be explicitly talked about at IEP meetings with parents. And what you want to do with children, particularly in those 4th, 5th, 6th grade, you want to be developing in them this metacognitive understanding of their disability. That this is what I need to do to be a successful student. Now, some kids will develop that, some kids won't. But I think the first step is being explicit about that, and about that age group. I think that's when kids can start embracing that. And then giving the kids the tools that they need to be successful. Now, some of the kids aren't going to develop that. And some kids are not going to be good self-advocates. Kids are all different. And kids kids develop at different rates. And, you know, some kids are extroverts and, have no difficulty talking about this to a teacher. Another kid would die to talk to a teacher about this. And that's where special ed comes in. You know, the special ed, I always felt when I taught high school age kids as a special ed teacher, that it was my job to sit down with the general ed teachers and say, these are the accommodations you need to be successful in your school, in your classroom, and let's talk about these accommodations and how can they be delivered. So I do think special ed teachers have a pretty significant role in this as well.
And
I hope that answers.
Yes, thank you.
yeah, I think we have been investing a lot in co-teaching and trying to move towards more co-teaching models. Is that the precursor to moving towards universal design? Is there then a point where the co-teaching stops and UDL takes over? Is that the idea?
Well, I shy away from being dogmatic. Maybe it's my religious background, but I shy away from being dogmatic about certain things. I do think that co-teaching in certain situations is a good practice. Generally, the research on co-teaching isn't as strong as some people would like to see it. I do think that too often one of the things people underestimate with co-teaching, and we certainly saw this in our responses by teachers, from the teachers, is that co-teaching is something that has to be very carefully done.
Yeah.
The cares of teachers have to be right. So in other words, it isn't done via fiat. It has to be done very carefully. And I think some of the teachers felt that was not the case in the survey that we did. The other thing that I think, though, about co-teaching, which can become a downside of it, is for too often, many places I go to and I see co-taught classes, the curriculum level has been watered down. Often co-taught classes have all of the kids who struggle, not just kids who have disabilities in them. And so I think it's a good step away from segregated classrooms. I think one of the things we know from research very clearly is that, special day classes, for instance, for the vast majority of kids with disabilities, the kids in them don't nearly as well as kids who are included. So, again, I think that it was probably a good evolution to move in that direction, but I would start thinking about the next step.
Okay, terrific. So thank you so much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having us. We've enjoyed doing this work.
Thank you.
We got a couple of communities.
Okay.
Do you need to go on? Can we just talk about ourselves?
We can talk about it ourselves, but don't we need to
Whatever
write it though?
you
Yeah.
decide.
Because I think I said 10:30.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank
Good day.
You definitely want to hear from community.
Yeah, I was interested also
There he is.
knowing when.
Hey, Tom. So, Dr. Wade, when did he say the report will be done, and then will he come back to answer any further questions, or how do you envision it?
So we do not have a timeline on the final report. I'd say anywhere between 4 and 6 weeks we'll get the final report. And the plan would be then to come together in some town hall meetings to share out, to meet with the community, not during the summer when folks are away and things like that, but certainly offer sometimes to meet with people and go through the recommendations and then start, developing a plan. But I think that the nice part about this is that he's tied our MATD task force recommendations to the importance of this work and the evolution of, in special education, we've moved some walls and some barriers, but we need to tackle from a general education perspective what's happening in those classrooms. So I feel like that's the important work around professional learning that's ahead. So as soon as the report comes to us, we'll make it available to the board and post it on our website for folks to be able to review.
Can I make a suggestion? I can't tell you how emotional I am hearing this. My kid has been 16 years in this district and told to death over and over and over again. I can't believe I'm crying, but if we have a town hall meeting and just tells people the report, that doesn't do it. People need to hear what we're going to do differently and how we're going to do it and what the timeline is. And so I would be very, very, I feel very strongly that having a town hall meeting about that is just going to upset people. Look how upset I am. Have you ever seen me upset at a board meeting? No.
And I think it could be yes, and. I just want to give the community an opportunity to review and then ask questions. But I think that the staff work begins now in terms of how we're going to put some action in place.
I'd really like to commend the board for approving this study, and I'm with you, my heart, I was just thrilled to hear the responses actually, and the things we need to do. So, feeling very awkward about ending this conversation here for a second, Heidi.
And we do need to take community comment on
Oh, I'm
this.
sorry, I thought we did already.
We have 2 cards, so could you have time? Sorry, 3 cards.
Okay, so you won't get any warning, you'll just get the 3-minute.
Yeah.
The yellow light.
Sorry, pardon. Yeah, that would be, thanks, Kimberly. So Kimberly, Amy, followed by Christina Schmidt, followed by Zeb, 1.
I thought it'd be easier rather than.
Yes,
No, this is bad.
So, Kimberly Lee, I'm speaking as both a parent and on behalf of the Palo Alto CAC. And I'm pleased that the review recognized the district's already great progress on inclusive practices and efforts of the NATD. But I especially agree with the call for the improvements on the proactive and preventative and timely supports and accommodations. We know that students with disability need good instruction and targeted support at key junctions in their learning to ensure that they'll succeed, both for their post-secondary education as well as secure and stable employment. So teachers, they hold a crucial place, as do the parents and their classmates. And research shows that well-timed and well-executed early intervention improves outcomes. Parents know this. I know this. I do this for my kids, okay? And we need professional development that supports the established teachers in implementing the evidence-based practices and the models of integrating the general and special ed kids. Likewise, the healthy family and student engagement contributes to the success of the whole school, in addition to the students with disabilities. So clear and specific guidelines for the teacher, parent, student, school collaboration and interaction, and student involvement in their own assessment and IEPs is critical for their satisfaction and success. All efforts have to be taken to inform and empower the families on the process. So I'd encourage you, let the prescribed special education process work. Articulate clearly the district's 3-tier RTI model. Then if needed, present the identification guidelines for special ed and convene the student study teams. Let them discern at that point the next steps. Individuals don't need to be the gatekeepers. Let the entry points or the entry points for the students or the parents. This is not a pipe dream. We heard from many parents at the Greendale campus that this is happening very well for them. My own family, I have a student with behavioral disabilities. The other is dyslexic. This has worked very well for us. They're both very successful. As a representative of the Palo Alto CAC, we're endorsing all their recommendations in this preliminary finding. They align perfectly with the 2015 California statewide task force on special education. I'd encourage you to read that executive summary. I think you'll find it remarkably consistent. What we need now is a clear commitment to implement and progress towards the goals.
Thank you, Christina.
Should I calm down? Thank you and good morning. Representing the Palo Alto Community Advisory Committee for Special Education, I want to give you my profound thanks, Dr. McGee, for taking on some very early meetings last spring, and Dr. Wade for joining those meetings and meeting with us over the summer. I would add that we sat down and looked at all the concerns that our families were bringing to us, holding town meetings and collecting information, and this review has been born out of that. And again, I want to thank you on behalf of everyone in this community. Talking about this as an advocate is, you get down to the brass stuff, right? You get down to the, how are we going to do this, how are we going to do that? But talking about it as a parent, it becomes a whole nother conversation. And I want to thank you, Melissa, for being so candid with us this morning. Because I don't talk about being a parent very often. You see me up here a lot as an advocate. And I have to say that my son is one of those children who I always would call kind of like the sacrificial generation. He was 1 or 2 grades ahead, so didn't have the ability to benefit from the things that came right afterwards. He left Greendale, they started the new program. This happened, they started a new program. So I've watched this develop, and it's been wonderful to watch. And I think that we've started and initiated programs, but we have a long way to go. And we have to get the commitment from everyone in this room to take to the schools. Because one thing I do know is that schools may have different messages than we have in this room, and in talking with parents. And I know that from having our Director of Special Education, Dr. Perry, as well as board members coming to our meetings and discussing that with us, that there is a disconnect, and that's in this report, the communication disconnects. The other thing I want to highlight here from the report is training, inclusion, and what I refer to as unconscious bias. Training we all know about. If we're going to really look at evidence-based programs, then we can't just have one class. We have to actually have people who are certified and trained to be able to teach to that. And dyslexia, as Dr. Hare mentioned, is one of those areas, because you can't teach a dyslexic program like Wilson or Gilliam or Slanger without the proper education to know how to do that to a child with dyslexia. You just can't put them in a classroom and say, hi, here's your book, thank you very much, and we're going to keep up with you. Doesn't work that way. So we have to be able to have that part of this plan. The other thing is looking at the unconscious bias, again, in our community. We've looked at it with our minorities. We have it also with special needs. The other thing I just would say, data. Data was brought up early on in his thing in terms of data not always being there to support what programs we have. So how do we know that the programs we're using are actually working? You know, we need to have better accountability and metrics around that. And parent engagement. You can't have enough. You can't have enough. Every parent in this room knows you cannot have enough parent engagement. And we want to work with you. The CDC wants to work with you. Families want to work with you. And they have to be welcome to the table. That's individually, with their personal families, and as advocates. We want to be sure that we are all invited and that we don't get things in the last minute. So that said, thank you very much, and I look forward to many, many discussions about this. Thank all of you.
Thank you, Christina. Seth?
Hi, good morning. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to call your attention to the chart of the rates of identification. And I'm sure you know this is not new data, but it's very stark. And it basically shows not only that we have a huge factor over the state among the Hispanic, the Latino community, and the Black community. We have, in a sense, the same problem among Asian and white too. We have 25% more than the state. Do we really identify people for the right reasons? Maybe we can give them support without this kind of identification. That's what I want to say. I hope that the final report will address this issue.
Thank you,
very
John.
much. Okay, team.
I just have a process question.
Yes.
So, that was a really useful 20 minutes with Dr. Hare.
Hair.
I mean, let's think about rabbits. So are we going to see him again and at greater length?
We certainly can arrange that.
I
Yes,
think that would
absolutely.
be really useful. And
Yeah, I
something
think
that's
this was
very-
just some data sharing within
Yes.
the context of this, but obviously this will come back as its own item, especially as soon as we have the report, so probably first thing in the fall, I would imagine, because it will be ready obviously for our last meeting. But definitely it'll have its own item.
Yeah, and I think even a study session,
Yeah.
in addition to that,
I think
would be
it's
useful.
Yeah.
Having enough time to really
Definitely.
interact.
This is just within the context of the data sharing for this morning as we think about goals.
Right. And I also want to underline a couple things. One thing that was said, which is about parent engagement. I mean, one of the things that is really clear is that the level of distrust that we've had, and this is really part of breaking that down, isn't just a problem in terms of, it's not good to have distrust. It really gets in the way of delivering services to students who need it. I really heard that from you very clearly, that parents need to be a part of the process because they're a part of it. So I really commend the work in sort of moving to the next stage of their relationship with the parent community and seeing the importance of that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Just to follow on, I also heard, I really appreciate the question about co-teaching and the cautions. And I think our district needs to look and listen to that. And we don't have teachers in the room, but I think they would be so
We'll be
grateful.
glad to relate.
Yeah, well, and that they hear.
Yeah, that they heard that their voices were research, sure.
Okay, so we've gone through our break, so, sorry. I would ask my colleagues to just take your bio breaks as needed and have us move on to our Chicks Park data. Is that all right with everybody?
Did we want some, I think we had some,
Yeah, sorry.
go back to the math.
That's right, we want to finish our math conversation first. Thank you for the reminder. And I think we have one card for math. Oh, Zara, did you want to speak?
No, I passed. You expressed many questions answered.
Oh, about the math? Oh, yes, yes. I have the whole thing. Is this your card?
No, I don't have a card.
Okay, there's a card right here. You can fill that out too. So let me call up Avi Deeds. Two cards here.
Do I need to stand there?
Where do you want to
You can
start?
stand there, that's
So,
fine.
hello everyone, my name is Avivi. I'm a community member and one of the parents representatives in this community. I have two comments. The first one is going forward to any committee. When there is a call for parent participation, I plead to have parents' involvement from day one. I was a parent representative on other two committees at the district level. We were part of the committee from the beginning, and I can attest that it was a positive experience to everyone. The process, the outcome, we came back to the board with the results, everybody was happy and we did not have any negative feedback from the community. So moving forward, please include parents from day one. The second comment is about the current adoption. There's one thing doing things right, and there's another thing with doing things smart. And I do not think that we should halt the process or go back or delay it, although the process was not perfectly right. I think that it might have a negative impact on how teachers and staff feel if we do that. And I think that there's an easy fix to this issue. And in my personal opinion, I think that if we will dedicate the first meeting to answer the questions that the community has about the process, those questions that the parents did not have the time to ask why we do the process, I think that it will fix the problem. Okay? That's it.
Thank you. And we have one more card.
Can I follow up? I'm not sure I quite understood the second suggestion. When you say the first meeting, you mean the board meeting?
No, I mean the first August meeting of the committee.
I see,
Okay,
okay.
so if the board needs to decide whether
I
to,
understand.
what textbook to pilot, it is in office. But once we get to the first meeting when we're supposed to start talking about the pilot, I would like to just
Okay.
dedicate some time to, and just have the teachers and math leads and TOSA be ready to answer the question, why have you decided not to explore all the curriculum, all of them, all 8 of them?
Okay, great, thank you. Sorry.
Minnie Budambi?
Hi. I have a son in first grade at Walton Hayes. Our experience has been, he's a special ed kid, he's an autism diagnosis. All the teachers I've worked with are great. That said, I also like to keep up on research, and I went to the Stanford Autism Update this year. And Dr. Peter Mundy from the UC Davis Mind Institute was there, and he spoke about something which I'd like to just share with you so that you know what's coming. And this ties together his special needs and Common Core, math, reading comprehension, all these things at once. He said that children with autism often start at kindergarten grade, at grade level or above, and quickly drop below. And what reason they drop below is often reading comprehension. And in Common Core right now has become more reading intensive than ever before. And it's just a prediction. So now we're going to start seeing children fall on the special needs learning disability spectrum fall behind even faster. And the recommendation he had is again tying to UDL, providing things like assisted reading technology within the classroom for teaching, well, at least instructions where the teacher is able to handle children with special needs. So the research is done, it's there, and I'm just trying to bring to everybody's attention what we're going to start seeing. We're going to see children start falling behind, especially in math, rather quickly, and it's also tied to reading ability. So I just want to bring this to the attention of the board.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Okay, so to round out our math conversation, since we've had our math comments, we talked about process, and Ms. Harris has outlined some of the process. We've talked about some of the concerns about the process from my colleagues here, and we've talked about having the math item on the agenda at the June 21st meeting. And you've talked about how we can delay the piloting decision until after that meeting, as long as it's done by July 1st. So, colleagues, is there any outstanding question you have, or is that an okay process moving forward?
Frankly, I don't know what I don't know right now. And I'm, as a board member, feeling I'm moving ahead without full and complete information. And I just have to share that. Not having Barbara available for the next meeting, to me, no one can substitute for her. So she has been through this process, she has worked with the committee. I don't know, other than a special board meeting, how to deal, although she may be gone, I don't know, how we deal with this. I mean, we have a few textbooks, I think, and maybe some of the questions that Alvin says will come in August. I want to know, there's unknowable answers right now. There's all the data that Chris has collected and Brad has collected. It's interesting, but it takes more than this meeting. So my preference, I'm looking for the easy solution. I get Avi's part about not delaying, but I don't want to move forward when I don't have full information. So
can we see how much information we can get at the June 21st meeting?
I think that, would that be okay? So I don't want to put all my eggs in a bucket, but I feel we'll move farther ahead. And if we have questions, again, back to Dr. McGee's, what does the board want?
Right.
And why have a
And also,
presentation unless
yeah.
you don't know?
If you want us to pilot something, then we're not, let us know. I mean, I started with a eliminate, but if there's something on that exploration list you think we ought to do, we'll do it.
And I also
Yeah.
think that any questions you
Yeah.
still have about the details of the curriculum, please talk to Ms. Harris before the June 21st meeting,
Yes.
so that those can be brought in and incorporated into the presentation.
So
Is
is
there
there
anything
anything, yeah, well, it's maybe an oversight, but I have 2 programs, and I've been told we're looking at 3. And
We
I'm
are-
wondering why
I can
I'm 2.
respond to that. So we had a question from a board member, or it was related that those two may not be aligned with the Common Core standards, or we got a research articles related to that. So we pulled that shows that it is Common Core aligned. Again, all these Common Core alignment, this came from the counties and all these aspirations, so that's the only reason.
Okay, so there is another package for the other.
Oh, yeah, we'll have that at the regular board meeting. And we can have, the Common Core alignment from all 8 exploratory programs. I think- Excuse me?
Isn't it available at the district office?
Yeah, it's available now, so
Yeah,
it's
it's okay,
easy
so
to put
if you want
together.
that, you can.
Yeah. But yeah, we can, part of this is just economics and time. We could pilot all 8 programs, but, we want to have some degree of efficiency. But I think let's talk after that 21st meeting. I think I think we have a good plan going forward.
And the 8 program, so.
Was it 8 or 9? I can't remember.
8, there were 8.
8, okay.
Okay, so, again, if there are any other questions, then please bring them to Ms. Harris before the meeting, and then we'll make the decision at that time. Thank you so much for your invitation, for your thoughtfulness
thank you.
in approach, and thanks for having this conversation as well.
And Mary Pat will do well. You're welcome.
Oh, Mary Pat,
Mary
let's
Pat
see,
will
yeah,
do quite
she's
well.
been in the fan for years.
I have no doubt about that.
Let's move on to our Chicks and Parks, park thing.
Great. And Brett and I talked a little during the presentation. We're going to trim this back a bit. We've all read the data, so she's just going to address some of the highlights and then have more time for conversation.
All right, thank you, Dr. McGee. You probably noticed in looking at the PowerPoint that there were essentially 5 areas that I reported on. One of them was school safety overall, the second was student engagement, the third was mental health, the fourth was substance abuse, and then the fifth sort of gave you some information on parent and staff responses from that survey. So I'll just highlight a few things within each of those areas. One is that under school safety, overall, our students are reporting pretty positive feelings of safety at school, including our students who identify as LGBTQ, as you saw from that slide. We also saw drops in reports of harassment overall, as well as reports of sexual harassment. Do you want me to go through? No, I think it'd be even confusing. So
Yeah. Thank you, we have it in our package.
Okay. As you all know, we've been very focused on the area of school safety, and so I think that our efforts are sort of bearing fruit, and this is what that we want to continue to be doing in upcoming years. We want to make sure that each student experiences a safe and welcoming school environment. Under student engagement, I highlighted 2 main areas, and I think these are really important, and we haven't talked about as much. One is attendance. And you probably noticed that we have many students who are not at school every day, students who are skipping classes. And if you notice those top 5, I think that those top 4 reasons of why students are missing school have to do with health, students feeling like they were behind in work, students feeling that they just couldn't sort of make it up. And so I worry about that cycle of students missing school and feeling that coming back is difficult for them. And so I think attendance needs to be an area of focus for us in terms of our policies, in terms of what we're communicating with parents and how we're tracking and monitoring that data. I also believe that attendance is going to come up in our CDC report as an area that we need to be focused in on, because clearly if students aren't at school, connections can happen, safety can't be assured, and things like that. The other area under student engagement that I want to highlight is the board goals. I included an update on all of the board goals, and you probably noticed that when we looked at elementary school, we're pretty close to meeting board goals around engagement, but when we looked at our secondary data, we were not as close. Those numbers were roughly in the 70 percentile, and so I think that as you continue your conversations around our board goals and student connectedness and engagement, we might want to look at more
realistic goals for the secondary and also more targeted interventions at the secondary beyond this. In terms of the area, third area, which is mental health, I just want to highlight that we did see some increases in reports of students experiencing distress related to mental health. There was sort of small but important changes there. That was very concerning to us, and even though we're still lower than the national average in terms of some of the mental health numbers, it's an area of concern for us. I did reach out to our Stanford experts, as well as the public health department, to understand if some of those increases might be due to the fact that we did have a cluster last year, and is that typical of communities where we've lost students? So I haven't heard back from them yet, and certainly will share that with the board, but I'm trying to understand why we would see those increases across questions having to do with suicide specifically. You might have also noted that there were some new questions around sleep that were added to our California Healthy Kids survey data. And that was at the recommendation of the Public Health Department. As we thought about the CDC coming to our community, we wanted to make sure that that information would be available to them. We did partner with Stanford Sleep Center to make sure that the questions were appropriate for our student population. And basically what we saw is that students do say that they're not getting enough sleep. Very few of our students are getting the 8 to 10 hours that are required. They do say that it's not affecting them so much, but then when you look at their responses in terms of memory, in terms of daily functioning, those numbers are quite, they don't quite match the idea that students are saying it's not affecting them all that much. So I think the issue of sleep is something that we need to focus on a little bit more deeply in terms of parent education, parent outreach, student education about how important that is, etc. I also included some information on substance use. We did see a decrease, and our numbers are certainly lower than the national average. However, I think that it is an area that we want to focus in on because we're still a high school community where students are experimenting. And more concerning was that in some of the areas when we looked at inhalant use, for example, our 7th graders reported similar use as our 9th and 11th graders. And so it's starting early, and I have concerns about making sure that we're providing that kind of education and outreach to our students and to our families and frankly our staff as well, because drug use changes. The things that were used even a few months ago change, and so how do we keep abreast of what those different trends are? Quickly, I'll mention that we added the parent and staff survey this year. We had not done that at the time that I had been here, and my understanding is when we've done that historically. We added a custom module to the parent survey because we wanted to mirror some of the questions we were asking students around sleep and mental health. And what stood out for me in looking at that data is that parents didn't have the same idea of how much sleep their students were getting, especially at the 11th grade. They did overestimate the amount of sleep that was happening. And they also had misconceptions about mental health that you probably noticed in terms of feeling like they would be able to identify that in their child. And the good news is they knew where to go for help. They reported having that information. But if you saw a couple of the questions had to do with you can sort of pull yourself out of it. Some parents felt that that was true for students. And so there were some misconceptions that I think warrant further attention. And teachers, I think I would say that teachers noticed that attendance and mental health were issues that they saw playing out after school sites. They noticed that students aren't coming to school looking fully rested, and their teachers, I think it was about 50% of them saw sleep as an issue. And I think to teachers' credit as well, they noticed and believe that mental health is an issue at our school and want more training and support to be able to meet the needs of our students. And we're actually going to be piloting Cognito or implementing Cognito next year, K-12. And so all of our teachers, all the way from our kinder teachers all the way up to our 12th grade teachers, will be giving more information on how to recognize mental health issues in the classroom. And if you haven't had a chance to play with Cognito, I'm happy to send you a link so that you can look at it. It's kind of an avatar, a video game, video experience where you go in and can actually talk to students. So we're very excited about that work. Overall, I think the data really validates the ongoing work that we've been doing. There wasn't anything that
that showed up there that we haven't already been working on, or that we didn't see as a need that we're gonna need to kind of deepen in terms of our work. We think some of these recommendations will show up in our CDC report, and so we're already now started to think about how to move this work forward. I mentioned we're gonna have mental health training for staff. We're thinking about targeted parent education for our parent community, where our wellness centers will start at the 2 high schools next year, and so we think that's going to be very, very exciting and helpful. And also our intern program will continue at the high schools, and so we think around the attendance and engagement piece that we'll hopefully see increases in students reporting feeling engaged in schools. So I'll stop there and happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. So, within the context of data sharing, colleagues, we have a couple more data sharings that I know folks are waiting to deliver, and just looking at time. All of this data sharing is helping us when we think about our big picture goals and our goal setting that we're moving towards. So within the context of looking at all the data that's in this packet, not that, I mean, everything is important in here, so I don't want to minimize conversation around it. I'm just saying, are there clarification questions that you have for Dr. Carrillo in terms of influencing our goal setting, aside from what she has already mentioned, that you'd like to ask about them? Why don't we start with Melissa instead of Candace?
Okay. So this is always helpful, and I remember when Dr. Becky Beacom used to come in and she used to, she's back. Becky Beacom used to come in and she used to say, you know, this is great fodder for putting up the difference between the urban myth and what's really going on. And so given that, I wonder if we're thinking of using some of this data to put posters around schools on what's really going on, so you can, if you ask a kid, they're going to tell you, everybody does this.
Right.
Everybody's depressed and everyone uses alcohol, right? And then you look at this data and that doesn't match that. So that's my first question. My second question on this is there a way to do some cost calculation to see if the drug and alcohol use is tied to mental health issues, and if it's tied in any way to certain populations? So if we see it happening more in some populations than other populations, because you know, for many people it's a coping mechanism, and then yet for many high school students it's just risky behavior to try stuff out, and I don't know from this report what we're seeing.
And, no, not yet. I just note them down. Okay. And Mr. Dobbs, do you want to ask a question before we move on?
Well, I really appreciate your adding the sleep questions to this survey, because when I look at this data, it's really remarkable. 65% of 11th graders report feeling sleepy during the school day. It's over half of 11th graders report difficulty concentrating on things. I mean, this, I don't think it's an overstatement to say that this looks like an epidemic of sleeplessness and sleep deprivation. And so and the fact that our high school teachers, less than half of high school staff believe that students arrive at school alert and rested, that really speaks to me about the importance of addressing this. And then I think the question for us is, what are the levers that we can move that will improve these numbers? We took one positive step last year with eliminating academic classes in zero period. That was good, but that only affected 300 or 4,000 students, right? And so, to me, there's a couple things. There's homework, which I think is going to come when we talk about goals. I think that's an important issue. There's school start times is a lever, and I think that we should start looking at that question for our secondary schools. The American Academy of Pediatrics recommends 8:30 as the earliest start time. We're not reading that for our middle schools. So I think we need to take a look at that. But this data, to me, is very, very concerning, given all of the negative health effects that we understand stem from sleep deprivation.
Thank you. Ms. Guthrie.
So I'll take you up on the offer for the link to the Cognito training. Okay. Would love to see that. I heard you reference the CDC report draft a couple of different times in the last couple of weeks, so I'd love to see that if that's available to us. One of the things that I noticed in here, which doesn't fall into just one particular category, but it's that the ninth graders seem to be dropping in things, and normally we see, sort of more distress than the 11th graders. And so I'm wondering if, as we think about goals going forward, if there's some short-term thing that we can do, as I wrote in my notes here, give the ninth graders some sugar. Like give them some love from this year to next year to make sure that if there's something happening there, that they get back on track. And then the last one was, this for me reinforces the idea of doing the health and wellness centers as a center of gravity on campus for kids to have a place to show up and say, I need some help, put me in the right direction, or I just need some tea, which we learned from San Francisco apparently is the thing. We should probably get a tea supply or in as soon as possible for that. So that's it.
Ms. Townsend. This is a great report. I'd love to look at the real numbers. I really do appreciate knowing how we're going to use it in terms of when the narrative is good, is sharing the narrative. And I embrace guns, students grabbing the narrative and saying, no, we have a narrative that's different than some of the ugliness on the blogs, and we're going to share that. So it'll be interesting to me how we embrace the student narrative out of many of these good results. I also wonder how we can caution ourselves about, while we may measure for things in our survey on sleep, for example, sleeplessness may not have anything to do with what happens during the school day. Kids pack their days after school with all kinds of things. There's no way for us to glean that out, at least currently. So I would caution that we're going to change everything in the school day when actually having children going to the school district, let me tell you about everything that goes on after school. And maybe parents would focus more on the school things, but maybe the parent unit, family unit should focus on the generic area, but it may not be caused by schools. So I think we have to be very, very careful about drawing conclusions which simply aren't. And then, actually, I'm not going to add more. Those are the two big things that I want to do, drawing conclusions where there's no direct, and changing the narrative, embracing the narrative that the students have created, and seeing lots of data here that's positive. And the one other thing was the suicide rates. Again, going back to Madeline Gould's information, the more evidence of media contagion, whether it's student-driven or newspaper-driven or radio-driven or magazine-driven. I mean, we're on overload in terms of media coverage in Palo Alto. And I guess we can't really look at the direct connection, but it will be interesting to see how we address that as a community and continue to.
And I also, like Terry, was interested in the 9th grade sort of drop, and I'm really looking forward to our conversations about the 9th grade transition programs and how we help smooth that transition from middle school to high school. And I was really concerned with the 83% of high school staff believe mental health issues are a problem. 83% of high school staff. I mean, that's very high. I'd like to do some digging as to what they define as mental health problems. So I don't remember what the question was around that. I didn't see it probably because it was in the staff survey. But how do you recognize that? It says more than half want more professional learning opportunities about social emotional issues. So I appreciate the move to Cognito and some of these efforts, great efforts that you're doing. I'd just like to unpack that a little bit and figure out what that looks like in the classroom. What are we seeing? What are the students? Why are 83% of our staff seeing this? I mean, yay for the wellness centers on our campuses and all of your great work around them. So
That was my only comment, and I'll bring it up again when we talk about goal setting around the social emotional health. We have one community card that I'd like to take now, from Christina.
Very good question for you. When we're talking about, I've heard a lot about the wellness centers that we're going to start. I'm just saying, busy. What I don't hear in this conversation, and what has been brought up in Project Safety Net, and I know I've mentioned it to you in the past, is looking at the special health, the mental health issues of students with challenges with special needs, and that somehow that's bundled into a different area. And I would like to know more about, when we're looking at the wellness centers, or how the staff there are including students with special needs, because you may be a student with special need with no mental health problem, and you may be a student with special need with an emotional disturbance and health problem, but we don't necessarily know what's coming in the door, and I don't necessarily hear that we're looking at that as a specific subgroup or an area that needs to be addressed in the overall plan of how we are implementing these centers at our schools, and even before high school. So I would just ask you to kind of, if you can, say something. If not, just to bring this back to us at some point and let us know how we're going to really put that in there. I know that mental health is addressed in special education, and we have a whole group that does that, but we're talking about a district-wide plan here, and we're talking about all students. So I would like to see how all of these students, including our community, is supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Dr. Creo, very much. And so the questions that we asked Dr. Creo, how will we hear the answers to those questions? So either we can put an update in the weekly, or this may come back to us, I would imagine, in fall as initiatives come forward.
Well, yeah, we'd like to do some comparative work with our similar school districts in the fall. That's usually, because that data are not available now.
Yes.
So I think that's really important to have, the Mountain View, the Los Angeles,
Yes.
So that'll be part of our fall report.
There were some questions that were just very technical questions. If they could come back in our weekly as answers, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. McGee, moving on to strategic plan.
Great, well, thank you. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Fuller in just a moment, but we have a long list of the strategic plan questions here, and you'll recall from last time we included this metric about the positive to negative ratio. These last 2 years, the student survey has been on a 6-point scale, not just a 5-point scale, because people tend to pick that middle ground, but a 6-point, so we could get the one that strongly agrees and agrees, and put that ratio to the strongly disagrees and disagrees. Leaving those two in the middle is neutral responses. So last year we set our metric, our goal, about a 6-to-1 ratio, and as you can go through, you see some areas where we have hit that, where we weren't there before, others where we above it, way above it, others where we dropped. I think Chris will point out some of these highlights. I just want to point out what I thought was the highest, both an increase in blowout positive and negative, was students who are learning English as a second language are supported in your child's school. And I want to give a shout out to Dr. Argumento, Ms. Castellian here, our MATD work. This historically underrepresented population has really received exceptional reports this year. And, that's the kind of headlines that we want to turn around. First one, reporter. We get the lowest one, she's out of the room. We would like to see is just, tremendous effort on the staff. And as far as, where we have a long way to go, the lowest is still the individualized instruction and the idea about personalized learning. And so we'll have that conversation, I think, when we get down to the goals. I think the biggest drop, the one which we will need attention, is that, in my perspective, because we went from an 11 positive to a 3.5 positive, it dropped below that 6, was academic, college, and career counseling. And I don't know what all behind that, but to me that's something that you really need to look into that, investigate it, because that was there was an increase in the negative, a drop in the positive, and And that's so important for these students to have the kind of
What
concept.
page do you want? Do you have a page, or you're just going to?
Oh, just on the table, that was, they're not enumerated, that was on the second page of the table. So, sorry, these aren't enumerated, the
Right.
third one down.
Right.
Um,
Oh, here we are.
So those are just from the superintendent's perspective, some of the highlights and areas of improvement. But I'm gonna turn this over to Chris right now. So, thank you. Chris?
I'm having trouble with the lack of enumeration, finding where the PowerPoint was that had the specific board goals.
Oh, for what the specific, the ones headed the strategic plan?
Yeah.
Those are under the goal setting, those are attachment. It's in the,
I'll flex over on this one. Right, so one of a couple of things.
Chris, it is, sorry, it is attachment C on the goal report. So the goal report is item 5 and 6. It looks like this, attachment C will find looks like this.
There you go.
There you go. And these are ones that we use to evaluate ourselves upon the goal.
So thank you for the guidance on that one. So a couple things. First of all, a high level view. We had a very, I think, good response from parents this year. We did something very unique. Our survey platform now allows us to put surveys out in the exact same survey in multiple languages. But it aggregates the results for us. And so we were really excited that we were able to put it out in both Mandarin and Spanish for the community members that prefer that. You'll see this more frequently since we've mandated this pretty much for any public survey that is coming up from my office. That the individuals coming to the survey will be able to select the preferred language on the first page or anywhere else in the survey. The focus, as you can see, the document that Max is referring to, that lists, that has the exhaustive list of all the items, goes pretty deep. And I wanted to talk about the things in the PowerPoint briefly and use that as a way to give you a little bit of framing for how to think about the rest of the longer 20-page document. You may remember that we moved into a reporting paradigm that is talking about positive, neutral, negative, or satisfied, neutral, or dissatisfied. And that was done intentionally because when you have surveys that have 85 items and you have really smart board members and a really smart community, you can wind up getting lost in taking a look at small differences that occur somewhere deep inside the middle of the numbers that you're taking a look at. And so what we're trying to do in reporting this way is identify the groups of people who have strong sentiments either in a positive or negative way. And then the people who are kind of on the fence, we're putting them in the middle. Those are the neutral people. The reason being that we're really trying to take a look at changes to programs that either attract more people into the positive dimension, which is, are we moving people out of the neutral zone where they didn't really have a feeling about it into something where they have a positive feeling about what we're doing, while at the same time trying to reduce the number of people who have a decidedly negative response to the program or question that we're asking. So what we're trying to do then is look at the people who are on the edges, since those are the people who have a very definitive, a very clearly demarcated opinion one way or the other. And that's what led us back to the ratio as a shorthand way of describing how we're doing in a little bit more of a general way, which is to say, what's the ratio of the people in the happy green positive zones, which are not green, they're blue here, versus the people who are negative. And so I think Max pointed out that one of the things that can really help us is to move people from that negative into that neutral zone. Because that's a pebble in people's shoes, and if it's in enough people's shoes, then the metaphor eventually runs out as to how you're trying to clear their shoes. But you're trying to move in the negative side. So what you see in terms of the PowerPoints here are the board focus goals for the year, taking a look and seeing if we maintain or made progress on the items that we had identified. Now, the processing work on this was done by Hanover, and we have not been able to get a response back from them about what their standard of measurement was for the things that they asked for us. So I'm not really going to focus on those right now, because I can't explain what their methodology was for that. But I would ask you to take a look at that, comparing the 2015 to 2016, since our board goals were talking about either improving, about improving the ratios of those. So you see the raw numbers first, and then the second page you see what those ratios are. And so a couple of things, in the takeaway that I have is a general observation. For the board focus goals, we could go through and try to find actual initiatives that we're trying to lead to better results on these items. But when you take a look at the 20-page document that precedes this, and all 84 items, one of the challenges that we have when we begin to see movement within those is then attribution. So many of those things, we may have a feeling, but we might not know whether or not we were actually doing anything to improve those. Now, the reason for having board focus goals is to prevent us from getting lost at this stage and trying to find the 57th or 58th thing where the negative increased by 2 points. But there are still things where you might see movement in there that you want to bring up and talk about. And so the larger question that we have about the strategic plan survey moving forward, and Max will talk about this, I think a little bit later when we get to the goal setting, is how are we tying these measures to actual programs, to our interventions, to things that we're actually trying to improve in the district? Or are we asking a lot of questions about things that are not tied to any specific improvements, but we're just hoping that all ships rise with the tide? And so, as we begin to look at this, and this is kind of a blanket argument for maybe we could shorten this up in the future, because we're a little bit of a fishing expedition with this. And to me, I'm fascinated by having this much information about this many things. But I think that from an operational or policy perspective, it begins to muddy the water a bit, because it's very easy to find serious differences or effects within the data itself. And one of the things that we've been working very closely with Clarice as we start to come up with evaluation plans for specific projects. And this links back to the things like RTI and the special ed and how do we know which things work. We're tying them very closely to things that we call theory of change, which is to say, what is it that we're doing and why do we expect it to have the outcomes that we're looking for? And so many of the things that we're here that we're measuring as outcomes through this survey of parents are not necessarily things that we specifically are identifying as a goal of a program right now. Maybe they were back when this was originally written, but maybe these are not the questions that we should be asking right now. And so my overall proposal to you is that as you begin to look forward and talk about the goal setting later on, that we also begin to take a look at making this instrument something that's more easily identifiable to the parents and the public who are taking this, as being linked to our goals, linked to our major initiatives, and so that they can also see that when there is something that needs improvement, that those are things that we're actually working on. Because right now, the implication with these 85 questions is that we're ready to take action on any red flags that come up on all those. And to be honest, not everything is of the same priority. And so when we talk about survey fatigue a little bit later, in part it's because people are answering all these questions and they're not seeing us announce 85 earth-shaking initiatives at the district level to fix 85 different things. Are you following me?
So you're advocating creating a new strategic plan survey that's more focused on our goals,
Yes.
strategic plan goals, and that's shorter.
Yes, and I think that now having looked through an entire year cycle and having a chance to see the rationale for the questions, It's not that there's not a reason for any given question, but it's not necessarily that we're planning to do, you know, that that's included within our portfolio program.
Are you also thinking of changing the time for the survey?
That is a suggestion that I was going to be putting forward later, and when we talk about survey load. But one of the things about strategic surveys like this is I've always done them on a 2-year cycle. The reason being that once we get the results, we need to have time to digest them, to come up with action plans, and then to have a chance for those action plans to play out and see what those results are. One of the things that happens in the climate of the district office is that these things come in and they have a very summary nature to them. And there's a lot of, oh my gosh, we need to fix this. But in the amount of time that we have between now and everybody's gone for the summer, in the fall, when most of the programmatic changes have already been decided, it's not a very good time for us to come up with any type of a cycle where we're responding to these findings and taking a longer view of looking for the proof of improvement. And so I will be very gently suggesting that we begin to consider a 2-year reporting cycle on the strategic plan survey, simply so that we can take a little bit more of a measured approach to our responses to that and identification of meaningful, measurable outcomes in response to programmatic changes or interventions. I wasn't prepared to bring that up just a second.
No, it's fine. I just want the board.
About 10 minutes we lost.
I want the board to cogitate upon that
Yeah.
as you speak. And we can certainly, you can put forth an agenda item, if you want us to vote on that or have a more substantive conversation in public on that.
I think to me, the conversation would be it would be interesting to me to find out how board members view this as informing the decision making, informing any changes in policy that they think are important. How does it fit into what you view as the workflow? It comes back to the beginning of the conversation, where we were philosophizing about the nature of the board. Because at the end of the day, this is a document that is really supposed to help inform you about, at that high level, how everything is going. It begins to look like that dashboard, that we talk about. And I think that would be something, how we can make it play into that way that you're operationalizing your work in the most meaningful way possible, I think is important.
And I think it's difficult for the board to envision what the replacement should look like. Because, getting rid of something that we use each year to monitor progress is going to be a scary proposition unless we see, what's on it.
I don't have any problem actually envisioning what it would look like.
I'm sensing there may be differences of opinion. I don't know, call it ESP. Anyway, go ahead and continue, so the board can just think about that as we move on. I know it's coming back in a few
Yes,
minutes.
it will.
So, apart from that, I think Max summarized some of the highlights, that he found when he was going through the information. We have a very highly engaged parent community. While the numbers were down slightly this year, I was extremely pleased with the response rate. It made me happy. And I think that we also did a very good job of reaching out to our Latino community by not only having the Spanish version of the survey, but by working with parent associations. And for the first time, I sent out SMS text messages in Spanish inviting them to do the survey. So, we've been trying to increase participation. And even if the raw numbers are down from where they were last year, I think that we did a very good job of trying to make sure that the breadth of the community that was surveyed and included was as wide as ever.
Did you want to talk about this student survey? Do you want to do the parent and the student surveys and then see what questions come up?
Right, so, sure, I'll just move along to the student surveys. One thing I noticed was that there were 2 copies of the same set of notes in the document. I actually have an updated one from the survey administration that ended just a week ago.
I don't, yeah, can we display that somehow?
We could, if you pull it up on my computer, probably.
Or you can email it to me and we'll put it up online.
Okay.
I don't have it on my computer.
Okay, hold on, if you'll indulge me for one moment, while I send this to Max. Now, a couple of notes about the process of this. First of all, the design of the survey itself was intended for professional reflection as well as the conversations between the school administration and the teachers themselves. So when we did these, we did not, during the first round last fall, create a giant omnibus report on what we saw, in part because it was a major shakedown of the entire system, and also because we wanted to make sure that we were honoring the spirit in which the survey was administered, which was trying to provide a conduit between the students and the teachers, and the students and the school site administration. What you'll see in the document that Max is going to put up is our results from this spring. Now, when I take a look at this, you know, in a sense, this is now our second time around. I'm not really, I'm not going to claim that we have extensive knowledge about where these numbers actually fall in nature. But what we do see is what I think are generally very high ratings of the teachers given by the students. I have a chance to hear a lot of comments about every single survey that we administer. You know, and one of the things that is always tough, and I know this from when we do the 360s, you're standing there in the spotlight and you can't see the faces of the people who are commenting. And so I understand, you know, and I think that was an important exercise for our leadership team to put ourselves through, so that we can legitimately ask the teachers to do the same thing with the students. You know, and so one of the things that I heard were rumblings about the students being particularly harsh, but in reality, I don't really see that in the data. When I see things like, if you scroll down, Max, to the color bars, and you can dig in that, bigify that.
Which one you would want?
Just that whole thing, if you can make that page like fit the screen width-wise.
Pushing my knowledge of.
There you go.
There you go. Okay. That's all I can do.
Were they commenting, teachers commenting on these overall numbers, or are they commenting on individual comments?
Well, okay, so I'll touch on that in just 1 second. I'm not really sure, but I'm going to address both of those in 1 minute. So first of all, when we have 80% of the kids saying that their teacher cares about them, and then an additional 15% being on the fence, that sounds like an environment where there's a pretty good rapport relationship between the student and the teacher in that room. Now, the truth of the matter is that when you begin to break it down by teacher, those numbers begin to change. And that is the principal's access to the system will in fact take a look at the teacher score compared to the aggregate score for that item in their department as well as the school as a whole.
Right.
So this is going to allow the principals to begin to focus on and work with teachers on specific areas that might be for improvement. And you know, and so there's some really interesting things. So for example, if you take a look at the next to last item, my teacher keeps the homework load in this class manageable. 83% said yes. Now, this is what's interesting to me, because what we hear about is the homework overload problem. But 85% of the time, the kid says, well, not in this class with this teacher. And so what we're really talking about is something that's occurring at an aggregate level with the student. That something that can look good in any given situation, it begins to add up. And so to me, that's one of the really fascinating things that the students are telling us here.
Is that, it's point 3 on ours, that
is negative on homework. Is that what it is up there?
You have the false, or in your
We've got
backup.
21,000, you've got 11,100
Correct.
homework, so.
That's pretty.
Right, this is, what's on the screen now is the ones that are, these are the
Yeah,
results that
We didn't get this until Thursday, so I don't know, I guess this one didn't get in the packet.
So just throw out, for example, what's the negative on homework load?
Let me go up to the negative,
Because on ours.
here's the exact numbers, Ms. Townsend. Do we have I can't read this percentage. It's like 4%.
4%.
Yeah, 4%.
Thank you, that's, I was just curious.
Yes.
That is phenomenal.
Yeah, and if we want to go back to the ratios, that's a 20-to-1 ratio
Yeah.
of positive and negative. And so, there's certain things where when we begin to take a look at how do we solve the homework problem, it's not necessarily something where we need to expect the teachers to change something, but we need to step back and take a more holistic view of how this all accumulates on them.
So Chris, I remember we had a discussion about, in the context of GMAC, about elementary versus middle versus high school, where we said that it's in part reflecting the general attitudes, right, about the subject. I mean, when I look at this, there's a lot of satisfaction when I can look at this generally, I say, students like their teachers, right? And that general fact is pretty reflected throughout all of these questions. There isn't a whole lot of variation in these, right? So I think this is the point that you were making before, is treating these as individually informative pieces of information that are independent of the general fact that students like their teachers seems like it would lead us into mistakes.
Right, and I think that that's part of how we need to think about how we move forward with this data in light of the fact that I think, as far as I understand, its original intention had more to do with professional development and individual teacher conversations and leadership. As the district leadership, it's great to know that our kids love their teachers. I think it's also interesting to see that the numbers begin to move down a little bit when we ask about some of the tactical dimensions of instruction, whether or not they like the way they learn in a class, and the teacher making sure that the students have mastered the material before moving on.
See, I wonder if they have for us to think about here, whether the administrators have the tools they need with individual teachers who aren't falling in line here. Because I do, and anecdotally, do this all the time, it's a couple of teachers.
Right.
And what do you do?
Right, and I think the data, the data bears that out. When we take a look at the aggregate scores for the teachers and the distribution, when you look at that first chart that just shows the mean scores for everything, if the mean scores are hovering around 5, which is a solid agreed positive score, then generally things are looking pretty good. And you're going to be taking a look at certain classrooms. So one of the things, and this is coming back to the question about are the students particularly harsh, when you take a look and see that there's a high density in terms of the number of negative responses occurring in a particular course, department, or with a particular teacher, you're beginning to, and this is the hard part about respecting and honoring student voice, is sometimes they tell us something we didn't want to hear. And this is where we need to go through and take a look at that. Now, what I've done this weekend, for each of the questions that are here, when the principal goes through and looks at the instructor scores, so Mr. Kolar's class in history, it will actually flag items that are either one standard deviation above or below the norm for that particular question. In an ideal world, we would dive further into the school and department or something like that, but what we are trying to do is have a way of making this useful to the principals and APs who are talking to the teacher about the practice, saying, here's some specific items where we see that you're not performing as well as your peers, and what are things that we can do to improve. So we're trying on the second side. Last fall we got to work This spring, what we're just rolling out this week is an improved interface for the teachers and for the principals to review the results, and to encourage the conversation. We are having, and this is something where Terry has talked to me and is looping Scott in, conversations about convening the review committee that was in the MOU with the union, saying, okay, we've done this for a year, we've got another year of piloting this. What changes are we going to make? And I think part of that has to do with having a much more clearly defined set of processes for how these enter into conversations after the data is collected. I haven't been satisfied myself that this information has quickly gotten to the hands of people to have those good conversations, once it's out there. And so that's part of what we're going to be focusing on in my office, is helping make sure that we can enable these conversations between the principals, APs, and the teachers. And just to circle back around to harshness of language. And,
yeah, thanks.
And this happened, last fall we had, this is not a scientific analysis of word frequencies, but I'll share it with you because it's very telling. And I apologize already for the imprecision of my language because it's being videotaped. Even though my child is no longer here. Last fall, we had over 20,000 student surveys filled out for the classes. The S word appeared 7 times in the written comments. Now, I don't know if that seems like a lot or a little to you, but if I had teenagers write down 20,000 open-ended comments about anything, I would have expected to see that a little bit more often. This fall I went through and things, and there were, in part of the instructions, they reminded the students to be civil, and this is what's on everybody's mind. In the roughly 12,000 responses we had this semester, the S word appeared 5 times, and the F word appeared 4 times, but once it appeared before the word awesome,
Which changes the conversation.
I don't know that there would be an objection to that. So, I think I see that the students themselves are generally writing sometimes paragraph-length observations that are generally reflective, tying back to specific examples, like when we did this or when we did that. And also sometimes highlighting other issues. Like one of the things that I do, and I've always done when I've given these surveys, is I do a quick screen on certain keywords in the event that there's any type of a trigger of a mandated reporting situation. And so, for example, there were a handful, and by that I mean 4 instances, of comments about teachers being sexist. And I have a daughter who's, who's an advocate on these issues, and we've talked about that. And so these are things where that's going to lead to a very interesting conversation, because I can understand that it may be, a situation where it was, incidental, but I also think that it's important that when these issues are raised, that it be something that it's talked about. Because there's always the question of, well, Chris, do you censor the responses before the teachers see them? And my attitude is we're all adults. And if there's, if there's something there, we should take a look at it, talk about it, and get to the bottom of things. And I think that in the spirit of honoring student voice and student input, that's the way that we have to do it. I'm interested, and I've put this out there with Terry, which is as we go into these discussions about revisions, I would be interested in hearing from some of the teachers that feel the most egregiously harmed by the student responses. And I'd be interested in knowing how many, because otherwise I hear a lot. I would be interested in hearing how many students it took for them to be upset. Because from the chatter that I hear, I would have assumed that 2/3 of our kids were writing really nasty graffiti-like stuff. And I don't see that. I go through this and I see a lot of thoughtful work, and I want to make sure that that's being honored.
I think that it's really important that you're telling us this,
Yep.
because we're hearing anecdotal things that we can't evaluate. So this is really helpful.
So I want to say that I appreciate the standard deviation being included, because this is this is a tool to fine-tune performance, right? It's a case-by-case basis, and the more we spend time talking about development, it's not punitive, right? It's not meant to be
Right,
punitive.
right.
The comments aren't meant to be punitive. When it's framed as development and fine-tuning great work that's already happening, that's awesome. We don't want to see, all 20,000 of them, but it really helps when we have a standard deviation, because if we say, okay, there's a really high level of satisfaction with homework or whatever it is, oh, but the standard deviation is also really high, then maybe, we get compelled to go look a little closer, not by teacher, but just say to the principals, something's going on here that we'd love to hear more about later on. So I appreciate your including that, and I also appreciate your doing the word search, because indeed, the actual perceptions of the students are important, because perception is reality, right? Whatever that student is experiencing is their reality, and it's nice to hear from.
Absolutely. And just looking around to the standard deviation, that's why it would be also, were there more time, well, I mean, there is more time, but when there is more time, to take a look, and there will be differentiation by department or by grade level also. And so, to some degree, there may be places where, the perception that this is painting for us is also a little bit off. And that, maybe it's one particular department that has more of a homework issue than others.
Well, we had that report from the Hanover group that showed the consistency questions, and it was by department and it was by school.
Right.
And I think tying this back and seeing if it reflects the same thing is pretty important.
Yeah, and one of the things that every month or so comes up is that question of alignment and secondary alignment. And so I especially like the fact that this can be part of a dialogue between both campuses also. And the participation rates, just FYI, was close to 50-50. The difference being, I think, in terms of the numbers that participated, because we had fewer teachers who were setting aside doing it in class. Once they realized that the student could log in and see all of the surveys that they needed to do, the set aside went away, and so it was more at their discretion this time. And
I
so-
think we'll have to go back to having it done in
Well,
class.
that's interesting, because I heard from my son at Pali that it was being done in advisory. And actually, I heard from other kids that was a big positive, because they just sit and look at their teacher while they fill it out, they feel more inhibited, per se.
Yeah, and I think that that's really the answer. It was the discretion of the principals this year, and so I think that we need to decide that it's, that'll be the way to do it, and then just make sure it's done with both sides the same.
So, I'm sure we could have a very robust conversation now about the data and the questions. I'm looking, I'm cognizant of the time, and I know we want to get to our goal setting.
Right.
Or at least laying it out. So I'm wondering how this will come back to the board for further conversation. As you said, Mr. Kohler, this is sort of the initial data that came back, and we want to look at it in terms of what is this telling us about where we've been and where we want to go, which I'm sure is part of the setup for our next conversation from Dr. McGee. Colleagues, we have set aside the next 45 minutes for the leadership team proposals for goals so that we can sort of think about them over lunch. I hate to minimize that time, but if there's a burning question before we move on, I would like you to be able to get it out. So are there burning questions?
Just a comment to the just kind of same flavor of my colleagues. I just love light shined on everything here, and I like you're looking at individual words, because sometimes if the teacher sees it, it's just light enough to self-reflect for all of us who are teachers. Same is true for, and I know your proposal will be to cut down the numbers of
questions from the community, but for me, they shine a light, and while they may not go to a policy level, they allow for self-reflection that the board is able to observe. So I'm gonna pitch that unless the question's really bad, we continue, and every year we do little adjustments, and I hate to lose that opportunity as a board member.
So that should obviously come back for further discussion with the board in terms of survey fatigue, and maybe even a survey calendar for the year that's consistent, so that we know in advance what's going on. And maybe we should talk about that at the August retreat, in terms of planning for the new year, and then questions and comments from the board that would inform that discussion, and go to Dr. Cohen or Dr. McGee.
My question on this is, particularly the parent survey, is macro. And so your ability to do crosstabs to take us down so we can look at different populations, either by school level or by the populations we look at. Will you be able to bring that back to us?
Yeah, we do ask the parents to identify the school of their oldest child. We do that so that they have a specific focus. We ask them, to answer all the questions about their oldest, as well as identify the race of their students as well. So we would have an opportunity to break it down. It is anonymous, so we don't have a way to actually trace it back to any other information we have on families themselves.
Those two things would be really helpful.
Great, thank you.
And I am sending that to the board right now, so sorry, that did come in late, and sorry I didn't get the package, so you were, as soon as I press this button, there you go.
Thank you.
Good. So, yeah, so we can talk about this thirst for data and the survey for the next August, but Chris has conducted a survey of surveys. We want to ask all the administrators at the school level, what are you surveying too? So we have, each of the high schools had 9 different surveys.
Yeah.
In addition to what we do at the district level and what our board committees do. So.
And all the site councils see that.
And all the site
Students.
councils.
All the students
So students do a lot of surveys.
And the students do a lot, yeah, Chris, did you?
Yeah, and I think that we're beginning to see, I've seen some fall off in participation. And it comes back around to the idea of people who buy in and give us their time to do the survey. I think that sometimes it's very difficult to see the direct results of what their contribution was. And when you have a survey of this length, while the results are interesting, I don't think that we do a very strong job sometimes of pointing to the actual response that we're making in terms of an explicit response to things that we've heard from teachers or from parents or from students. And that's, I think, part of our communication about the results. The survey of surveys was an attempt to kind of try to bring us all, not put a lid on it, but to give us a sense of what are we really doing, and are all these things actually contributing to improvement in our processes or the services that we're delivering? And if not, do we need to be doing it, or can we fold it into something else? And so, I'm trying to be smarter.
So anyway, I can be brief with this, so this won't take all that long. Before I start on the leadership teams or results of my Thursday retreat, Martha's here on my right, and I know in my front matter, I refer you all to the MATD report, and that was in the goals piece, I think attachment I. So we won't go through that now, but it will play an important part in this discussion. Martha, I just wanted to thank you again for your good work this year and for preparing that report for the board. And these are the kind of things we would love to do more of at board meetings, just have reports and feedback. But I just want to make sure I call that out. So in the package for tomorrow, you saw this little quiz. I don't know if you had the opportunity to take it. There's a little quiz. The first question is, what are the 4 verbs in the vision statement? And we gave half credit for infinitives and participles. So part of that was a test of parts of speech. Then we asked, what are the 6 goals? Then we asked, what are the 5 categories of the strategic plan? And then we got into the important stuff like, what's the green new mascot? And then we had the acronyms, and you find out all the acronyms except for the last 2. One was NADM, never a dull moment, and the other was OIPA, only in Palo Alto. I gave that to but not used at that point. But that was done, and we did that at teams. And it was very interesting. There were a couple lessons there. This year I did not randomly assign people to teams. I let them sit wherever they wanted. And generally the scores on the similar quizzes were lower because people sat with folks like them. Like on the elementary, there'd be elementary principals sitting together, the district, so the most diverse team actually had one of the 2 top scores. So there's a lot to be said about this important collaborative teams. But the other was, how well do you know your district? And no one had anywhere near a perfect score. And in fact, I don't think any group had all 6 goals and all 5 strategic plan areas right. Most people did pretty well on the vision statement. So there was a message there, because we went right from that quiz into what about our goals? What goals do you recommend? What should we keep? What should we retain? So the 2 big themes that came up were, one, focus on a more manageable group of goals. Is that there are so many that we end up just doing our little piece on ours, and we lose this kind of big picture. So let's focus on this more manageable. And then second theme was, let's make them our goals. Let's call them district annual improvement goals or district goals, and tie them to the strategic plan, which is ours, and not necessarily call them board goals or, God forbid, superintendent goals. These are the district goals. These are the focus goals. Maybe all right, but how do we tie? It's more of a question. How can we make these goals our goals? And by our, not just the leadership team, but the whole district. And so can we make fewer, more focused, more manageable, and more directly tied to the strategic plan? So some specifics that came up. Let's have 3 goals. One around high quality teaching and learning would be the first. The second would be a goal about equity and access. And the third would be about safe and welcoming schools, and somehow with an emphasis on wellness, on stakeholder wellness. And so that was these were common themes, and we did this work in small groups, and it was remarkable how many of the groups came up with both these general 3 areas of focus, because they looked at the goals we have now, and these themes emerged. We have this goal right now about data. Well, that should be infused in all the goals. So let's infuse it in there. The EMAC goal, the enrollment management, people felt that had been taken care of, so let's check that off. So the sense is, if we could combine our goals into somehow these 3 areas, let's do that. In addition to embedding data, we should embed professional learning and technology in each and every one of these goals. So somehow embed that in there. There are some specific verbiage pieces, but I think I'll leave those out now, other than the importance of wellness and goal 6. Some of the other just kind of general areas that came up with, where does this idea of curriculum fit in, a K-12 curriculum, into our goals? Should that, for example, one group said we need to have this K-12 computer, another said we need to have the K-12 health. But that was just, those are more isolated. We want more innovation in teaching and learning that enhance deep engagement and deep conceptual understanding. So that should probably be part of a goal on high quality teaching and learning and a separate goal. The final thing I'll leave you with is a few of the groups, and I think they got some head nods when we talked about this, was if we don't update the strategic plan, we ought to at least have, maybe not review it, but we ought to have an annual update on the strategic plan. That we're tending to lose sight of how that ties into our goals and our work, and that it really matters. And we laugh because we see that circle is on there. Every board meeting, everybody sees it. But again, I don't think any one group, maybe the one group or the diverse group, had all 5, academic excellence and learning, governance and infrastructure, had those correct. So do we, or how do we update that? How do we focus on this? So I think I'll stop right now and ask any of the colleagues who are at that leadership team, any other takeaways that you have from that
Are you
letter.
reading from a page? Am I on the wrong page?
No, these are just my personal notes, so, and she's writing it on, Joanna's writing it on.
You're gonna type it at some point and give it to us.
I'll share the notes with you, too. I'm
And
glad
I
you
just
said
wanted to
so.
make sure I wasn't missing. So, okay.
I'll just point out that Kelly Pickle presented earlier this year the teacher effectiveness plan for professional development, and her goals, our goals, that are aligned perfectly to what Max just explained. So there are 3 focused goals in that plan, and they are the teaching and learning, the equity and access, and the social emotional component. So I think the alignment piece is we're really working on that, and I think if the goals can even focus in on that more and more, I think that will feel like less newness and more depth. Okay.
Yeah, you know, I think in a lot of organizations, when they have a strategic plan, you have, maybe it's not the moment, maybe it's something else that's visual, it shows you how you're progressing against it.
Yeah.
And we have nothing like that. I think we might want to think about, how we're progressing against the goals that we thought were so important. And if they need to be different, that's okay too, that's another discussion. But I think we forget what our goals were.
Yeah.
Our multi-year goals.
So the leadership team will prefer to, again, keep what we have, maybe rearrange it in different buckets. But the sense is, let's just kind of let things settle and institutionalize. We've been going through a rapid pace of change over the last 2 years. And I know there's always more to do, but at some point, you need to let the insurance out of here.
Well, I can speak to this as just from a principal perspective. I mean, the strategic plan categories, those 5 categories have been around for 8 years or so. And for people who have been around that long, those are understood. And then every year there's 4 focus goals or something there. And then there's what we have to do for our school and our citizens. And then there's what teachers feel they need to do in their classrooms for their students and how we support kids. And then there's all the other programs and initiatives, and it just becomes overwhelming. So unless you are really skilled at linking all of them and threading a needle for your staff, then it all gets muddy. And so I think it's really challenging from that perspective to try and support teachers in all of their work of addressing student needs and doing a really good job of teaching and learning in the classroom. And all of these other big goals. I think it's really hard to do that ongoing, especially if there's ones in the middle. And change takes time. It doesn't take 10 months. It takes time.
So, Johanna, the board submitted
Just
those goals too. Should we hear some results from them too before we start our conversation?
Interestingly enough, Eric, with your assistance with me.
While we're just waiting for this,
Yeah.
at the last board outside last year, we talked about the need to refresh this.
We did.
But then we had so many other things we didn't have time to do it, so just to bring that up.
Yeah. We see a lot of support for that, I think further out from it.
I also think every year in our SIPSA conversations, the board wonders how it's related to the goals. And to your point of why is there such a disconnect between what we're seeing there?
We actually have an annotation after every goal, but it's not directly.
Right, but moving from 94% to 95% or something in these SIPSA plans feels very.
Yeah.
Right,
disconnected.
Oh, and the LTAP goals.
Yeah.
Now, the board, I asked the board a couple of questions for the rest of you. What did you see as the main challenges for this year? And what would you put into priorities? With the understanding that was your current thinking prior today, when you've learned a lot more, and actually, when I've been listening today, I think it will alter what we're saying here. But do you want me to show the challenges and the priorities? So the challenges, this very broad question, basically the question was, how do you consider to be, what do you consider to be the top 3 challenges that the district faces and needs to continue? And not surprisingly, from what I've heard today, student well-being, student achievements, student education, overall district operational excellence, things like the policy online and other things. These are the themes that came out of a long list of things that the board members sent to me. So I tried to put them in themes. They might be reorganized when we look at it in more detail. But I'm not surprised by hearing what you talked about today, that these were them. And as a matter of fact, if I could move on, unless Heidi, you would like to begin on this? I've lost your.
There you go.
When I took the thinking of the board on what were your priorities based on your current thinking, of course, next year, without the information you received today, it came about, again, student well-being, student achievement, and overall operational excellence. They sort of followed each other. When you take this information now, especially student achievement, high-quality teaching and learning, that came out throughout the board's answers. And I've in the, whoa. No, we don't want to go there. Sorry. In the board's answers, which are, I try to just put them in smaller forms, concise, the long sheets of answers I got, that sort of explains where that came from. The student achievement, what came out often is each student, every student, actually by name, needs to achieve here. Special ed students need to achieve, state students, and so on. That we need to look at an articulated curriculum, and that's come up. Progress with the achievement gap. But basically, teaching and learning came out throughout. Equity came out throughout, and that was equity not only in teaching and learning, but also in student well-being. It's very, very interesting, and the board had, when I got the 5 responses, there was a flow to them after a while that I could see. And of course, we just talked about the overall district operational excellence. It was not an insult to what's happening. It's what are we going to do next to continue our improvement? Does that make sense so far? Now, the board filled this out, so.
Can I just ask a question here? Because
please.
It wasn't in, the last thing that the board had there around operational excellence wasn't one of the categories that came out in how you put it forward. But maybe it did come out, well, people said we're doing too much, we need to just focus on. Am I interpreting that correctly?
The sense is that we are doing too much, we need to focus, but we didn't define it this way. But for example, this first one, effective rollout at a full day kindergarten, let's get that right before we jump into, something that was really big and amazing.
So there is some parallelism
there. There is some parallelism, yes.
So, who created these categories? Max, are these yours or Joanne?
I did.
Joanne, okay.
And so they are I just tried to put them into, combine them where they could fit. We'll look at this more in detail tomorrow on other items. But I tried to just, okay, what are the themes that seem to be coming up? And actually, you could divide this into 12 themes or 3 themes. I just tried to make the bigger picture for you guys.
This is helpful because in years past, when the budget was a huge issue, we were cutting budget, it rose way up. I guess.
There was not any, I would say overwhelmingly, student well-being and student achievement was just in there throughout. Many comments about the amount of work that staff, the board, how overwhelmed or And no one used that word, that's my word, 'cause I was overwhelmed doing this, I think. But, you know, how much we're doing and how important this work is, and, you know, how do we, the word focus never came up, but how do we make sure that we're doing everything and not overdoing it in a sense? Does that make sense to you guys?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm actually, so, I guess a couple comments. I mean, I'm not overall district operational excellence. I'm still trying to understand how that's a category as opposed to miscellaneous things that don't fit into the other. So I'm not really sure.
There you go.
But I also would like to hear more maybe from Max from an operational perspective, whether the operational issues are trying to do too many things, or, and so therefore doing fewer things would increase effectiveness, or trying to figure out how to do the things that we're doing more effectively and efficiently. In other words, is it really we've got 2,000 people, we've got $230 million. So
Right.
Are we trying to do too much given the size of the organization, or are there other management issues?
I think there are other management issues too. You know, we can talk more about those tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's, I don't know if it's 50-50, it may be 60-40, but it is both. I think Sharon explained it well from the principal's point of view. So it's not just what we're trying to do new, but also just, for example, keep to your contractual evaluation pieces. I mean, there's some just daily things that you need to do.
Yeah.
And so,
And
people feel one more thing that is added on, and it's just, we're trying, and then we get stretched too thin, and the effectiveness gets diluted because of that. So, but some of it, I think, whether it's use of technology, whether it's how we conduct our own business, there are certain improvements we made with both those areas.
One second, an overall theme sort of in this area is, what is the process and how does the community and everyone know the process, you know, of these things?
For me, that last category, I'm not sure everything fits in there, but at least it probably is a category that some frustration I'm sure, you know, it's like not doing the APs right, you know, what happened, you know, too much, too many, whatever, that we maybe need to get back to some basics of operating this huge school district. And so I think that's what you're, yeah.
Lisa, that definitely came out.
The corporate environment I worked in, we used to call this do the right things right.
Call what?
Do the right
We just have this section called do the right things right.
Oh,
No,
okay.
well, that's even better. Yeah.
I have a question, Joanna. What, because we struggle with this too. What do these important changes fit in? You know, like somebody did, we have, hey, we want to do the PK-12 computer curriculum. Like this is, we actually set some money aside to do that. We'll have a discussion at some point about world languages, because I know that's important to some of the board members. The K-12 health we actually had as a metric last year, and that just, that's in red in here, but we just didn't get to it. So I'm really interested in not just your veteran perspective, also the board perspective, obviously. How does all this fit in? But keeping it, in the handout, you talk about the importance of keeping that big vision. And
Without doing it all at once
where we
and
need to
keeping
move
it
and
in.
the dashboard for moving it, as well as, you know, making some of these program changes that happen.
Does the board want to react before I do?
Well, I would say the section up there that's called student achievement, or what we have as teaching and learning, and we used to call academic excellence and learning.
Yeah.
I think introducing new curriculum falls in there.
You know, I think the challenge we have is when something is urgent here, we all run at it.
Right.
But when something, and I'll say world language, right, because I don't want to keep bringing it up. It's like, it doesn't seem urgent, the boat's not sinking as a result of world language, so we'll put that, and we'll put that in the parking lot until we need to deal with it. So every year, we should have a few things, not 100 things, but a few things that are important but not urgent. Others will never hit them.
Interesting with regard to world languages, though, it was interesting to me that when we discussed our budget priorities, I mean, that fell off everybody's list, and, you know, I was ready to go, but if you're not willing to put money toward it, then I guess it's not your priority anymore. And I love that it's still a priority for our parents, but, you know, one of my colleagues really across the board said, okay, in terms of money, that falls down. So,
We have high priorities.
yeah, so I don't know how to, this was explicitly in our budget discussion. And so it is interesting. I mean, I'd love to see it up there yet and keep it alive and see when there'll be the mass movement to make this happen, but it's interesting.
Well, of course, all these goals will tie into answer Max's question into your strategic plan, and hopefully your strategic plan is a little bit like a deferred maintenance plan where you don't plan to do everything in your strategic plan the first year. Some things you start now. If you decide to have world languages in your strategic plan, you might say at the beginning thinking of that in 3 years from now. And if you do zero-based budgeting, then you would arrange, you know, finances to be going that way. But it all has to tie into your bigger strategic plan. Now, having said that, and having worked in districts for all my life, I know that the emergency becomes the strategic plan of the moment, and everything else goes away for a little bit. So, you know, that's how education is. But really to try to keep the focus with your district office staff, with the board, try to keep that focus and to kind of reel it in all the time. Because a strategic plan, if done well, will definitely be the driver of your district. And I like the idea of looking at it annually to update it, because things happen. Your emergency this year might change your strategic plan all of a sudden. Other comments from the board?
Well, just to respond to what Camille said about foreign languages, I don't believe that we've decided to put it on the back burner. I think that actually we had some feedback from Chuck about his thoughts about it. I think we have a conversation still to have. And I think the conversation is, what should our priority be? And then what should the budget implications of that be?
And when we say world language, I think we each have a different thing we're thinking about. Because I think we have an issue with secondary world language that we're not looking at, but it hasn't tanked us yet, so it's not an emergency.
Right, so
Okay.
there's still a conversation to be had.
Which is definitely a different topic.
Well, and you might begin a conversation like that.
We hear about that.
You might begin a conversation like that with, should we investigate the need for, instead of, let's have world language and what's it look like? You know, start a little bit backwards and work your way into it.
What fell off here is our A through G commitment, and
Yeah.
that was
Exactly.
exactly triggered for me. And we, the board, committed to an A through G commitment for graduation standards. So, where are we on that? I have no idea.
I have that on my dashboard.
Okay, so for me, it just seems, you know, it just kind of fell off. Student achievement, A through G, I mean, it's the whole curriculum built up to the A through G. Boy, it's not even on there. So, and that world languages then goes up back to Terry's point about student achievement is kind of like that academic curriculum kinds of things. Some of the stuff probably needs to.
And I think, you know, honestly, some of that would fall into the K-12 or pre-K-12 articulated curriculum.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so these are big pictures.
It's just that we called out A through G in a huge effort, community-wide, and adopted it with a huge community support for it. And but what are we going to do?
Well, maybe it's not on the channel, because it's already in.
Well, as Melissa said, I'm not sure that world languages we're succeeding in that yet, but we don't know, right?
Can I bring us back to the strategic plan just for a moment? Thanks. Because part of this conversation, you know, where does it fit in, right, to a strategic plan? So, and I remember interviewing I'm gonna just run this head up there. Interviewing for the job, and was so impressed, I'm still so impressed with the organization, the strategic plan. Okay. So, oh, there it is. I'll pull it over here though. So remember, this is how it was organized. There are the 5 areas, and each of these there were these initiatives. And you know, as we had this discussion about our goals and priorities, I'm hoping that we can focus on these, and then under each of the initiatives. So I'll just do the 3. We had the actions, and so as we think about getting the goals and for next year and our metrics and our dashboard, I don't want to stray far from this at all unless it's time to redo it.
This is great.
But I come back to this a lot, and so anyway, that was just kind
So
of.
where does your recommendations fall into here? I mean, so I was surprised, so you mentioned your 4.
Right.
Where would you put them? Because you're right, it is helpful to go back to this. Where would you put them, under actions or under initiatives?
So really under initiatives, I mean, so the equity and access, right, primarily falls on
Yeah.
right here. I mean, this says it. Now, I think we do, that's what we need to include special education in this. Maybe that was the vision of the folks, or maybe that was what was meant by historically underserved at that time. I don't know, I would think so, right? That's the equity and access piece. The high quality teaching and learning, most of these fall under this whole area of number 8, but differentiate the educational experience, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Yeah, so I think they fall under those initiatives. There's a close name.
These same things, I mean, I remember when Barbara Klessner was on the board and she went back over her 4 years and said which things keep coming up again and again, and the differentiated instructions every single year.
Right. We talked about it last time.
Yeah, right. And so are we ever going to kill it? Maybe not, but we can make progress against it.
Well, it might change. I mean, and that's why you keep bringing it up. I mean, ultimately, every parent wants to make sure that program is differentiated for their child. So losing it, I just can't imagine ever losing it.
Oh, when I said killing, I do a really good job. I didn't mean
I'm sorry.
are we ever going to say we're done with it already? I don't think so.
Yeah. And then our whole safe and welcoming schools was really this, the 3rd one that the leadership team. It falls here. This one seems a little more granular. However, we saw from the survey how important it is. This system of counseling and support.
You know, that sort of argues, when Chris was saying, oh, I'd like to have less questions, because in fact, if we have less questions, we can focus on the ones that are our goals. But our goal this year wasn't around college counseling. And by asking the question in the survey, you realize maybe we have an issue there that we need to look at. So we just have to keep that in mind, that that's one of the benefits of having more than just a few questions.
So.
This is a good time to.
Before our brain gets alone, yeah, or bladders or brains.
Yes, sorry. So I look at goals in a really kind of a detailed way, and I brought some copies of this to share around as we eat lunch. You can just look at around at this, so that when we talk going forward, it will make more sense. So I brought some copies. There'll be one that looks like this, which is my current set of goals, and one that looks like this with yellow, which was the same thing I did last year. So just so you know what those are, I'm going to hand them out.
Okay, thank you. So we'll bench and reconvene at lunch. In half an hour. Lunch is good. Come on. Lunch or
All right, thank Great conversation.
Dr. McGee, do you want to make a few opening comments before we start our discussion here?
So starting with the end in mind, what we would like to leave today is with our district goals. Our district goals next year. And, you know, to inform this, we have in the packet an update on this year's goals, committee presentation, to be modest. We have, we're actually printing out Joanna's notes that you all gave her, copies to everybody, we need to see each other. And we're putting out the pages of the strategic plan. I showed the 8 through 13, so we have those. So we'd like to, again, I think the fewer goals are better. And if we could come away with some ideas for some of the measures and deliverables, remembering that we have some that we have asked to be very over. But I really hope that we can come up with a smaller number of goals, so are they directly tied to the strategic plan, and have some metrics that matter, so that we do have a way of having a dashboard and do the quarterly updates, or I'm sure we did it this semester, and the third, fourth, and final year. So that's where we want to finish. But how we get there is a little bit messy. We are in the sausage factory right now, so let's start working on it. I know, Ms. Goff, you had something, so Heidi, I'll bring it back to you.
Sure. So, Johanna, thank you so much for sending, so in your email, you guys will have all of everybody's priorities and challenges.
And it's actually from Derek.
Oh, it came from.
If you're looking, it's not an email from me, because Derek had to help me.
I'll send it to the board right now, with what I just said.
Sure. And yeah.
No, it's just
Yeah. Thank you. So this part of our day is where participatory democracy is fun. And it's back and forth about everything we've sort of heard this morning, what we're processing in terms of our priorities and challenges. And I'd like you all to think about the priorities and challenges that each of you sent to Johanna in advance of this meeting, and think about whether those fit under the 3 buckets that Dr. McGee laid out there for us. And anything that doesn't fit also that you think should rise to the level of a board goal this year would be helpful as well. So we make sure that we don't miss something. If you have anything that sort of doesn't seem to fit into a bucket, that would also be good to know. And just check in and see where we are in terms of alignment with what he's laid out. So we'll just sort of start in our initial comments and go from there.
Question.
Yeah.
There's some things that we're already in the process of.
Yes.
Some of them are just staff work, but some of them are still board goals, like rolling out the full day kindergarten. And I wonder if we should make sure we list those first, because we've already started on them. It seems like rolling them overboard might not be a good idea. But it might also limit us a little bit on what we come up with for new goals.
So are you talking about, when you say full day kindergarten, you're talking about having a goal around implementation? Or?
I don't know, I mean, I'm just picking, I'm like, there's certain things that are in process right now. And I just worry that we all have things we love to do, but just going back to the point that Dr. McGee made earlier, which is we're trying to do so many things. I'm just wondering if it would be easier to first make sure we have a list of what we're already working on before we start adding new things to that list.
I celebrate that notion of articulating those, because in some ways it goes to that operational excellence. How do, with all these new things going on, how do we spend time and energy, and even board time and energy checking back in the community that leads along the way. So I don't know how you want to do this.
And if something is an execution thing that we don't have to be involved in, this would be a good time to just say, guess what, the board doesn't have to be involved in this.
Board versus staff board sort of things. Well, I think everyone on the board might have a different idea of what they to check in with. So if it's checking in with full-day kindergarten, then I'd like to see some check-ins. Or if it's homework policy implementation, I'd like to see some check-ins. You know, I think every board member should sort of bring that up in their initial comments.
Right, so I'm not saying different than that. What I'm saying is that we started with things that are already processed and then did another go around
Things
with
that
things
you
we
don't
would
know
like.
about or that are already practiced, or because like we already know from the grant. So,
If I have something new that I want, I'm just suggesting that they do hold the new things to the second go around.
I see. Dr. McGee, do you want to create a list of things that you already know are working on this year?
We could probably go around the room, everybody add that if you like.
That would be a good way to do
Just
it.
want to take us down here. Would that be helpful?
Well, I think that is helpful because on some of the things
Sure.
I have, it's like, complete the blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, like, complete the Hanover research follow-up on teaching consistency and that sort of thing. Like, I don't want to take it as a new goal for this year because it's in flight, it's likely to be finished, but I don't want to say this is a new thing we're starting, so I would like to do that.
Do you want to
Yeah, that-
focus on the things that the board has mentioned up there, or anything?
I think, if I can add to this, I think if on the document that was emailed to you, sitting here today and having read your website, I realize that a lot of those things are in process. And so if we go around and talk about the things in process, it might eliminate some of those from your list, or it might put them in a new list to do it well list or something like that.
Okay, so if you
Sure.
want to go around with.
Yeah, I'll start and then let people add.
I'll start on this too. We'll come back to this.
Sort of in process list. That would be
Right.
great.
So,
Yeah, that's what
obviously, we have our math pilots, both elementary and middle. Our computer K-12 committee, our computer curriculum committee is active.
K-12 computer,
Yeah. Computer science.
And is that the coding, would coding fit
Yes.
under that? Okay.
Yes, it would.
So that's Suzanne Teagan.
We have the implementation of full-day kindergarten. We have our district social emotional learning curriculum committee.
And that's focusing on 6th through 12th grade this year.
How many is that, 6 through 12, was that K-12?
Oh, it is K-12.
Yeah, yeah.
Because
did I miss that?
K-12, SEL.
SEO?
We have our, what we're calling a Titan Connect committee. That's to look at how we work with the counseling and guidance and teachers that have gone following up on the GAC report to have more teachers more connected with kids at Gun, whether it's advisory or expansion of Titan 101. Daisy and Todd are writing a point on that. We're calling it our Titan Connect initiative. We're having the learning design teamwork. That's just high school. And that is, again, to find ways to make our schools smaller and also provide some important innovations that, along with that idea of deep conceptual learning and enhanced engagement. Mark's going to come to you in a minute as far as the IES piece and all the learning outcomes and assessment and learning targets. So be thinking about that for a moment. I'm just looking through the goal report where I have yellows at this point. Oh, the data system. Looking at Chris, we have our data, not warehouse, I don't know whatever we want to call it, or not Schoolzilla, but we're trying to bring all our data under one roof.
Right, and we'll be rolling out the PD for principals in July.
Okay, so what are we calling that?
We'll just call it our central centralized data initiative. I didn't think of a cool name for it.
Okay, centralized data. Got it. And I don't, let me turn it over to the group, because I know I'm for Martha, we still have our MATD work on it, right?
Correct. What was that?
MAT is the.
Minority Achievement and Talent Development. Oh, and Coverly. So do MATD first. M as a minority, A, Achievement, Talent Development.
Thank you.
Advisory Committee.
And the MATD board, is there a specific thing for this year? Because last year, it seemed we worked on a full day kindergarten.
Right. Well, this year, there were 12 recommendations that we made progress on, and for next year, the focus is going to be on developing an equity plan, an equity strategic plan that will encompass the next 3 years at least. And we'll continue to incorporate the other recommendations that weren't part of the initial 12 in that equity plan to make sure that everything gets addressed.
Then we have, then we have I have 3 more things. The Coverly Master Plan. The revamping of our teacher and administrative evaluation system. This is becoming a long.
Well, I'm just wondering what about this, do you want to do things?
Along this, and last but not least, looking at our closer over here, our planning work for elementary school construction work. So that's Addison and Hoover. Well, we hope Hoover to actually pull in $150,000 from the elementary funds to start on that project. So we have, did you get evaluation?
We got it.
Okay. All right, I'm done. So what did I miss?
Wellness, the wellness,
Excuse me?
the wellness, the wellness outreach workers.
How do you want to phrase that? I just kind of included that in K-12 SEL curriculum, but it may be more than that.
I think I think it also encompasses the employee assistance program and things like that. So we were looking at it in a more comprehensive way, but
Staff and student wellness.
staff and student wellness.
How about the report we just got from Dr. Herb, Aaron?
Oh, yeah.
Is there a program with that?
So I think there's so much work going on with professional learning communities at the school sites, and that's wrapped up with RTI, and it's wrapped up with inclusion, so I'm not sure if it's a separate thing or if it's.
I think it is the thing. It's actually that thing.
RTI.
That just how we are
Or is that in
Data-driven
here?
instruction.
giving access. It's the teaching and learning, inclusion and support and access.
So special ed and kids that fall into those categories, are we going to call it that, or are we going to just call it
So
good teaching and learning?
So the short-term plan is to include students with disabilities in the equity plan when that is finished. But I think the goal is to not have conversations about different groups of kids, but to just talk about all students as learners down the line.
And if I could piggyback on that and just say that when I speak about it at the school site, I talk about engaging students, student engagement. How are you as teachers engaging your students in the learning in the classroom? And when they fall short of your expectations, what are you doing to support them? And so those are all the pieces that contribute to that conversation.
If I look confused, it's because I am on this, and because I have a very personal connection to it. I think if we don't specifically tell our teachers we want them to do something different, then engagement, it's just like when we talked about RTI a few years ago, which is, we need everybody to be doing really good instruction in the classroom. We totally need that, absolutely, but it doesn't get them into, so what needs to be different than what we're doing today?
So can I ask you a question? I don't know where this fits in, and I'm looking at Scott, and I'm also looking at professional learning communities. We had talked about teacher satisfaction in general, and are they satisfied here? And in terms of recruitment, many of the people who apply are recommended by other staff if they're happening here. Do we have initiatives around this, or would it fit in with, I mean, back to the number one about getting, what was it, teachers, what was the first one that we asked?
High quality teaching and learning.
High quality teaching and learning comes from having teachers. So I don't know where that would fit if it's in the.
Is there an initiative about that going on right now?
Well, there was some discussion before about recruitment, and in the past we had surveyed people. So I don't know if there is or not, or whether we need to.
It's hard to tell.
We're trying to get up what's in process, right? Are you asking
Right.
what's in process?
What's in process
We're
right
trying to
now
get on the
for
board
next
what's in
year.
process.
Is there a process right now, I think is the question,
There's
for recruitment and hiring the best and the brightest and keeping them and.
Right.
Well, we have, that's an ongoing, every year we're doing that, and we reevaluate sort of where we are, whether we're getting high-quality candidates.
So I'll
So just
just-
go back, finish what you're saying.
Recruitment I can put up here.
It's
It's
ongoing.
ongoing.
Ongoing goal.
Yeah.
So are we changing how we're doing special ed strategies with students? Are we doing that? Is that gonna be, is that something underway, or is that something might have to be called
So
separate?
the recommendation from Dr. Hare is going to be around supporting general education teachers to use universal design strategies to include and support all students. So that's why I think it's critical to consider his recommendations as a professional learning and general education opportunity to create classrooms where there are accommodations for all students.
Accommodation.
Is that ongoing or is that a to be? It sounds like a recommendation.
We have held a placeholder for the recommendations from Dr. Hare's report, kind of both in the budget as well as in the conversation, because we didn't know what the recommendations were going to be. So since we just got them today.
Yeah,
I
so
think-
it's not ongoing yet.
No, that's right.
Yeah.
And do you want to talk about the parent handbook first? Because that's ongoing.
So, and one of his recommendations was that specific to Palo Alto, we create practices, policies, and procedures for our parents, in addition to the SELPA parent handbook, so that there is a very transparent process that parents can access and review what we provide.
So is it fair to say that what's ongoing is the investigation into special ed, special ed? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then the new project would be implement Dr. Hare's recommendations.
What's so neat about that is it's bigger than special ed.
That's right.
So if that captures, you know, I love the point where why do you need an IEP or a 504, maybe you can capture kids anyway. So I don't know what you guys are naming it, but I kind of like that.
So Sharon's new on board, but she, I think, when
But not.
you have to talk to Barbara and Sharon, and not, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, it's what she's done to the JLS level, I mean, in a sense, as a microcosm, is gonna be offered kind of across now schools. But it's, the idea is that I like the action plan, but it's an inclusion and support action plan from, so it is the idea of UBD, which is understanding by design, but it's learning targets, it's designing curriculum and instruction, but also it's creating a culture of where we don't see a student and say, that's what we do for that, that's what we find the universal accommodations, how can we assist every student universally, and then how do we have to do that in particular for individual students, because we could be doing a better job, certainly, of doing a broader support system for lots of kids. That
But
would
you
be
said you don't
fun.
have to change content.
Right, and so a plan of action would be really important.
And our conversion to online sort of policies and agendas, right?
Oh, that's a good one, absolutely.
Is that the K-12 computer committee?
That's different.
No.
This is an infrastructure thing.
Yeah, we're gonna need more people. I'm working out. We're gonna need page 2.
So I think what would be different for
Yeah.
us is that we would have a focused professional development effort for the whole district rather than, people taking on maybe higher level school or something else. I think that's what we're looking at, taking the JLS and focus.
For what we can keep this out, we're going to see it.
For the professional development of teachers to be, to own personalized learning, to own how to do understand by design. Professional communities.
I just hope we're moving away from tell us what your kid needs and we'll do it for you too. We know that these are evidence-based practices that will help your kid with the problems that he or she has. Because today that doesn't feel like that's there. It feels like if you get a special teacher who knows about this kind of thing, you might get it, but otherwise it doesn't feel like it's systematically there.
Yeah, I think we have it down here as the beginning, but definitely not completed.
Any other staff members want to add anything to the end process?
So one is the Schoology gradebook, the more consistent use around Schoology, and then the monitoring piece around that we've been talking about for a little while now, that we're still working on.
And that's a piece.
Is that idea to just go to one system instead of having Schoology and Infinite Campus, or no?
So we won't be able to, we can't do one or the other. With Schoology and Infinite Campus, they serve different functions. The idea of the Schoology is more of the in-progress type of, always up-to-date system between parents and students and teachers, whereas Infinite Campus is more of the permanent storage, official record system. And what we're talking about, though, is the use of the Schoology gradebook and kind of what we talked about last year, and then going forward into this year is that's still in progress of the implementation of making sure it's a more consistent experience for our students.
Anyone else want to add anything that's in the process?
Well, it's a modification to what I said before, and the reason I couldn't name it is because I've actually been trying to rethink it in terms of the data literacy. So it's not a focus so much on the technology and the thing that's holding the data, but we're in the process of designing data literacy PD to improve the capacity of the teachers and the site administrators to use what we're going to be providing to them.
And providing what to them?
Well, we're going to be, the data that we're going to be providing to them. So really raising their, helping them go through the data conversations and learn how to better use it in terms of having it be lead to data-informed instruction, as opposed to a goal that's focusing solely on the thing. It's really focusing on what people are going to do with the thing.
I think it's what Catherine and Chris are saying, the same thing in different ways, right? So we're trying to shift the culture to use data to inform our instruction, and in order to do that, you have to provide the professional learning for teachers to be able to have the frameworks for those conversations, because sometimes data can be hard to look at or easy either way, but and what is the data telling you, and how does that work, and how should that influence your instruction? So the PLCs and the data PD connect to one another.
Yeah.
And that's all about improving your instruction in the classroom.
Okay, so in terms of,
Ask a question.
Yeah,
So
process.
one of the ones that we worked on is improving consistency in grading across teachers and for policy implementation. Are those considered still in flight?
Yes, and those are through the IS structure. And so that's what the ISs of the secondary level are actively taking on. They developed a process for conversation, for discussion, and that was the common course guide outcome. And then we would follow those structures to get at grading across same subject alike, and things of that nature. That'll be ongoing next year.
And then the other one I had was, I think maybe somebody had said this one, looking at the final EMAC recommendations and making final, I guess this is never final, making current decisions on sites. Did we have that one already? On sites?
No, that's going to be done this summer. That's already in process. Bob is working on that recommendation.
Okay, so that's, but it's in the process, it's in the process.
It's in process,
Okay.
but we hope to have that done in August before, at least we'll see, by anniversary.
Okay.
And what was it?
Final EMAC recommendations.
Yeah.
In
We know
EMAC, EMAC.
Enrollment Management Advisory Committee.
Oh, did you put up my question to Marcus? Oh, you did, improving consistency. and
Yes.
Okay.
I think if the real goal is making student well-being and student achievement not separate, they're separate in terms of buckets, but yet they're so interconnected, and that's the work.
I think that could be said for almost everything. Okay.
But I'm saying, I mean, but there's an intentionality of staff.
I remember when it was, you talked about homework policy implementation, and I was just wondering about, did I read in one of these reports something that Pally's doing to capture how much students are?
Yeah, so that may be a discussion we need to have sometime. That's not, right now, I'd like to move that into the staff work. Right now, the students have actually developed that. And part of it, as a board member pointed out, is help with course selection. But part of it is a way for kids to enter and so we can monitor homework. I mean, that's like a Yelp type architecture for that.
That needs to turn around for it to do that, right? I mean, at least what you put in here was really about picking your courses. And to get to the next part, giving feedback to teachers on how much homework they have, that's like another
Right,
part.
but they have access to it, the teachers have access to it.
So is it gathering data though?
It's gathering data from this, so students are entering what their homework is.
Oh, what was in here, these only pages that shows?
That's just, those are samples. That's a sample of the whole website, yeah. So I just picked, the cover page, the algebra 2, because they have that for every course, basically.
Right, but does it allow them then to say, I'm in the second week of algebra 2 and I have 4 hours of homework, and the teacher just said there was going to be 2?
Yeah, well, it allows, yeah, I mean, who does it allow? Let me clarify what you're asking.
Because there's 2 different uses
Right.
or something like that.
Right.
One is to plan your schedule so that you don't kill yourself. And they have a worksheet right now for that, and so put that online would be helpful. The other side is for the teachers to hear what's really happening.
Right.
So the teacher gives 4 hours of homework, 2 hours of homework on their syllabus, but it really takes 90% of the kids 4 hours to do it. Is there a way for those 90% of the kids to feedback, it took us 4 hours to do the 2 hours?
Only if they tell us or the teacher, so, it becomes an exception for you.
Okay. 'Cause
So
that
the kids
is-
know what's going in and what the expectations are.
Right,
Right.
right, that's an important part, but I think the other part of it is how can we connect reality back to the teachers
Right.
in more than just the end of the semester reporting. And I know that some students do email their teachers and say, this took me 20 hours, and you said it was only going to take 2. Most students won't do that because it's uncomfortable. It makes me sound stupid, it took me 20 hours, so that's the question.
Right, so right now, we don't, whatever, I think I wrote in there something about, consumer goal update, maybe we just try to do it, it's just exceptional for you. If that's not enough, then we need to think of a better way to do it. But again, I think what the earlier data points out is this, how big a problem is this? Is this a problem not to throw a lot of resources?
And I don't know, I just, since you said the kids created it, I was trying to understand
Yeah,
what they created.
but that's it, so it's just an exception. It gives you an idea, and I think it's a reality check for the teachers, because they can engage in this. If I'm giving 4 hours of homework, but I told the kids it'd be 2 hours, and that's what they're expecting.
Okay, so, yay.
So it's not.
Anyway, so I'm not sure that answers the question.
Yes.
In a moment.
Just
Okay, so this is in process. So let's move now to anything that the board brought up as a priority or challenge that's not already in process. Not that it will rise to the level of one of our common priorities, but just so everyone can feel priorities in terms of what your top different priorities are that have not been mentioned so far. And we'll just start, you can just go over in there, and you have one. We'll just go one and then do another one. If there's one
well,
that you wrote that is not reflected somewhere in your thinking.
Well, to pick up on the conversation we were just having, implementation of homework policy, which by the way celebrated its 4th birthday yesterday.
Oh my
Happy
gosh,
birthday.
we should have baked a cake.
Wow. Yeah, 4 years ago yesterday, the board adopted.
It was
homework
talked
policy.
about it.
Yeah, which is maybe something to celebrate, but also something that should make us concerned about the fact that we don't actually know the answers to the questions that we're listening to. How much homework are kids actually doing in their classes? I mean, we have I think we have two kinds of reporting. One is the exception reporting that Max pointed out, which you pointed out here, which is, if kids or parents are upset because they've got way more homework than they'll tell their teacher, that's not terribly useful as an indication of what the day-to-day experience is like. And then we have these kind of end of class summaries, and the challenge success kind of stuff, and that consistently indicates that students are doing, on average, substantially more than the homework policy indicates. So I think we need to take the next step and provide students a way to provide feedback about how much homework they're actually doing so that we can understand what our situation is. Otherwise, there's no point in having a public policy that tells students and parents, here's how much homework you're going to have, if we're not actually going to measure it or care about whether it actually happens. I think that's a commitment to the. So I would very much like to see this as something that we get done this year. It sounds like there's some work in progress that might get repurposed.
Yeah, we might be able to
I don't think it's a
do that.
super, high decline, but I think we should do it.
And some of the things that we bring out now in this open discussion, we can talk about whether this might be a measure or deliverable under one of the 3 buckets, like high-quality teaching and learning, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we can talk about that as the next step, just to keep it in.
And potentially prioritize if the list gets too long, not too long, gets long.
Okay, so thank you for that, Melissa.
Yeah, I mean, you sort of have it there, but I want to be a little more clear about it. And that is having a way to measure and evaluate whether we're having meaningful academic progress for every child. We used to say year's progress for every child, but we really didn't have a way to tell once we got above proficient. So I think this is still a challenge for us. When I look at the surveys, one of the things that's very clear is how much complaint about not enough challenge, I see particularly at the elementary school level. So I think we have gone after it with the underserved minority students. But we have to remember that we have a full range of students here. And we're particularly actually worried about the kids in the middle, because we're always worried about one side or the other. So although it's up there, meaningful academic challenge, I think we need to figure out how to measure it. And going back to what Ms. Townsend said earlier, we made a goal several years ago to have every student graduate with the A through G requirements completed. And we need to go back and check and see if that's happened. And if it hasn't happened, we need to take some action of some sort. So the goal isn't just to get a report, the goal is to make sure that our earlier goal is successful.
Is this the second one?
This is the second one.
And can you say that again?
I'd like to make sure that we know how we're doing against A through G completion.
Oh, A through G.
And if we're not succeeding against our goal, I'd like some plan as to what to do.
When is it next year that students must be A to G?
That was 2016.
This year.
Graduates of 2016.
So the question is, how many students needed to get waivers?
I think it's a little bit more than that, because we can look at progress for students that are in high school right now and see if they're on track or not. This goes back to my question about world language, because I think we have a problem there that we're not looking at. But until we get data, I can't.
If I'm ever not writing them down the way you intend, I know you'll let me know. And by the way, if you're the recorder up here, spelling doesn't count. All right, thank you.
Looks good. Terry?
So I'll pick up on Melissa's last thing there. I'd like to explore the world languages for the
K through 12?
K-12, yeah.
Okay.
K-12,
And I want to underline 612.
or 6-12, is that right? Someone said K, someone said 6, right?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that I agree on the top end, so you have two people.
Oh, okay.
It's friendly amendment.
You know what you mean.
This is important. We can fight it out later.
Yeah, friendly. Been a long story.
Oh, gosh. Boy, there's not a whole lot I think I'm going to add. I think back to a meaningful academic progress for each child each year. I appreciate, Joanne, what you had sent out from the list of the board members saying, you know, we don't have STAR testing anymore. People are unhappy with SBAC. Teachers don't like certain math. I mean, we have no benchmarks anymore. And how can you have an excellent district when you have self-designed assessments by each teacher? That, as a policymaker, is unacceptable.
Actually, we do have some district benchmarks, Barbie on top about the elementary ones we have. Yeah.
That would be great.
Yeah.
We have the writing baseline and end of the year with the progression, writing progression rubric that we score.
Is that the one we wrote in-house?
No, it's from Teachers College.
Oh, Teachers College, okay.
And that's K8 or K6?
It's K5.
Okay, 5. Okay.
We have the end of the year, beginning of the year and end of the year math assessment, which is the EDM assessment that we have used over the last 4 years, but we've actually now vetted it so that we included some Common Core, so it's Common Core aligned. We're hoping, when we get a new math adoption, that will be replaced.
So Barbara, that, we've added on to that in district. We can't compare to other districts on that one, or can we, on that math?
Not on the beginning and end of the year, but on the Mars test, we can. The other assessment that we do at midpoint is that the schools have the right to choose one of the SBAC formative assessments that they can then take and prepare for their SBAC exam, and that's usually in the January, February timeframe. We have the DRA too still, so they're doing that 2 times a year and 3 if the student's not showing work.
Okay, again, thank you for that. It doesn't allow us to look outside our districts. I'm just going to keep repeating because eventually, hopefully, SBAC will come along. CSTs were great if we get that baseline, and I appreciate trying to do something in-house, but boy, I'm looking for that time when we're able to return.
So also the other question is, so it does seem like we have a number of assessments, whether they're in-house or not, for K-5. But the common assessments for secondary, what are they at this point?
Sure,
Other than
about the
satisfaction?
middle school.
I would suggest that there aren't any.
Yeah.
But from school to school, within the schools have created them. But outside of task testing.
Which is the SBAC. Yeah.
Correct.
And we have more buy-in at the middle school level for SBAC, right?
We only give SBAC at 11th grade, right?
No, it's
No.
No, I'm sorry, at the high school level.
At the high school level, 10th or 11th grade.
Just 11th grade.
What is that in?
Middle school, 6, 7.
It's all grades.
Yeah. That's right.
But there are efforts, there is work being done to have common assessments, like she said, within schools. So as an example, the Algebra 1-1A, they're going to be using the Berkeley MBTA test as a pre-list each semester, so it's underway.
within each school and within each department at each school, there are common assessments, right? So the math teachers all give the same unit test for each unit, things like that. That's the work that has happened, that if you're asking across all the schools, like middle school or the two high schools.
Is benchmarking us with other districts, which we don't have.
So I'm just gonna throw that out there again, it's always been, for a while, it was beautiful. We had actually had, based on many years from the state of California, and we're still, been kind of thrown under by the state, but it doesn't help us. So we're just trying to figure out how we can do that and have a yearly update on how we're doing. And I'm not as concerned about the high school, because I always, at least we have, APs, at
Right.
least we have
SATs.
SATs, at least we have some of that.
Right.
But, a year's growth for each student. And so, 2 cents on this notion. I'm getting feedback, and I don't know if our surveys, our surveys reflect that our kids are generally pretty happy, and even on workload. But I am getting a little pushback from pretty high achieving students who feel that they're being diminished because they're doing well, that somehow they're doing well diminishes others. And if you haven't heard that, you should, if you have a high school kid around, you should ask them about that. Because I'm getting a sense of that only because of the conversations I've had, and I don't want it to be that someone has to lose in order for someone to gain. And I think the conversations have been either or rather than how do we embrace. So I'm not going to come to a conclusion, but there's enough troubling out there.
I'm just going to bring up something they brought up for the last 2 years, and that is the way we grade at the high school level is not consistent with our peers. We don't provide weighted grading. You can get it done if you ask for it, and it will be handwritten. But you don't get it on your transcript, and it changes the way we compete against other schools, other kids in other schools and other districts. And it actually can have an economic impact if you're applying to a school that doesn't reweight. University of Oregon gives $9,000 a year if you have a GPA of 3.8 or above, and they don't recalibrate to see if that GPA is weighted or not weighted. So just using our 2 schools, if you're smart enough at gun to go and ask somebody for this, you have a 3.5 but a 3.8 with the weight, you'll get $9,000 a year at University of Oregon. Palo you won't. And then you compare that to the schools that we compete against. And I mean, it sort of goes to what Camille's saying. I feel like the reason we don't talk about this is because it's stressful to think that kids that are taking certain kind of classes could get a bump in their GPA. But the rest of the world doesn't seem to think that. So
yeah, so the focus that some of the kids who are striving feel undervalued by our actions, that we're not recognizing the work they do. So it's a bigger question. I guess you could weight it for me. It's the bigger conversation about.
What can I add to that to get your? Pardon me?
Go ahead.
What, I'm asking you actually.
Well, I'm trying to read above the weighted grading.
Oh, a yearly update, meaningful academic progress. How do we know comparison to other districts yearly? And this one says weighted grading review. Should I be writing bigger?
That's, I'm going to let you read out loud. That's fine. Weighting graded is an example, it seems, of this concern of some of our students that we don't value their achievement. And
you see those two connected?
I do.
Okay.
It might be an example of one of them. But it's even in the conversation of, as one group does better, it's like, how do we embrace everybody when we have many initiatives?
why does it have to feel like a zero-sum game?
Yes.
In this, and maybe it does in the world, but what can we do to make it feel less like a zero-sum game?
That makes sense.
Okay, thank you. Just that say value students what?
Value students and a scribble.
We did
That was when I quit writing.
Do you want to expand that to value students' achievements?
Achievement, yeah, of course.
Yes. Okay. I think I heard you say this with this Titan Connect team.
Yeah.
Which I hadn't heard about, but the board has talked about moving to a TA advisory system, sort of improving advisory and connections between teachers and students since before I joined the board. And even though the board has consistently said they would like to do that, that hasn't happened. So I'm wondering, does there need to be a specific focused goal, measure, and deliverable around this? Because I would really like to highlight not just moving to an advisory model, but also improving advisory models at both schools. I think, this is another one that's just been talked about, and nothing. It's very difficult to make this change happen, and I think we can shine a new light on it.
Yeah. So the, so I met with the Gun ISs now twice about this, and I've met with the two teachers who are writing plan on this. Saying that you're going to do Pally's advisory program as Pally will not work. We're doing it to failure. We're guns, right. So let's talk about what the outcomes we want are. We want more teacher connections with kids. We want time with teachers to provide guidance, support, advice to the students. So what would that look like? Is that an expansion of Title I? Is it the replication of Pally Advisors or something better? So we have a year, well, not a year, we have like not even that, we have till January to work on it. We have a few months to work on it. Daisy and Todd have already spoken to the whole faculty about this, and they're putting together a team to get going on this. And I thought the name was terrific, and the Titan Connect was their idea. And so, again, this comes into, what's board and what staff work. So I think if we're clear on what outcomes we expect, and then we'll get an update. I told them that I'm looking for some regular monthly updates as we move along, and we can share those with the board. I have not talked to Pally beyond our general conversations that we've had about the standard for the advisory system and counseling in any kind of detail like that. I don't think any of us have. I'm looking down on the Marcus.
So is that part of the learning design team conversations?
No, they're kind of bigger stuff, yeah. They're more macro. So, but that doesn't mean we can't have it. So, I mean, as you're asking for what the board wants to do as well, so I think we just put it in there. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an outcome. Just hasn't happened, so.
Okay. I actually think that one of the outcomes the board has been very clear on is wanting to see satisfaction with counseling at each school be at an equal level.
Yes.
And we've had years of it not being. And so then the suggestion is, well, if you have a higher satisfaction at one school than the other, then should the school that has lower satisfaction move to a model that's more like the school that has a higher satisfaction? Is that fair?
It is fair.
Is that a new one?
No,
No, it's the same.
We've talked about the Titan 101 coaches are teacher advisors in a way.
Mm-hmm.
So it just hasn't.
But that stops. That's only freshman year, right? So,
Exactly.
so this is, we talked with the staff about, this needs to be all 4 years.
Yes.
This is not just first year or even moving it to the sophomore year.
Okay, that's the deliverable I want.
Here's the materials you wanted, so.
Which actually leads to a question.
Thanks.
In the strategic plan survey, we have questions about counseling, and you should be able to break it out by high school, right?
Yes.
Will at some point we'll see how each high school looks compared to each other?
There's always, staff will be looking at this, or is already, looking at the data regarding counseling that is in the.
Well, we just got this for you. We just got those results last week, so yeah. So they will be,
Yeah.
right? And then we put that into our back to school aggressive workshop.
So we do have a board policy that requires equity between schools.
Yes.
Didn't the high school principals also agree that they wanted a common model?
They want a similar, but they don't want identical.
They wanted common outcomes.
I thought they wanted common, I thought they wanted a shared model. I thought that was one of the results to the committee that didn't ultimately take that.
They did
approach.
talk about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We did find the language, but I thought that there was some interest in having some more.
They do, they want to look more like, a lot more like than different.
Good, okay.
But I don't think they want to have the same schedule that they have in each school. So is that, God doesn't want to have that C day that they have on Palo Alto.
I see.
So it has to be, not necessarily.
They don't want to have the same schedule as.
Right.
So, good, let's see if there's another round. If anything that you brought up on your original list that you sent to Johanna, which is now in front of you, that has not been brought up yet, that you would like to put up on the piece of paper.
So there were two things I think that I had that really fit into ongoing goals that I wanted to mention specifically. One is increasing, I think that we should ultimately have a district goal of every student completing algebra successfully in 8th grade. And the new requirement for a policy for objective placement of students into 9th grade mathematics, I think fits into that, right? The spirit of that is that, as I understand it, is that we want students to have an equal opportunity to access mathematics opportunities in general, and we want to use objective methods to do that. If we don't, though, have a goal of preparing students by 8th grade to be sort of equally positioned to take advantage of those, then we're not really meeting the spirit of that. So I would really like us to commit ourselves to that goal.
Could you say that goal again?
To have every student successfully complete 8th grade algebra by the end of 8th grade. I think there's all kinds of reasons. I think there's a fair amount of consensus that that's a good idea, but I would like us to take some concrete steps in that direction.
It was a state mandate a number of years ago, and there was research from EdSource, so I helped with, that said that schools that put that in place actually had better results, that students had better results in high school math.
Yeah, so that, what she said. And then the second is, I really want to echo Melissa's focus on getting concrete work done this year, following on the special ed report that we're getting, and really hold ourselves to some concrete outcomes in terms of identification of disabilities early and making sure that students are getting the services that they need. And that, I really want to see some clear goals and progress against that. When we have a report, the last thing we want to do is have a report that doesn't make actual progress.
So
That's
some
going to be really
measured deliverables
Yes.
under that.
Yeah, I really want to echo that strongly.
Okay. No, I think the challenge is going to be to try to condense this into some reasonable amount of work. Terry?
I'd like to say something about student voice, and getting student voice into the decision-making process broadly. We have a few students who have participated pretty actively.
Can you say something more about it?
Find a way to solicit student input on decisions that affect them. By underway in real time, so that's not just surveys.
Right, I don't disagree with anything we can do at all. I just really want to focus on the teachers again. The student voice is interesting. I mean, a year ago, when we did a strategic plan survey, the community and the teachers said they didn't hear from the board enough. They didn't interact with the board enough. They didn't feel like we heard them. And I worked, as I'm sure others did, very hard to make sure we heard teachers more. And I just want to go back to our hearing our staff and what they have to say. I don't know what we collectively do, but I certainly believe that you should meet with teachers when they invite you and hear what they have to say. It's a way that we keep tabs on what's going on in our system. So I never want to discourage them, and I would like a board directive that when teachers reach out to us, that we would encourage administrators to embrace that rather than not. So I'm going to throw that out there.
Also in line with teachers, I know we're going to look at, I think, Dr. Creel mentioned looking at attendance issues for students, and I would love to look at attendance for teachers as well, because I know every day, Scott, maybe you can help me out, there's something like 70 or 80 substitutes every day on our campuses, and I would love to know more about the reasons outside of health, illness. I mean, I think some of it has to do with the professional learning opportunities here and there where teachers are given the least time to do that. Of course, parents don't like it when there are substitutes in their classrooms. And 70 to 80 classrooms having a sub every day. I just would like to explore that a little bit. I don't know that we've done that. If we're looking at attendance in general, that would be something I'd like to look at. And it also goes to how teachers are feeling.
Yes, absolutely.
And what their engagement is in terms of their classrooms and their excitement around teaching and learning too. So.
And it did come up at a board meeting, and it made me very curious. Are teachers out because of sickness or other things, or professional development? So it had come up in the board meeting, I can't remember who mentioned it, and I thought, oh yeah, we do need to better understand that. So thank you for bringing that up.
That's an easy report to make.
That's
Oh,
amazing.
So before you make it a goal.
Right,
you
yes.
need to make
Make it an action item.
and get to review it and really get to see where it is.
Do they give a reason for why they're absent? Oh, they do? Oh, great. Like when they leave, they give a reason? I mean, we have to take it with the same grain of salt, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Anyone else have a new item that isn't covered by the?
So I have items that are operational items. I don't know if that's the same sort of like, we discussed at the last board meeting, as we were talking about budget, the fact that we know that the economy is cyclical, and that we want to be prepared for the downturn, even though we have generally a little bit of leeway. So I would like to spend some time this year looking at the budget more bottoms up versus our current process is the go forward budget plus or minus whatever we know about. So, and we have tons of detail. I've seen tons of detail. But a way to kind of sort through that detail with some maybe recommendations or highlights from Ms. Mack on these are the kinds of things maybe we've added over the last few years that if we were going to take things off, these might be candidates to come off. So that we can react a little more quickly when the time comes. And my other one was communications plan. which I believe is under communication plan, which I believe is underway. So I don't know if that falls into the in process, or if, because it may or may not come to the board for approval, if it has to be rolled.
What do you mean when you say what you want from the communications plan? What are you looking for specifically?
So what it should include, like for in my mind, I think a communication plan should be communication back and forth with the community and students. So like how we're gonna do that. I think it also includes communication that is all of our desires and requirements for transparency.
Okay.
So what we make available, when we make it available, to whom we make it available, and how easily it's available. And then the other is actually connecting with our community in a way that we discussed earlier around, really around events. Like if we want to get on the ground feedback from families, sometimes the best way to do it is being at community events. And so I think as part of communication plan, we would say, we want to make sure we have XYZ events covered because that's a constituency that doesn't come to board meetings very often, so we want to make sure we have people there. So I'd like a little more intentionality around that sort of putting us where people are who don't normally come to us.
Would you put the, Ms. Caffrey, we talked about website work too. Did you want to make that a separate one, would that count as well?
No, I think that's a tool.
Excuse me?
I think that's a tool for the plan.
Okay.
There are many tools, social
Right,
media is
I
a
just
tool,
wanna make sure
website's
we
a tool.
got that on the list.
Yeah, I was thinking that you were going to talk a little bit about the flow of information, who communicates what.
Yes.
And maybe that, okay.
I mean, like through what channels and what kind of stuff gets
What
communicated.
channels and, I mean, I don't know if there's clarity right now. We've had a lot of national attention, and I don't know if there's clarity right now on when we get national attention, who responds. If you get national attention and someone calls you, you know, you're a teacher on the ground and you're driving to school, what do you do? Do we have that communication out to everybody who works for us so that we don't end up with weird stuff? We may still end up with weird stuff. We have less likelihood of weird stuff happening.
I suppose
Are accurate.
Jorge probably has an idea of what he needs to have to be. I just would like it to be a goal to get it sorted out, improved, and moving.
So were you, well, I'm not gonna ask, were you going to put zero-based budgeting? I was in DC at the time, zero-based budgeting was like the thing, and like everybody was at risk every year. It was really, it dropped because it was very,
It was probably me.
Yeah.
I just don't know where you do it.
Yeah, and so, you know, I think, I'm always a little cautious whose pet program gets killed when, you know, and not leaving up to the budget person about which ones aren't working or not. I mean, if there's programs that come to our attention that we don't feel are effective, that's certainly a board decision, but I would be very, very cautious about putting everybody on notice that a program is going to go every year. I mean, I lived through that in DC, and it just, it's disruptive in a really negative
Then you
way.
live through a bad implementation of the process.
Yeah, it's terrible,
It's not meant to be scary.
unless it's your job. Then it kind of is, so.
So many difference in
Yeah,
opinion.
yeah, that's right.
That happens.
It's fine, yeah. Dr. McGee, you mentioned finding some surprises in the survey, the strategic plan survey, like around the counseling and career services.
Right, the career and college
That's
counseling.
not reflected here.
No.
Is it? So I'm just wondering, do you want to put that up as something that might need to go
Yes.
somewhere? Okay. And are there any other surprises like that that you wanted to add? So that would be a look at career and college counseling services.
We already
Well,
As
That's
specific
advisory.
needs.
Yeah, we have advisory, but that, I think.
Yeah,
it might
we're
need
in
to-
college, it was really specific
Right.
as far as a drive here.
What we don't have, Dr. McGee,
Yeah.
what we used to have is we used to have a report that came to the board about how we were doing on outcomes around college advisory, and it seems to flow in with looking at what is it called, the college data, the national clearinghouse, and if we're going to look at how long our kids actually last at the colleges we send them to, and what the outcome, I mean, there's a whole progression that we need to look at. How well, there's the day that you get the information about what schools you got into. If I was a parent and filled out that survey, it might be a completely different answer than I would have at the end of junior year. It might be a completely different answer than I have at the end of senior year when my kid actually has someplace to go. And so I think this needs to be dug into in a thoughtful manner. And it would be good then to look at the data in a more comprehensive way. People are unhappy. Was it the day that we surveyed them? Or is there an issue there, and how do we find that out?
But this is also the problem that Chris brought up, with the fact that we have 85 questions, means that just by chance, we're going to see some weird stuff. Right? So if you look at 85 things.
I think it reflects what we've heard on the ground. I mean, we've talked about this even last year, about some concerns that we heard in the high schools, and that I now see it on the data set is not surprising. So I don't think this is random.
So that's what I'm saying. I think a thoughtful look at this that looks at more than just this data point would be helpful. Only then can we tell if there's a real issue.
And if I may, last spring we did a Wisconsin-specific survey in the spring, which gave us a lot of more detailed information on these items. And it was not repeated again this spring, but that would be a good candidate for having the students take that again next spring, doing that on a biannual basis, so that we can look for trends and changes. Because we also ask for things such as, are you satisfied with the opportunities that you have? This is for exit students. We asked how many of them were getting private college counseling or tutor, I'm not sure what it's called. And so we had a much richer set of information about the state of satisfaction and a lot of the counseling functions from that. And so we should definitely use that to inform as well as the NSC.
And there may be an external pressure as well that we're not paying attention to in terms of how hard it is now to get into the California state schools.
Did you reference that Dr. Lee had brought it up? Dr. Lee, do you have further thoughts on this, or, I mean, this was something that jumped out at you in the data. I mean, did you have a plan that isn't at a policy?
I don't necessarily have a plan for it, but after we discussed with it, that surprised me. Then the issue, the consistency is still a problem. I mean, we didn't really move the needle on any of the consistency metrics, I don't think. I mean, not significantly. The differentiation.
Elementary particularly.
Right, we've talked about that. We didn't move the needle on that. So, we've had this consistent high quality and fairness for a while, and they're important. I mean, we tried to get at it this year, so we didn't really measure for it this year because of the work we've done. Ideally, this year we'll move the needle. But, the fact that we can't even have teachers who both teach the same class agree on how much homework counts, how much test count, how much participation counts, I think it's a problem, And I don't like necessary standardization, but there ought to be consistency.
So which goal that we have here, or does the board need to be involved in this at all? Is the staff board need to come back and tell us?
Well, that's really, I guess, existing staff work, and I don't know what that would come under the existing staff work, because that's what we're working on right now.
So you don't need policy from the board to make that happen?
No.
Okay, yeah, we have a lot. So before we tackle this further, yes, we're gonna take a break. Look, 2:15, that's the time for our break. So you have 15 minutes. All right, so in our last bit of time here together, we're gonna do some refining, and
Everyone see this?
Johanna's putting that together. Maybe come a little bit closer. Yeah, awesome.
Is this okay?
So these are the sort of additional items that the board brought up outside of the in progress items, which are already very substantial. And Dr. McGee, let me start with you and your thoughts.
One thought is that nobody's mentioned class size, so I hesitate to bring it up.
Hoping that's staff
We're going to talk about that.
Yeah, okay, so, huh?
Isn't that staff work?
I will take that as staff work. No, in all seriousness, actually, it is staff work. So,
How's the staff work?
because it is our job to make sure that we are within those limits and that we do the reporting to the board. And I think, as we said, what minimum, or not minimum, but what our lower class size, where our lowest class sizes are, where our highest class sizes are, where our average by class, by subject, and commit to doing that. And to keeping them, at least with the funds we have available, within our contractual ranges.
So the board work would be if you are unable to do that, the funds are available, that you come to the board to talk to us.
Exactly, well, right, and I want to commit to monitor, I already have, I think, in writing, but we need to, as part of our enrollment report in September, have that list, and have that for you. So that's what more of it, I think it is staff work, but it's a board monitoring. I mean, that's going back to that chapter Joanna gave us, that on monitoring, I think that is board work.
Yeah.
And it ought to be part of it. So how do we write, my question then is, do we write that into a measure of deliverable, assuming that's tied to high quality teacher and learning? Into that?
You
Is
plan
that
to do a
ongoing?
report anyway, right? You plan to do.
Right, so I guess that would be existing staff work. I
Is it
operates it.
Can I add it to the ongoing list?
Well, can we do a little more, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
That sounds like the second time you tried to do that. Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to, so you had said, Dr. McGee, that you wanted to shift towards reporting class sizes at the course level, rather than the hall, which I think makes a lot of sense, and that's what I talked about at the last program, at that level, and I think it's really illuminating. Or is that what you mean by the reporting that you're done?
Yes.
I mean, I think that, as I've said before, I think this is to some extent going to turn into a budget issue, or issue of budget constraints. And we'll see what they are.
Right. Oh, go ahead, you go.
Oh, so similarly, I was gonna say, I think it comes back to us as a budget issue and potentially as a policy issue if we feel like the way we've defined it in the past, which I believe is by subject area, by grade, is not the right metric for us.
And by average. Right.
And by average, right. If you feel like that's not the right metric for us, if we feel like that's not the right metric, I think that's when it comes back to us to say, no, we want to do that whatever, by course and with averages and maxes or whatever.
I love the notion of transparency around this because it's not only the high-end classes, which, you know, all of us who have kids gone through, you know, there's classes and, you know, God, those got too big and everything, and then it's been explained, okay, there's an average, and, you know, for some classes, there's very few in, and I think as we've tried to deal with some of the smallest class sizes, meeting the needs of what we most disadvantaged students, our conversation has been around how do we scale up. And so not until you see what the real sizes are of some of the classes, and I don't know if classes that run as small as 7, I hear that, I don't know if that's true or not, but if so, that may be as much a conversation as, you know, 30 or 33 or whatever, the high end, and the extent to which maybe we don't feel comfortable without scaling up, and how do we do that? So I love this as part of your report going forward. I think it is a wonderful way to just look at the transparency and highlight some work that we're doing as well. People see the downside, and of course, if my kid were in the highest class, of course, we always hear, if your child is in the class with very few students, we don't often hear about the praise about that and the trade-offs that the staff has to make and the principals in that. So I think it's a wonderful issue of transparency and how we're meeting the needs of very diverse students. So I don't see it as a
a new policy issue, but I do believe that it could be, as Ms. Godfrey suggested, if the numbers get too skewed.
Okay, well, thanks. Now, and I get your question. So what I did while we were talking, I wrote down all these and tried to color code them into those three buckets, along with a fourth, which was just other. So I'll just start with the board list right now with the homework feedback system. Or wait, we have, where am I? Oh, I have page 2. I got.
The first page is down.
Okay, I think I'll start with page 1 just because it's your right down. Okay. So the implementation of the homework policy, yeah, I think this is board work and we can have a metric on it. Do I personally think it's important? I do think there are teachers that are not in compliance with it, and I think that they should be in compliance with it. If the board wants a feedback system, we will put it together and do it though. So I'm not going to push back extra hard on this, but it seems it is more of an exception than the rule. So that's just kind of where I'm coming from on this.
Can I
But
ask
I'll
a
be
question
glad
about-
to.
I just-
Again, I want to know how the whole board feels about this. I know how some individuals feel, but I don't know how.
Can we, sorry, just in terms of process, I'd love for Max to go through this and for you to take notes about things you want to go back to, because I'm just afraid we won't get through the list otherwise. So can you just take a note if you have a question around this one? And then we'll come back to board questions at the end. Thank you.
The next two, the meaningful progress and the A to G completion, I think we already have metrics on that, so I would hope that we would include those. We have, I know, under goal 1, we already have metrics about a year's progress and a year's time in reading, writing, and if we don't have arithmetic, we ought to put it in there. And we have a metric about A to G completion, I think in our 8 for our minority achievement and talent development. That ought to be it for everyone.
So is that more staff work than Max?
Well, again, I think that's the board monitoring. I think
Yeah.
it's the staff work to develop, but I think those frankly ought to rise to the level of public reporting
Yes.
regularly in public board meetings.
So it needs to rise up
It's a
for the
dashboard
staff to
piece.
make sure that the board can monitor it, is that correct?
Yeah, and, you know, the thing is that those really have to be done annually, just because we don't have that results till annually.
And those could be marked, Johanna, as measure and deliverable, right?
Right. So that's not necessarily, I don't think we need more policy on that because we have the policy, but those would be members and deliverables.
Those would be reports to the board.
Report to the board, yeah. The world language, again, I'd asked Juliana to handle all these because
Yeah.
she doesn't have, she leaves when this is over, and I don't want to make any enemies. But I don't see this as a priority, especially at the elementary school. I think we already have an overflowing of the faith plate. And one more thing, we're just not going to have the time to do it or do it well. So, and frankly, I think Ms. Caswell put it well earlier. Our world language ship is not sinking. Yes, it could be. I think there's plenty of room for improvement. I think Chuck already has them started in that direction, and we may need to put more wind in the sails, using the ship analogy.
Matt, is it fair to say then that the world language actually falls a little bit in with the AG?
No,
It
I
doesn't?
would just leave it at, I would leave it alone.
Okay.
I mean, I think we have more important work to do
Okay.
at the board and staff level.
That's fine, just clarifying.
The meaningful academic progress, how did, is that, do you have weighted rating, is that where that's?
How do we know the kids are learning in comparison to other districts? There's no, we don't have any
That kind
early
of goes back
update.
up with the reporting, I think. That's kind of,
Benchmarks, yeah.
It's benchmark.
that's a
Years
benchmark.
reporting in years.
Yeah, so that's, again, I think that's a good measure, and we already have metrics in there about, both on our checks reporting and on our ACT, SAT, AP. The weighted grading, I'm just as glad to leave that alone and did that intentionally this year because we haven't changed it the way it was. I don't know how it got to the way it was. I have an idea, but I don't think it was through board oversight. I think I don't think it was a
The
policy.
board never discussed it.
I don't think so, no. So if the board wants to bring that back, I'm kind of like this where I'm on homework. If it's important to the board, we'll make it important staff work. Right now, I don't see that as a highly impactful decision. I think for the University of Oregon students, and I don't mean this lightly, it may be, but for the larger population, I don't see this as that. One way or the other. I mean, you know, I've heard the arguments both ways. That unweighted grades relieve stress. Okay, they probably do for some. The weighted grades provide incentives to take harder classes. They probably do for some, but this hasn't risen even on the list of the kids' issues. The kids are concerned about fairness and consistency in their classes. And the fact that teachers grade with some level of consistency. So, but I haven't heard from Pali kids we want weighted grade. I haven't heard from Gun kids we want to do away with it. I mean, people seem to be happy with the system they have. But again, we'll be glad, whatever the board desires on this, we will make work. The advisory, this I think this needs to be somehow written into a board goal. And whether we write it as connections or, you know, we have that now, increased student connectedness and belonging, but I don't know, that we're slowly moving the needle 11th grade. It dropped in 9th grade, those connectedness just dropped. So we need to do, I think we need to really look at this whole connectedness and belonging to our high schools. And I think, frankly, part of the reason the kids don't take the SBAC test, you know, part of it, they can have a day off and not go to the beach, but part of it is connected. If you feel that test matters to your school and you feel connected to your school, you're going to show up and take it. Or at least more kids will show up and take it. So I would love to see that, how we can do it. I think the algebra metric's a really important metric. It may eventually rise to a policy level. When I was, I was in charge of revamping Illinois State Report Card, and we made that a metric card, Illinois State Report Card, passing those roll in 8th grade. So the board, I think I've heard this from all 5 board members, or at least the majority matters. So I think that would be, and that may end up being a policy goal. So I'd love to see that as, if not a goal, an important, a metric that we don't currently have. And that will draw some ire, because there are, I actually got pushback in Illinois from a lot of University of Chicago professors who said algebra is a readiness issue that not every kid should take it. I think in Palo Alto it's different from Penn State, but our kids we can and will do it. The concrete, let's see, the special education report. Yeah, whatever, I don't know what's going to come out of that. I think there will probably be more policy work out of there, but we don't, what can I say? What do you recommend? The identification?
This one?
Yeah, what we're going to do out of that special education report.
Yeah.
What really resonated with me in that is not what he said today. You can't do it by failure. You can't let kindergarten, first and second grade kids fail. And
So I think if we frame that in, that says universal screener to me, it doesn't say
what is
identification. So
yeah.
I think a more proactive approach to intervention, and that would be for all students, not just students that we're concerned about. And then we start to have that baseline data that we've been talking about for so long.
Yeah, and that's both in that, that's the one that's in multiple buckets. That's in the equity access and the high quality teaching and learning. So that's definitely important to work.
Is that one of your own process goals this year, is the universal screener?
It was not.
We've been looking at it for the last 3 or 4 months and doing research on 2 universal screeners. And we're actually going to meet tomorrow to talk about them. So we've been doing our research on it.
The other recommendation come out of there, which I don't know much about, but I'd like to know more, is universal UDL, is that the acronym? I'm gonna put that on next year's quiz. I just don't know enough about it, and I am skeptical about co-teaching. I will say that, I've said it before. You know, it's a big investment, and I don't know what I just don't know what returns we get. I heard that from Tom today. The research is not conclusive, as I believe his words on co-teaching. So I think there will be important board work to do around that whole universal design and the co-teaching. I don't know how to phrase it yet, but it's.
I marked it board goal, is that correct, or are you more?
Yeah, I think leave it there, but the problem is there's four recommendations in those, and at least those are the two that I recall being kind of, I don't know, critical, at least from my perspective. Holly, do you want to add to that at all?
I do think all four of them are critical. I don't know, I think they fit nicely into other areas that are broader.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm struggling with seeing a to-do list versus broad sweeping goals
Yeah.
with short-term objectives. That's probably my special ed background, you know, or four-pronged approach. But I see a lot of tasks, and I want to make sure that we're not doing something that's separate and special ed only, because I think that doesn't move us forward.
Yeah, so, and going back again to Joanna, to your handouts, I mean, these big goals, I mean, this connection is big, the 8th grade algebra, the universal design, the universal, these are big aspirational. Second page, student voice matters, and I have some ideas about how to get at it, but I think that's more tactical, so that may be more of a measure. I think we all need to think about how we would measure that.
But that's more of a report to the board.
That's a report, yeah, I think, again, that's probably more of a tactical measure. As is the way to assure more interaction with teachers and get the teacher voice. One thing I don't see up there is the teacher attendance. That's just a report, as Scott said. Where's the I wrote down student attendance, so on my note, or was that student attendance?
Isn't that ongoing work?
Was that, oh, that's over there, okay. I just had it in the wrong place.
Operational things, budget review, communication plan.
Well, yeah, and along with that, I think there's things like planning our board agendas and our board policy. You know, maybe we have board policy workshops instead of trying to fit them in at 11 o'clock in every meeting. So, they're called operational for a reason. We need to do them.
Deliverable report.
Yeah. The college and career counseling, I think that goes down with that, maybe that advisory connection piece. I don't know. I mean, that's to me, that was the biggest surprise of all of that strategic plan survey. So we need to figure out how to move that needle. And that needs to be done quickly.
What needs to be done? Looking at that, seeing what the problem is.
Yeah, that's basically, I think, a staff work, and let's get to it and report to the board.
I agree.
Yeah. And we already have something about college success data in our goals now, so that's kind of an ongoing metric. So that's, you know, I'm eager to hear the board takes, but for mine, you know, those big aspirational items are really, really important board goals, and if the homework policy in the world language, you know, rise to that level, we will certainly make it happen.
And that's the current goal of adopting a curriculum framework. That is that's the backward plan. So that's where that will fit into the current goal that you've already.
Is that what you were looking for?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, I'd like to give the board a couple minutes each to respond and see if there's anything. It seems like a few things that Max mentioned would fall off this list unless the board wanted, a majority of the board wanted to keep it on. And that would be measure and deliverable around homework policy implementation, or sort of how we capture that data, if we want staff work around figuring out the way to capture that data. The world language also would need board guidance. The weighted grading would need board guidance. Yeah, those are the three.
I'm
sort of-
sorry, Heidi, was this one, implementation of homework policy?
Yeah, to stay on the list, it would need sort of the majority of the board
Yeah.
direction around it. Those are sort of the three ones that dropped out. And then I guess there's an interesting question you brought up, Max, around connectedness, and whether that is sort of the morphing of the safe and welcoming schools.
Yeah.
Because in our data that we just went over in the strategic plan survey, it feels like we made a lot of progress around creating safe spaces in our
Right.
schools, a lot around welcoming environments, because it rose to the level of a focus goal last year. So I'm wondering if we want to morph that into sort of a connectedness to your school sort of goal. I don't know, that was just a thought I snuck in my comment on that before. See how I did that? So I just took that.
Good job with that.
I do. Okay, I'll start from this side this time, so Ms. Townsend, do you want to?
Oh, my goodness. Where do I start? Well, let me start with that board policy workshop, the notion of quarterly with the whole board.
Okay.
I absolutely support that. I don't think
Yes.
we are where we need to be. Ever since we adopted board policy committee, it's been confusing, we lost track of things, and it's too important for two people of the board to look at. So I embrace the notion of either quarterly or 2 times a year in special board meetings for
Are
that.
you saying there should be no board policy review committee?
Correct.
Oh,
That's
okay.
my recommendation. I
Okay.
believe that these are too important for 2 people. I think it's staff, I think staff needs to do the work, which is what they initially did. That staff needs to do the work, come back to the board, and then work together. So,
I think his recommendation was to take the BPRC work and present it to the board in 3 or so study sessions, so that we don't always bump the board policy from our regular agenda.
and what I'm saying is I think it is
Yeah,
too
something
important for 2 board members to create policy. I think these are community issues and they get lost in just the history. It gets lost in the committee report, and I think those that are most important will rise to the top, that the staff should do recommendations and the board should operate as an entire board, I don't know, 3 times a year, whatever, in a meeting devoted just to board policy. So that's what I would love to see. I think, I just want to highlight again our teachers. I think key to our student success is the happiness and the excellence of our teachers. So I am going to come back one more time and say, I appreciate the report on teachers not being here or if they're here, and the extent to which we had done surveys in the past about would you recommend working here or not, and we had data on that, and I would like to return to checking that out and getting a tone for how it feels to work in this district, and maybe fine tune that. And for Scott, I see that his work, but I think as a board, it is essential for us. Our number one is to have the best staff working here, and I think we need to be committed to making things happen.
So is it, I'm just clarifying.
Yes.
Is it, we have it now as reports to the board. I know that districts, I'm sure this one does too, collects data on why teachers are absent and so on. And to take it to that level, to the regular reports, so you guys know
Because we're
the
trying to comment
reasons.
on these things, right?
Well, and I thought teachers ended up in several spots, and I'm thinking pulling them together into one spot. We had talked about teacher attendance, we had talked about interacting with teachers, seeing how they feel, where that one go.
It's about teacher attendance.
Okay, so for me, it would be combining them into one teacher focus and
in general, we're looking to the happiness of
It's
our
the second and third
teachers.
bullets on the top.
Second and third.
The second and third bullets up on the top, on the top.
There you go.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, so it's gonna be, my focus is gonna be the teachers there, and then my third thing, you know, again, I'm looking at the data, it says homework load is not the issue. I mean, 81% of our kids say it's not the issue. So, I mean, I'm going by the data, that doesn't seem to where I would put my time. College and career, for me, is important, and, I think, Max, you said A through G would just come as a report, which would be fine, right?
Right.
So I just want to know where we are. It's kind of back to Melissa's question, where are we on world languages? Or, you know, I think Ken asked a question like, are there waivers? Have we had to do the waivers? I mean, if we have these requirements, I guess we really,
Yeah, we ought to know what they are.
directive, we need to, so I guess
Well, we
that's-
didn't do it this fall. We did the first year I was here, and I don't know why we didn't.
Because you got busy.
Because we got busy.
So
Yeah,
I think
well-
I'm gonna go back and say, I would appreciate that, because that
Yeah.
bottom line is, you know, when kids are leaving, this is what the board adopted several years ago. I guess we need to really check on it.
We do, and when we did our work with minority achievement talent development, that was one of the metrics we used, is, you know, which of these kids did meet A to G, and then we were able to trace it back and start to figure out why. So,
If I can chime in on that.
Yeah, go
My
ahead.
department's been working on that specifically, and we're gonna be adding a lot of reporting functionality to actually better track it and to have better real-time reporting on who's on track available to the counseling staff. So it's something that we're trying to be proactive at doing. We ran into the same questions about how many are making it across the finish line, how many are coming close, where are they getting off track, and so we just started from the beginning. So that is going to be a focus area for my department's work in the coming year.
Well, and that's great, and obviously, we always knew that when we adopted the A through G, that was for the UCs, but we want to know one more step is that our kids going to college and the non-UCs and are college ready anyway. So it's a bigger discussion, more than A through G. It's like general success, and can you go that step farther? So I would embrace doing that. And the last thing I'll talk about is the notion of the co-teaching, and I just want to, Max, I'm going to mirror your words, your focus, your, I love the report. Getting this universal design to address all students is great, but I think there's some concerns, and you guys will figure it out. So that's, oh, the weighted grading. Boy, I sure like to know where we are on that. I mean, because we still, Max, we're hearing about it, so it may not impact a whole lot of kids, but the kids it does impact, I'd be curious. So
we haven't changed since I've been, we had a, you know, that was a,
right.
we had to reset, gone on that, because they were gonna
Right,
just
right.
not do it, and we said, no, you're gonna go back to the way we
Okay.
did it last year and the year before, so.
I mean, we have a lot of other stuff going on. I just
Yeah.
want to give kids every option
Yeah.
available for their success. And if they're taking that AP that gives them that boost, I want to give them that boost. So I don't even know the answer to the question. If a kid at Pali wanted that data, because it would help them, is it accessible to them?
Who am I gonna look at for that? Catherine Marcus, is that?
I've been told the answer is no.
They don't talk to either school. Gunn does it by hand in order to give the kids the calculation.
It just seems to me that the board, one way or the other, you know, in the end, if the kids are taking it, if it benefits them, why would we not allow them to have that information? So, I don't know, I just, again, it's significant enough that it keeps coming back, but we'll see what they're.
If you wanna raise it to a board goal,
Well, I don't know.
Yeah,
I
let's- yeah, I mean, in all
just had to
sincerity.
come back to it,
Yeah.
and, yeah, thank you.
I'm taking notes here.
Yeah.
And the last thing I wanted you to weigh in on is the world language flex conversation.
You know, I'll tell you, people are interested in that although, again, it wasn't the last budget meeting, it was a budget meeting about 3 or 4 months ago that people said, you know, this is not where we want to spend our money now. And then kindergarten became the new focus, and I'm ready to jump in if there's this groundswell of support to get this over the line somewhere, but I'm not feeling it.
So can I just clarify, my
Oh,
reason I keep
sorry,
bringing
that's
this up
high school.
is because I don't think we know where we stand on this. I think it goes with the A through G completion report. That's what I'm asking for, is just a report on where we are.
I agree
on
with
world
her.
languages. And it's not just A through G, I think we need to find out if our kids are actually taking the 2 years that they're required to take with us, or they're doing it elsewhere. I think it's important that we know that, because you know what? If I'm a kid coming in from East Palo Alto, and I don't have the option to take it elsewhere, then it's an equity issue. So I just want to report. I'm not asking for a whole program.
So I'm going back to Joanne's question before. For me, it does kind of fall under the A through G because it gets to that high school at least, but A through G does require a 2-year proficiency in world language, right? So I don't know how you separate it out from the A through G.
It sounds to me like a report for the whole board on A to G, including that, would be helpful.
Right, and then the early grades, I haven't heard this drumbeat for it. So like I said, I'm willing to work on it if I feel a drumbeat from my colleagues who want to put money in it, but nobody has wanted to put money there, so we'll see.
Thank you. Can I comment quickly on the question about how it's affecting our upcoming graduates?
Yeah.
The counselors are looking at that all the time. And even though there wasn't a report that went to the board, we've been discussing it. I've attended a couple of their meetings. And this year, there was, I think, only 2 or 3, maybe 3 kids who did not, they wouldn't have qualified to graduate because of a language requirement, or language requirement. And those kids were IEP students.
So my other question though is how many of our kids are going outside? And I just think it's
I
an
don't have
equity
those
issue.
numbers, but I know that they're looking at it, and I know that there's a great deal of concern, and there's a possibility that we have to push it down into 6th grade, studying world language in 6th, 7th, and 8th.
So it sounds like if you're doing the work, getting a report would be
Yeah,
ideal.
it shouldn't be hard to get a report.
So that's my position. Say next
Okay, well, if it's my turn, I'm gonna start with world language. Because I do have a soft spot for class, do have a soft spot for world languages, starting in kindergarten for the other 90% of our kids who don't get immersion. Having, my kids went to Escondido, there was a bright line between immersion and traditional, also known as non-immersion when you go to those schools, unfortunately. Non-immersion. Are you sure get a non-immersion?
Chuck calls it English immersion.
I know.
She does.
Yes, after many years of pushback.
Which it is for
Which it is.
some
Yes.
Yeah.
Spanish language kids.
So-
it is English immersion.
So I still have a desire to spend some time thinking about that. I don't know that it has to be a board goal because we haven't really discussed it yet, right? So, the report that was included in the last superintendent's report at the board meeting was very limited to just the 2 immersion programs.
Right.
And I know Chuck's not available to talk about it in the near future. But I think when we do hope to talk about it, it might rise to a board goal. And for me, my feeling was that it came off our budget list because there was not a lot of data from the community that was fresh that said it was desirable, although it looks like there was some in this report, and that there wasn't a lot of staff push for it. So we don't want to ask the staff to do something they don't think is a good use of their time in our budget. So I think there's some discussion about that. Maybe a board goal comes out of it, or maybe it's we just sort of fish or pet bait and say we're going to put this aside for a while and just concentrate on the secondary grades. With respect to the homework policy, we could do something that's looking at every teacher every day and what they're doing, or we could do an audit process and use the fact that we have student evaluations to point us to maybe where we should be looking. Frequently when you have large populations doing lots of stuff every day, an audit process is the way that you try and figure out if it's happening appropriately. And so it doesn't necessarily feel like a board goal, it feels like an operational issue that can come back in a report that says, we audited X number of classes and this is what we found. And it led us to believe that the policy is not being implemented with fidelity, so we're going to go out and do something. Or it led us to believe that it is. So from my perspective, that's where I go with that. The discussion about the next step on the special ed report led me to think about why the high school learning design team ended up on the in process when we don't even have recommendations from them yet. And I think that that is very important. That's, 4,000 students. And this one ended up on the list when in fact we already have recommendations and we just need to implement them. So I feel like those are out of sync. And I think the high school learning design team, in my mind, affects so many kids that I'd like it to be a goal. Because I don't know how far along we are in the process.
We've had one meeting and they're starting something.
Okay, so that feels to me like it's
at the
almost
very,
in process, but maybe not.
no.
So that I would like to move back to the list.
Before you go on, is that something you want me to do now, or is this a discussion still?
That's in process, so it would come under one of these.
But it's not as far in process as the special ed report, which has already gotten to the point of recommendations, right? So either that needs to move to in process, or that needs to move to board goals, in my mind. So
Have the recommendations been approved by this board?
No.
So
same thing for the high school learning design team. There are no recommendations yet. And I assume we're going to approve this.
So, yeah, Max, are you gonna put the stuff that's in process on the measures and deliverables for your 3 buckets?
Yeah, but that, I mean, that may be more of a goal. I mean, this whole learning design team, frankly, that may end up,
Yeah, maybe its own goal.
but
I feel like we made a commitment when we said we didn't want to build another high school.
We did.
That we would fundamentally change our high schools.
right.
And we would not have the innovative high school and the non-innovative high
Right.
schools. And that
So
leading in doesn't really feel like it's,
that's like goal level work though, right? I mean, is that what you're saying? I agree.
I think it needs to be there.
But I'm curious what you said. You said by not having another high school math, we were going to fundamentally change our high schools. I don't think we ever had that.
We said, I don't think I can necessarily phrase it exactly, that we would introduce innovation into the high schools so that instead of saying we're gonna build a new innovative high school, that we introduce some innovation into our existing high
Well,
schools.
some innovation is a whole different thing.
Then finally,
Changing-
okay, yes, yeah, I spoke too soon and too.
That's right, that's why there's
enthusiastically.
many of us. But we did say we were gonna put investment.
But we did.
We were
So
gonna invest.
I would like that to take a more central role in our goals.
So that may become a full.
That may be, or it may come under one of those others. And then my last question was about dashboard. So
Yeah.
like a lot of the things we talked about would be beautiful on a dashboard.
Yeah.
I think you had told me before that we were gonna maybe look at a dashboard right around now. And I sort of
I
lost
think
sight
that's
of
part
what
of
we
this
were gonna do with that.
conversation is what goes on that. I mean, which of these multiple metrics go on there may actually.
Okay, so I just don't want to lose sight that we want to
Yeah.
do that and that the conversation about what goes on a dashboard can take all day. I mean, that
Yes, it
is
can.
like, just like setting goals. There are so many different ways to do that, that will be a very robust discussion. And that's it.
I have a question here, so I'm a little kind of confused. So what, so the thing regarding the high schools, where is that about
In
changing the high schools?
It's over on the
It's
process
the-
list right now. It's called
Learning design.
Learning Design Team.
Okay, all right. So we'll come back around because I don't think our community has bought into that or has even been asked about that. So I think we're going to really, I'm
Yeah, it's
very
like halfway
uncomfortable.
down, learn/design teamwork.
Right, okay. But fundamentally that the board has said you change how we do our high schools. I have never heard that. And if that were true, then I would be out there in the community and saying, is this what?
You mean like having more pathways and having smaller?
Well, I don't
communities,
know,
things like that?
I don't know what that means.
Oh, okay, so maybe that's what we need to do.
why I
Is the
thought the
summer time.
superintendent would come back with some, what did he envision? Because this starts somewhere, and if it fundamentally changes our schools, I wouldn't be for it. So I think I don't want to
So
I gave you my
that's-
little one pager on our recruitment piece, and that's what we're envisioning. And again, we had our first meeting, where we have our second one coming up, the D schools helping facilitate, but they were not back in session until today, so we're still trying to schedule that really first meeting of the team beyond the organizational meeting.
So it may come back to us as a measure and deliverable under high-quality teaching and learning, right? Look at the high schools, bring forth recommendations from the design learning team to the board.
Right.
It could come under a measure and deliverable under first bucket. You know, bring back thoughts from high school
Yeah.
design learning.
Thoughts
team.
from, I mean, and I.
That's the idea, it's a
But to
plan,
say that
this
we
is a-
have concluded that we are fundamentally
No, no.
changing our.
No, this is a design,
That is not where.
I said fundamentally.
it was called
I know.
design for a
Well,
reason, right?
Yeah, okay. And Terry, did you want to weigh in on the weighted grade practice?
No.
Okay. No, you don't want to weigh in, or no?
No, I don't
She
wanna
doesn't
weigh in.
wanna weigh in. Okay.
Ken, we'll say, well, weighted grade.
Who wants to go?
I'm sorry. Melissa, you go ahead.
Sure, okay. I just had a question on the homework policy implementation software that had been created, or application that's being created. Was this a student-initiated thing?
Yes.
Okay, so if the students initiate this, I don't see this as a board goal, but I do see supporting a student-initiated effort if they believe that there needs to be a way to capture students' experience with homework and feed that back to administration. If it's going to be more, if they want more than just taking the sheet for all of the courses and turning it into an application. Because right now you fill out a sheet and it says how many hours of homework and which classes, and it sums it at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're just turning that into an application, fine, but if they actually want to do more than that, I would support that from a board perspective, because it's a student-driven initiative, but I don't think it's a board initiative. So that was my question.
Right, okay.
It wasn't specifically that I wanted that. When we had the consistency report done by the Hanover group,
Yep.
by class at each high school, we included all the A through G requirements, we didn't include world languages. And so I don't know if we have a consistent, I'm pretty sure we don't, just from what I've heard anecdotally, that we're not consistent there either. And
What, Melissa?
so when we had the report from the Hanover group, we looked at English, we looked at math, we looked at science, and looked at consistency for those A through G requirements. But we didn't look at that for world languages. And I asked at the time, when are we going to look at how we're teaching world language, the consistency around that? And I was told, we don't have an IS at Palo, and we'll do that later, and Chuck's doing that. Well, Chuck hasn't done that. And so to me, a report on the things that Catherine talked about, so the A to G conclusions on how we're doing world languages in the A to G as part of the A to G report, whether our kids are going off-site to get 2 years of world language, or whether they're doing it with our teaching, and whether we have consistency. This is all just information that the board should have, because at some point we're going to have to make investment decisions. And I feel like if we don't get those reports, we're making investment decisions on nothing. So, and I don't, based on what I heard from Catherine, maybe the consistency question isn't being asked, but the other questions are being asked. So, no one's listening to me, so,
I'm with you.
okay. I'm asking my board colleagues, why we wouldn't just have information given to us on this.
So we actually have a world, Chris just reminded me, we actually have a world languages report. We kept trying to get onto the board agenda and it never made it on, so we want to.
Wait a second, but we saw, is it the one that we saw, or is
I
it
think, have you
consistency?
seen it? I think you saw it.
We did not see anything on consistency. We saw a report on just general teaching of world languages. Again, at high school level, we know that our classes are inconsistent in English, math, and science. We don't know about world language, yet it is a requirement for graduation. I feel like this is a management issue that we don't have this information shared with the board.
So I have a question for you. we don't ask math students or their parents if they go off for getting tutoring or if they use other math programs. So why would we do that for world languages if they go off campus to get some language support? Or maybe I'm not understanding.
But we do have information on consistency of teaching of those
I mean,
topics.
AP to AP class and
Taylor teaches
French.
English, and somebody else teaches English. Do they have the same syllabus or not? We had a report from the Hanover group, and we're working on it right now. Staff is working with the high school principals and ISs on this. I'm asking that we treat world languages from an information gathering standpoint the same way we're treating English and math and science. And so maybe you're right, maybe we don't ask people if they go off and take an English class on site, maybe we don't need to do that. I think there is an equity issue that I'm concerned about, that we should be concerned about.
If I could just share on that, I believe, certainly this is true for Pally and maybe also for Gunn, but taking classes at other off-sites are only allowed for non-graduation requirements. So you couldn't take an Algebra 2 class at...
But for languages, you can. I know kids that are taking Hebrew off-site and getting 2 years of credit for that. I know kids that are taking Italian and getting 2 years for that. Kids that are taking Russian.
Oh, so languages that we don't offer.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about taking Spanish somewhere else or taking...
But they get credit on the A through Gs for that. So, you know, if I'm the only one who's concerned about this, that's fine, but I do want to bring it up because I do think that this is something that we could run into once we start seeing what the A through G completion is.
Can I just say that, so, I don't know all the details because I don't attend the meeting, but one of my assistant principals has been the facilitator for world languages all year, so I get reports back, and I've met with our world languages department, and I think there's a lot more going on than what you might know about in terms of creating some common outcomes, like what is a level 1 student, regardless of whether you start in middle school or as a freshman in high school, what is a level 1 student expected to know and be able to do, and what are they, and are they the same whether you take it as in 2 years in middle school or 1 year as a freshman at the end of that level 1? Because if you think of it, like world languages is not by the number of years, but by the level of completion. So what is a level 1 student supposed to know and be able to do? What is a level 2 student? So they're working on that, and they're using that. They also created a whole new vision statement for world languages and using the actual guidelines and brought it to all the different schools, had it at their site councils, and so there's a ton of work.
Okay, so all I want is a report on where we are.
And
That's all I want.
I think we've heard that from a couple of board members, we
Okay.
have the board's red report here, so.
Okay, great, that's fabulous. Weighted grades, if you can get them at Gunn, you should be able to get them at Pally. All of the schools that we benchmark against, except for I think 1, districts, is providing both weighted and unweighted grades. It's not just University of Oregon, it's University of Colorado, it's Wake Forest, I have a whole list of these, and it's economically, it's impacting families. They don't know it will impact them until their kid doesn't get the scholarship. So we can get ahead of this, or we can just ignore it, but it seems to me a really easy thing to do. We just say, if you get the weighted grade at Pally, at Gunn, you should be able to get it at Pally.
You can get it, I just have to ask for it. I mean, the council can sit down and figure it out.
They won't write it officially on anything. They will not write it officially on anything, and that's what they do at Gunn apparently, is they write it officially on something. I think this is more than an equity issue. I think this is actually, it's very expensive to live in this area. For many families, a $30,000 scholarship can make a huge difference. Not every family, I realize that. And I don't think this is a major change.
It will be major, but if it's worth having a discussion, it's worth having, but make no mistake, it will be a major discussion.
Okay, well, so I'm just sharing with
But
you.
if it's worth it, don't not do it because it's gonna be a major discussion. It just, be aware that it will take, it will be.
And we can go to every high benchmark school almost, except for one district, and they're all doing it. I actually like the board policy suggestion that you made, Dr. McGee. Not to get rid of the board policy review committee, but to have the whole board review board policies being done in a study session a couple times a year, because we're just never get through all of the board policies that we have. So I think that's a really effective and efficient thing for us to do. Is there anything to weigh in on?
No, you did this to be honest.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Couple of smaller ones before I talk about I don't think we should get rid of the BPRC. I think it's an important committee to get work done. I do think we are having persistent problems getting through our agendas, and I think we should consider a third meeting month.
We're safe.
Don't write that down. And the reason I think we should consider a third meeting a month is because, unless we want to get a hold of our agenda some other way, we're meeting till 11 o'clock midnight every meeting. We're dropping things off the agenda. We're struggling with the fact that now we didn't do stuff that we were supposed to do. I think that we're seeing evidence that we're not allocating enough time to this activity that and I think we should prefer to have regular board meetings that are publicly noticed and that people can expect, rather than having stuff happening, special things that happen during the day that people are already getting. So I think if we have more work that fit into two, we should consider it.
That was the lighter, easier thing.
That was the easy one.
Wow.
In terms of foreign languages, I think that we, look, when the board approved the Mandarin immersion program, there was a lot of discussion in the community about how we didn't want to have foreign languages in elementary schools just for a small subset of students, that we wanted to give all students an opportunity to do that. And I think the community feels like there's a commitment to really have that discussion and to try to get that done. And to just kind of casually not do it, I don't think that's consistent with that commitment. We've teed this up, we should have the full discussion. So that's what I think we should do before we make a decision about this. I don't think we should just discard it, because I think there's a board commitment that's long delayed to have that discussion.
There was a less discussion.
Yeah, but I think that was in the context of where we didn't have enough money to do it, right? That was during it.
It was in 2008.
Yeah, I think, and we've been talking about it, unless we decide that we don't have anything to do, which we might well, we shouldn't just peter out. We should have the discussion, we should have a vote, and we should make a decision. And I think we should do that soon. I think it's right. In terms of the homework policy, I think the community would be really shocked, and most particularly high school parents, to hear that we don't think that homework load is a problem. That is really a serious issue that affects students. And if the headline coming out of this, retreat is, board abandons homework policy, I think that's going to be a bad headline. But the truth is that we haven't put resources into implementation of this policy. Even though it was unanimously adopted by the board 4 years ago, there's a lot of evidence that the policy isn't being implemented with fidelity. Challenge success surveys in the fall showed that on average, juniors and seniors at Pali and Gunn do 3 hours of homework a night on both weekdays and weekends. Juniors do 4 hours of homework a night. 60% of students in our high schools said that they often or always
sacrifice sleep for homework. Homework has consistently been, along with test and project stacking, the biggest source of stress for students. So we have plenty of evidence that, we are not having homework implementation with fidelity. And what difference does it make? Well, it makes a difference in terms of stress, but it also makes a difference in terms of all of the educational goals that we have. One of the big reasons that the homework committee adopted this is the evidence that past a certain point, 10 or 15 hours a week, homework is counterproductive for learning and achievement. Right? So we have over half of our students doing more homework than is consistent with learning. Now that's just a crazy position to be in as a learning organization, is to have a practice that's actually detrimental to students. What to do about it? Well, I think that we should at minimum figure out how much implementation we have and where we have gaps. And we should also put into the hands of teachers tools to actually do something about this. As I was saying to Dr. McGee, it's like we have a speed limit, but we've taped over the speedometer, right? We don't give teachers tools to do the thing that we're telling them they have to do, which is to limit homework to 15 hours a week. Because if they don't know how much homework kids are doing, how could they possibly do that work? So I think it's time that we actually figure out how to enable feedback about how much homework kids are doing. So I think that's really important to do. And I don't think it necessarily is a big expense item, but I think it's something that we should do. We shouldn't just casually disregard it or say that it's a student project or something like that. So that's my appeal to my board colleagues is, unless what we want to do is repeal the policy. Because I don't think it's reasonable to say, well, we have a policy because we like having a policy about it, but we don't want to put any action on it. I don't think that's reasonable.
Did you want to weigh in on weighted grading?
On weighted grading, I agree with Melissa that we should not have a practice that is only available to students at one high school and not at the other high school. That doesn't make sense. I think we should have a discussion about it. I don't want to disadvantage students to Melissa's point who are looking who benefit from scholarships. I also don't want to give students a false incentive to take certain classes because it's going to increase their GPA, that's going to make them more competitive in college when colleges are going to create. So I think we need to we should have a district practice here. We shouldn't just have ad hoc stuff at different high schools. We should consider the cost and benefits explicitly in setting that. So I think we should. That's what we should do. We can't do it today. We should do it. We should get some staff. We should get information about what practices are out there in the world, and then we should weigh the cost and benefits to make a decision on the cost of the district.
Okay, thank you. I couldn't agree more about the weighted grading. It's odd to me to have it at one school and not at the other, and I think that leads to students feeling more of this feeling of inconsistency, which I think isn't good. So we should have a district practice around that. I'm not sure it needs to take up a lot of time in terms of being a board goal. I don't know, you say it's a huge issue. There's going to be a lot of pushback around it. I guess as a board and maybe even as a community, we just need to understand it. To Mr. Dauber's point of having a discussion about pros and cons, feels like the board has at least 4 of its members that would like to have a conversation.
Yeah, I'm all for it. We'll probably do a work session and then a couple of agenda items. It's a big change in practice with Palo, so Laney did too. So we'll do it, it'll be fine, but we can't minimize the time or say, we're gonna have other board goals and do
That's
this
fair.
too.
That's totally, and if
Yeah, yeah.
you want us to do the prioritization exercise after this, we certainly can, because we have dots. So we can certainly prioritize it with the other goals that you want to talk about. With language, it sounds to me, to Catherine's point, that maybe there's a report that could very easily be given to the board already about how many students are going outside the district to fulfill this requirement. Since it's an AG requirement, I'm fine with asking for that report. Feels to me like everybody's on board with that. With FLES, yeah, I'm on the fence about that. I was a language major in college, so I'm all about languages. I don't see how that can be implemented at all of our elementary schools without extending the school day. Having just gone through the whole full day kinder discussion, I'm a little frightened of having a longer school day conversation this year. So I don't think it would rise to the level of a focus goal for me this year. I'd rather do some of the other elementary intervention work that we're working on now first. And with regards to the homework policy implementation, this is challenging because I think different students require different amounts of time to complete homework. And it's very difficult for teachers to know exactly how long a certain assignment is going to take for every student. I know even in my own household, I have 2 kids and they take different amounts of time to do different homework. So, and some are just going to go the extra mile and do extra stuff and take longer, and some are going to do the bare minimum and get by. So I think it's very difficult for teachers to know how far they're going outside of the policy for every student. I really like the guidance of the homework policy. I think it's important to make sure that the testing and project scheduling, I think, is a larger issue for me, but hopefully with the Schoology fixing, that'll get better. But I think, I don't know, I think the student surveys are going to help us understand the homework load more, and already we have the feedback back about that, so I'm not sure it's as easy a discussion as, or that there's one size fits all. So I'm content with the staff work around this. I think there's thinking that's going into it. I think the student effort is important, but I'm not sure it rises to the level of an additional board goal right now either. Okay, I said my comment about the connectedness as a goal. I think, third board meeting month. I think.
Let's go make sure.
I will. I think that
Put it on the consent calendar.
yeah, the more meetings we add, the more items we're going to add. I think this board will talk about anything forever. I mean, just, I love to talk about
You say that with love in your heart, I'm
yes,
sure.
love in my heart. Love to talk about things. So I do think there's more work to be done in terms of our consent calendar and some of the issues that come as information items. I think can be delivered to us in different ways if it's not in need of a board discussion, then it can come to us in a packet maybe. So, we can have it. And, study sessions for the board policies. Yeah, we've done them in the past, and I think they've been very successful. And it is very sad to constantly put them onto other agendas, so I like that idea. Do my colleagues want to do a quick weigh-in on the third board meeting in the month, which was?
Can I just say something about the board policy? And I did not mean to eliminate the BPRC, because I think that's a value. So
I
to
understand.
continue the BPRC process. Also, make sure we have some time set aside, maybe that's a third board meeting, or just a policy meeting. But have some time set aside for.
I mean, I think with our study sessions, we ended up having 3 meetings a month, several.
Actually, I think it probably averaged out to that,
I think
between the, among the, including the
budget
SIPSs,
study sessions, the remaining study session.
budget workshops, the SIPSs.
Additional board meeting a month, 5.
There you go.
Yes, so let's go around.
Can I make a comment?
On the board.
Can I make a comment? I'll follow. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So just on 2 things that that I have given some thought about. One is on the homework policy. I think it's incredibly important that when the board sets out a policy that they follow through. I think it's a really terrible message to the community when you go to the trouble to create a policy, and then we have a history of creating policies and not actually executing them all the way. We kind of move on to the next thing, and everybody kind of forgets about it. And it's actually been homework's never been a big concern of mine personally, but the fact that we implemented a policy and we have no way of actually measuring whether we're following the policy or not has always been disturbing to me. It makes you wonder what's happening to our other policies. That said, I'm not sure that how big an issue it actually is. I looked at the challenge success surveys for Gun and Pally as well, and saw the same data you did. But then you can also look at the question that says what kids do while they're doing homework, and it's 63% music and 58% eating and 38% talking to friends. And I know that anybody who's got kids in school knows that they don't. And it's funny because if you look at the wording of the policy specifically, it says focused and committed time spent working on homework. And so there's a mismatch. So what I thought Terry gave you the answer, which is this sounds like an audit problem. I think trying to come up with a system to measure this consistently, especially if the reporters are the students or the parents, is a very difficult thing to do. I could never think of a way to do it. And I thought Terry had a great suggestion, because this is how you deal with problems like this in business. You do sample. You do sample auditing as opposed to a census. So I thought that but I think it's really important not to abandon the policy, because you work so hard to create it unless you follow through. The other thing that I know something about is the school connectedness. I probably looked at, I want to say 100 CHKS reports for different high schools between the EMAC policy and more recently. The highest one I have ever seen is Gun High School. Gun High School, the most recent CHKS, had a 70% high connectedness rating. I haven't seen any other school ever. I looked at another dozen while I was sitting here. It's the highest I've ever seen. So I don't know if we may have problems, and we definitely have problems in our district, and we have problems with our school community, but connectedness is probably not the right nomenclature to use, because the data we have says we are I can't find another school that's higher. And that includes Hillsdale up in San Mateo, where they thought they had a great, the sub-schools. So, I'm sure there are other issues, but I'm not sure that connectedness is the way to frame that issue, because I think we're already over that. That's all I got.
Thank you. So let's just do a lightning around the third board meeting.
You
want to weigh in on that?
Sure. I think I missed one board meeting in 13 years, and that's because I knew when they were, and we didn't have too many. No, that's not true. We had a lot. We have a lot of board meetings, so I'm not interested in routinely adding one, but I do believe we've always had additional meetings every month for special things, information, budget, and I don't want to abandon the prerogative to add one in with a special need, including the BPRC, because I think that kind of stands alone. And again, I wouldn't meet every month for a board policy, maybe twice a year or 3 times a year would be my recommendation. There's something else too. Also, I think it's there was no recommendation to abandon our homework policy. I think it's important to say that. None of us, or at least I didn't hear any question about abandoning, certainly not, or changing fundamentally. I think it was just that the kids saying 81.3 said homework load was pretty manageable. It seems to be a more oversight issue, so staff can take oversight for that. So those are the two things, is that right?
Yeah. So with respect to the third board meeting, I do like the study sessions where we can dig in the data a little bit and have a discussion about it. I'm afraid that adding a third board meeting would be like buying a bigger purse. And living in the room can understand what that means, right? Is that purse kind of doing that darn thing?
Or adding another leg to the aisle.
And, all kidding aside, we don't want the board member role to be not doable for other folks, right? When people talk about running for the board, they come and talk to us, and they try and figure out how much time we devote, and if they can fit that into their lives. And it's important that we don't shut it out for people. And I think sometimes a third board meeting consistently, and then we would add study sessions on top of that, might shut out the possibility for people that would want to participate with us.
I agree with Ms. Godfrey on that. I know whenever I have a bigger bag or purse, it goes up immediately. I would also say that I as often hear from people about evening meetings as I do about daytime meetings. We have a lot of people in our community that would like to participate in our board meetings, but they have family commitments at night. And so I actually encourage us to think about making sure we trade off the, sometimes do them at night, sometimes do them during the day, to get the largest amount of people involved. I actually, to Ms. Townsend's point, believe that if we bundled our board policies, we could get them done in 2 study sessions, maybe 3 a year. I really think that doing that monthly, it'll become like the purse. We'll be throwing all sorts of stuff in there. So I would rather do them on a different schedule than a monthly meeting. It's okay.
Sounds like we could reduce to 1 meeting a month, have less work. That's fine. So in terms of the homework, I wanted to say a couple things. I think an audit as opposed to a census in order to assess where we are in terms of implementation would be fine. I think we could have a discussion about how best to proceed. I think not to do anything in the face of pretty strong evidence that we don't have implementation with fidelity doesn't make sense. It's a policy, it's a dead letter if we don't work on implementation. I have heard, to Mr. Collins' point on the fact that kids do other things while they're doing homework, which I think is certainly true, but it doesn't mean that they're not spending that time, right? What they told us in the fall was that 60% of our students in high school lose sleep because they're staying up to do homework. Now, kids are, we could figure out how to get our kids to not use Instagram or have snacks or, talk on the phone, which is basically an impossible task. Or we could figure out how to reduce the amount of homework so that they get the sleep that they need.
Or reduce other activities.
We have a policy that we adopted for good reason. We should implement the policy, and if we're not going to implement the policy, then we essentially have abandoned it and should repeal it. There just isn't a point in having policies on the books that aren't effective.
So the question that's being asked at the end of every semester in every class about homework, that doesn't feel like that gives you any information?
Well, I think that question, in terms of the data, gives us, what it gives us is information that we're not complying with the policy. And what it doesn't give us is an understanding about, it certainly doesn't give teachers an understanding about, okay, now that we know that we're not implementing the policy with fidelity, what should anybody do differently? If we want to say we're going to take 20% of our teachers
and we're gonna provide a paper-based system that that students can use to give feedback, and then we're gonna give the teachers that feedback, and we're gonna see how that works in terms of, helping them adjust their homework, and then we're gonna look and see how that works. And, that would be a reasonable next step, Right now, we're saying to people, here's the policy, don't go beyond it, and we're not gonna give you any tools, anybody any tools to comply with it. And that just doesn't make sense. But that's where we're at, practically.
Yeah, and I feel like an audit process gives us an idea of how widespread the issue is and what kind of tools exist already. So if teachers have developed their own tools, we would love to know that, so that we could proliferate those tools to other people. I mean, in my experience, an audit surfaces things like that can be useful to everybody.
That's a perfectly reasonable next step that I would support.
And again, 81% of the kids said it's not an issue, so.
They didn't actually say that, that's not what they
Yeah,
said.
did.
Well, they said that they didn't think that their teacher, that the teacher that they were talking about was using it on a reasonable.
My teacher usually keeps the homework load in the class management, 81% said yes. So anyway, yeah, let's look at it, but that's a great number.
Okay, well, let's get the actual data about what's happening.
So it sounds to me, Max, like you're willing to do a measure deliverable around doing a sample
I
audit?
think the audit process is fabulous.
Okay. And
And
you can
it's
put the,
not just for this, but for other surveying that we do. And I
Yeah.
think, to Todd's point, Chris's earlier, that the sampling has great potential. So if audit turns up something, as a survey sample turn up something, then we can do something. So I'm all for it.
terrific. So, we're wrapping up. Do you feel like you have enough information from the board to put together initial wording for your goals and measures and deliverables for our August retreat?
I certainly do, and, would like to actually send some home, to you well before that, so, but I want to have a staff debriefing section on this, so we'll draft something. I don't know if we'll have it ready for next Tuesday, but, we'll have it ready this month. And,
I would be more comfortable with you not committing to next Tuesday.
okay, no, I'm not.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
You don't want to rush it.
I would as much as I'd like to, I don't think it's possible. Thanks, Melissa, for the reality check.
So,
Led my evaluation.
I was just asked by Monica to ask if anybody on the board is going to be gone in August, or are you all around if she wanted to set the retreat date?
I gave her some feedback, because there was a survey that went out.
Okay. Well, we just didn't have a.
Oh,
So,
I'm on the first few days.
okay.
And I'm from the beginning of the second week.
Okay.
Are we thinking about doing it before semester?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, so could you please send your dates if you haven't already?
Is there an earliest that, I prefer, I prefer to be on July and the first couple of weeks of August. Is there we're just trying to see the earliest we can, what is our?
We were trying to do it before our first meeting.
Okay.
She had asked us about the week of the 8th.
Yeah.
Some of us have responded, I guess.
Okay.
So just please send her the dates that you'll be out if you know that at this point, so that we can set the retreat date.
Then what date?
So we can set the date.
The week of the 8th, she said.
Okay.
Yeah, she had suggested one, and I just wanted to remind board members to please get back to her about that. And we will be reconvening at Carrie's home at 5:30.
5:30, we have an
For-
hour and a half off.
So,
But there's another board meeting next week.
yeah, there's the regular board next week, next Tuesday. This one, we started meeting at 8:30.
Right.
If there is,
Day and stuff, so it's fine too.
of course, if there's anything you want to add, okay. Do you want to share any comments?
Yes.
Okay, great. Why don't we do that before we?
Do you want to do it from the front?
Yes, we
Or
want to do it.
we stand up, you can stand up there if you like, so just stand
actually mean it, you said it's
anything.
So if I just do
But,
that.
basically for your strategic planning for next year, one of the things I wanted to really come to the board is how the district and all of us can really create strategies based on parent needs and parent engagement, and that the district really is able to create a vehicle for parent, especially from low-income parents that are not in the, that you don't fill out the surveys, and it's a very different process, so in terms of engagement, how do we do that, same as creating the parent liaison program, because the needs of a lot of the parents are working, they're full-time, there's a lot of increasing needs, parents are having multiple jobs, so, both parents are working many, many hours a week, so they're not available at the times that teachers are available, or that parent liaisons are available, an example. So, one thing we're looking into that, I wanted to create the idea of creating a grid by student, where it's either a survey so that they can categorize them, the parent liaisons can categorize how much support. Okay, this student has both parents who don't speak English, they are out most of the time, and then, or how do you also work with the different areas within the district. One of them is the adult school to create, to create classes and things based on those things. A good example has been Walter Hayes, that has created a number of initiatives based on a lot of but it was basically came from feedback from parents on, and how can we replicate that throughout. Add something. Sorry, by the way, Carmen, when you guys know, but I come, on my own, not voted in with PTAC, and he has been very helpful this year. We've had a number of meetings this year with the Hispanic parent group. We're trying to create a network, and a lot of the feedback is they want after-school support. They want a lot of things. And an example would be the breakfast. I'm sure a lot of the kids know it, but if we evaluate with the parents, do you want a breakfast with this amount of money versus after-school support, where, how can that be evaluated from the parent needs?
Yes, just supporting everything that Kathy said, and also, I think that Hispanic families are really, well, not families, the kids are in really need of after-school programs, because it's really hard for parents. Even though I have my degree from my country, but I don't speak English really well, it's not my first language, I have trouble with the kids doing homework, and I wish we could have something like that, like Walter Hayes has it, but then my daughter was going to go to middle school. That was kind of scary, because my son went to middle school too, Jordan, and then he said that the after school is kind of like gets a little bit messy, like too many kids. Then I would like something more personal, like EPAT has a one-on-one tutoring a student from Stanford, and also green fashion or something. Then I wish the Palo Alto School District could have something like that, more one-on-one. Some kind of like a tutor that a kid can relate. Okay, this is an Hispanic kid, a Hispanic student from Stanford, and then I can be one of them, like role model. Then I wish you could take into account more after school opportunities for those kids, because when we had the meeting, a big meeting for Hispanic families, they were asking, like, desperate for after school.
And as you know, we do it on a Friday evening, which who does it, but it is a night that we had an incredible response from the family. We had over 50-some families and children and everything, and they're all asking, but it's a night that they can, because they're either running around taking kids to different events.
Carmen, I don't know if you meant to say this, but
I'm sure I was.
You said at the beginning of your statement that there are you want the community to be involved in the trade-off decisions we make for investments. And the example you gave was breakfast versus after-school programs. Did you feel like you were involved in that discussion?
And I don't think, I heard it from her. It's kind of like we never hear anything from the district. I mean, it's kind of sad. There are many people that would like to get involved in those decisions. I think that would be fair because it's all kids' work.
Yeah.
And proposal waivers, unfortunately, there's a lot of barriers on how do we get to break those barriers of communication, and I've suggested some ways of doing it with, a lot of the schools don't have a way for, they don't have the list of free and reduced, and they have to figure out, and I've even talked to counselors and teachers. Parents don't know that the school doesn't know, or some of the teachers don't know that they can't afford X or Y. So there's a bit of a disconnect between the two. They don't know, and so both sides don't know, and how to, it's breaking that communication barrier between the school, between parent, student, and school, because not many students or even parents, a lot of the parents don't qualify for free and reduced. I was talking to someone from PAC, that for after school support kids club, to qualify for that, it is statewide. It is so low. It is so low that they qualify. Because I go, why can't they qualify? No, I don't qualify. But they have 2 jobs, they're working, they're scraping by. It's very hard. It's not, it's the same number for Palo Alto than Bakersfield. So the mayor, another example would be the mayor of Palo Alto came and they were talking about after school sports. And in many cases, some of the families from East Palo Alto, they go, we don't qualify here and we don't qualify at home because our kids are not in the districts over there. So we're in this limbo for our kids to participate in after school or other activities, whether it's sport or after. So those are the kinds of things that came up. So
Thank you so much.
Thank you, very nice, thank you.
Carmen, can you just hand me your card? And then we have one more community comment.
Thank you for listening.
Yeah,
Thank
from
you.
Zeb. Thank you so much.
I just wanted to mention that there is a report in the packet about the Mark D follow-up, the report that Mark was supposed to deliver, and he ran out of time. I gave you one page describing some issues that I believe this report raises. The report is basically objective, tells what has been done. However, the main goals, at least 2, the focus of the MAC-D was on early identification and providing support to the kids that need the support. Actually, like this, it seems to be more, okay, let's provide early kindergarten to everybody. Let's focus on more RTI. Yeah, but the idea was identify the kids that need the RTI, not just give RTI in shambles. Because if you give it to everybody, you lose the whole focus idea that MAC-D was driven by. So pay attention to the report. So we really want to focus on those kids that need it, and not just give more to everybody. That was not the purpose. Furthermore, many of the goals seem to have no measurable metrics. And again, make sure that it's not enough to put resources on the input, you have to track the outputs. And again, the report showed that there are many places where the output is not tracked. So you had this one page, thank you.
Thank you so much. Would you mind showing that?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Joanna, for all of your help and support
Thank you.
today, and we will see you tonight at Terrace House as well.